The paramedic leaned toward the back of the ambulance to pull the doors closed. "We need to get your friend to the hospital," she said. Alex nodded. Judging by Garrett's smile, he would survive his ordeal, but she was filled with pangs of guilt for having involved him in an altercation with the Russians that had almost ended with him eating a bullet meant for her. She reached in and touched his leg. "Thanks. You saved my life at least twice now." "Oh, only an arse would keep score, and I'm not that. You saved mine back there too, Alex. She would have shot me in the face if you hadn't pulled her attention away." "I have a way of getting under people's skin like that." "I'm glad you do. But if you ever see her again, shoot first." She saluted him, then stepped back to let the medic close the door. "Special Agent Martel," came a voice from behind her. "I was hoping you could have refrained from killing any more Russians while you were still in London." She turned and came face to face with Daniel Kane. "I see now that may have been a whimsical notion on my part. Care to tell me what incited this confrontation?" "It seems our Russian friends don't like people looking into their affairs," she answered. His eyes bored into hers. "You would tell me if you've unearthed any additional evidence, wouldn't you?" "That was our agreement, Kane." Agreement or not, Alex wanted more time to process today's events and wasn't in a sharing mood. The police were packing up to leave the scene. Only a small contingent remained to support the crime scene investigators, who were busy taking measurements and doing whatever it was CSI types did. She checked her watch. Broussard had ordered her to Turkey to investigate the stolen nuke. It was what she had practically begged him for. "I'd love to stay and chat, Kane, but I've got a plane to catch," she said. "Right." He summoned a sergeant over. "As soon as you've finished giving this officer your statement, you're free to go." Chapter 38. Adana, Turkey. Gerasimov stepped inside the coffee shop and delicatessen, led by his bodyguard. Sergei Malkin was an efficient, soft-spoken man, not prone to idle conversation. But when he planted a scowl on his face and puffed out his formidable chest, few stood in his path. He was the perfect close protection specialist, a Rottweiler standing sentinel in the yard, daring anyone to push open the gate. The fragrance of lamb and veal roasting on hand-forged flat metal skewers, the fat dripping, popping, and sizzling onto red-hot coals below, intermingled with the sweet smell of Turkish pastry. Fresh-baked borek made with yufka, Turkish phyllo pastry, and filled with cheese and herbs and savory meats, sat on rectangular platters behind a glass barrier. Pots of coffee were brewing on a side counter where a grinder whirred away, reducing the darkly roasted Arabica beans to an ultra-fine powder. Malkin cleared the way through a small crowd until the pair met an equal hulk of a man blocking the entrance to a back room, its contents obscured by beaded curtains. There was a brief pause before he opened a gap in the beads with his hand. Malkin stuck his head into the room, then turned and waved Gerasimov inside. The room was a square, 20 feet by 20 feet. Opaque rectangular windows high up the walls let in light through the back and side. Tables filled the space, but remained empty except for one, where a nervous-looking man sat alone at a table for 4. Another man stood alert in the corner beside a gray steel door that led to an alley behind the shop. Interior Minister Ahmet Çakır rose to his feet as Gerasimov entered. He rubbed the sweat from his palms onto his pant legs and stuck out a hand as the Russian colonel approached. The Turkish official wore a navy blue bespoke suit over a white shirt, a scarlet silk tie complementing the ensemble. The look was accented by an Audemars Piguet royal oak in a hammered 18-karat pink gold case, the expensive timepiece glittering from beneath his French-cuffed shirt sleeve. This was a man who treasured fine things. Gerasimov wondered how he wasn't melting in the heat.
"Colonel, so good to see you again,"
said the minister. Gerasimov shook his hand firmly and took the chair opposite. His bespoke suit and fancy watch and shoes couldn't hide how ugly he was. The minister had the face of a bulldog, along with unkempt gray hair and mustache, thick, bushy eyebrows, and lush nasal hairs.
"It's been far too long, Minister Chakr."
In truth, he'd sooner the weasel was a decomposing corpse in the desert. But for now, he at least continued to be somewhat useful.
"My friend, welcome to this traditional Turkish kahvehanes, owned by my wife's brother."
He held up his hands, gesturing around the coffee house. The Turkish Minister of the Interior could be as insincere as any politician, but he couldn't hide his authentic pride in this family venture, a fact that endeared him at a rudimentary level to Gerasimov. At the same time, Chakr exposed his discomfort and anxious demeanor with little tells, like his flitting eyes and restless, trembling hands. His erratic gray hair clung to his scalp in waves, and his jowls swayed as he spoke, like those of an aging mastiff.
"Thank you for meeting with me." "Of course, but call me Victor. There is no need for rank or titles between us. We have known each other a long time."
This was true. The Interior Minister had held a cabinet post for almost a decade. The two men had often discussed matters of consequence to their respective countries, such as the sale of missile defense systems and the going rate for securing votes in the Grand National Assembly of Turkey.
"There is no need for such formality, my friend." "In that case, Victor, call me Ahmet."
Gerasimov looked at the Turk standing within earshot by the door.
"He can be trusted, Colonel,"
Chakr said, as if reading his thoughts.
"My men are paid handsomely for their discretion."
"Of course," replied Gerasimov, signaling to Malkin that he should keep an eye on him.
"But, as they say, two can keep a secret if one of them is dead."
Ahmet waved at his man, signaling he should take a few more steps out of earshot.
"Distressing news about the power failure last night," Gerasimov said. "I understand it lasted hours."
"Yes," replied Minister Chakr, as a man in a flat cap entered the room bearing a tray.
"It was most inconvenient, very costly for our city as well."
Chakr stopped talking and allowed the man to deposit the tray onto the table. He offloaded a small carafe of chilled water with 2 glasses, then set out 2 kahve finjana, traditional Turkish ceramic demitasse cups, in front of them, into which he poured a foamy concoction from a çezve, a small, long-handled copper pot. Chakr indicated toward the coffee as the man poured.
"I hope you won't mind, but I took the liberty of asking my brother-in-law to prepare it orta şekerli, which means moderately sweet,"
he said, pointing to their cups. The 2 kahve finjane each had a creamy head on top, much like an Irish stout. Chakr's brother-in-law said something in Turkish before bowing his head to his guests and walking away. A boy of 11 or 12 years brought a tray of pastries to their table, then left.
"Please," said Chakr, "enjoy a piece of borek while the coffee grounds settle."
Gerasimov reached forward and plucked a piece of the warm phyllo pastry from the platter. As he lifted it, strands of straw-colored cheese formed, dangled, and fell back to the tray.
General Tikhonov and I are terribly sorry for the inconvenience to the city of Adana. Compensation will be forthcoming, of course,
Gerasimov said, stuffing the 2-inch square pastry into his mouth. It melted like butter on his tongue.
Excellent, yes?
Asked Shocker, watching him eat. He nodded. Between chews, while licking his fingers, he added,
Though I might add that the rather unfortunate timing of the blackout assisted our mission greatly.
Shocker smiled.
Yes, well, the Americans aren't quite as pleased with the outcome as you and General Tikhonov.
His eyes held Gerasimov's.
There have been consequences already as a result of last night's events. Of course, heads will roll on the American military base, I'm sure of it. It's not just that, Colonel. My government was advised by your team that there were only to be some harmless acts of vandalism. Mischief, as you had described it. A way to harass the Americans and keep them on their toes. President Karaman was most agitated by these newer and more...
He searched for the right word.
Consequential developments. He and I received word quite late from Turkish intelligence that an American nuclear bomb would be stolen. It was a shocking revelation that we were too late to stop. This incident represents an unprecedented breach of Turkish sovereignty that has infuriated my government and the Americans. Come now, Ahmed. What did you expect? Did you think we were going to merely wrap American airplanes with toilet paper in a childish prank?
Gerasimov waved a hand dismissively as Chakr started to speak.
But for our oversight, wherein we may have inadvertently misled you regarding our true intentions, your country will receive additional S-400 Triumph missile defense systems, along with upgrades to the ones we installed only a few short years ago. We have also already provided you with the construction, operation, and security for your Akuyu nuclear power plant in Mersin province. Where would you be without the Russian Federation's friendship and ingenuity, Minister? How many times has your government had to kill such aspirational plans before we got involved? How many, my friend? 6, the minister said sheepishly. Exactly, 6. So, you see, Russia is your #1 strategic ally. This was the agreement, Ahmed. It was not the agreement, said the minister through gritted teeth, his fists clenched.
Malkin stepped forward, as did the Turkish freight train standing at the door. Gerasimov raised his hand to bring down the level of testosterone one could almost smell within the small room. He spoke in a calm tone, as if to a small child. I might have underrepresented what was going to happen at the American airbase, Ahmed. If so, I apologize profusely. Perhaps we can offer additional inducements to you and your president. Chakr looked at him expectantly, hungrily, as if Salome's 7th veil were about to fall away.
I understand you are still having problems with the Kurdistan Workers' Party, the PKK?
Chakr nodded slowly.
The Kurds remain a threat to the peace and security of Turkey. We Russians know something about such things. Our country is familiar with managing extremist groups at home, and indeed throughout the former republics. Georgia, Chechnya, Azerbaijan, where, of course, we share mutual interests."
Again, Chalker nodded.
"The PKK has stepped up their attacks in the southeast region of my country. It is a challenge containing their activity and influence. Remember, my good friend, power is conveyed through bullets, not ballots. We have a special group capable of dealing with this. Consider them an advisory team composed of elite Spetsnaz soldiers. They will help train Turkish troops on how to eliminate the Kurdish problem once and for all. They will work with your armed forces directly if your defense minister allows it. Another tactical alliance between our two great nations."
A pensive nod.
"And of course, you will find a significant cash bonus has been deposited into your offshore account. A finder's fee, as it were, for your loyalty and hard work at helping solidify our two nations' growing friendship."
He leaned in, speaking softly.
"And to help cover your expenses, naturally,"
he added, looking over at the Turkish bodyguard by the door. Chalker leaned back in his chair.
"Our two countries continue to have mutual interests, after all,"
he said, a tight smile coming to his lips.
"Indeed."
Gerasimov picked up his coffee cup and took a sip, the strong, sweet brew adding the perfect counterpoint to the salty and savory pastry.
"Not the least of which is to see Turkey more independent, while strategically aligning with your new friends, the Russian Federation."
The Turk smiled.
"Excellent. I am most pleased we have come to an understanding." "Me as well, Colonel. But we must still deal with the fallout from last night's adventures."
The young boy re-entered the room. The beaded curtains rustled as he passed through them, like the sound of sleet falling onto the frozen streets of Gerasimov's childhood. The boy walked with all the calm and confidence of a well-loved child, depositing a tray of glistening pastries onto the Formica tabletop. The gridded pastries shimmered golden brown in the light streaming in through the window, a rich nectar oozing from each piece of the decadent dessert. Baklava, thought Gerasimov, filled with anticipation. Chalker noticed his shift in demeanor.
"Teşekkür ederim,"
he said to the boy. The boy returned a vulnerable smile, pivoted, and ran from the room. The same man who had filled their chesve earlier returned with a steaming copper pot, refilling their cups with the strong brew. Chalker lowered his voice.
"This incident last night will bring the Americans down on our throats with tremendous force, like a hammer dropping."
Gerasimov waved his hand as if swatting away a fly.
"The Americans will sputter and run around beating their chests, but their alliances will work against them. The European doves will say that American nukes in Turkey are too dangerous a relic to leave in place. After last night, the global peacenik community will demand that the rest of the bombs be removed, serving both our purposes. We have achieved many goals here today, my friend. You should be proud of your accomplishments. We are playing chess now, thinking many moves ahead of the Americans. And as you know, Russians are the masters of this game."
Chalker bent forward and used a clean fork to lift a square of baklava from the tray, placing it on the plate before Gerasimov.
"Of course, Victor. President Sergachev will also demand that the remaining American nuclear bombs at the base be removed. He will argue, along with some of our friends on the United Nations Security Council, that they present a destabilizing influence in the region, and that the risk has grown unacceptable and disproportionate to any strategic value they hold for Turkey or the United States, as evidenced by the theft of the warhead. This unprecedented new danger of a rogue nuke in the hands of some unfriendly party will put everyone on high alert. Meanwhile, Russia, of course, will support you in the international community. The presence of these munitions within Turkey presents an untenable situation and a clear and present danger to peace in the region. And what of the missing bomb, Colonel? The United States is going to be quite, how shall I say, distressed about the disappearance of one of their primary thermonuclear gravity bombs. How should Turkey manage this diplomatic crisis? A jihadi militant group will claim responsibility for the theft. It will not fall upon the shoulders of any Turkish citizen. The Americans will be cited for their incompetence pertaining to security of their nuclear weapons. Russia will come forward and offer assistance in securing Turkish territory and in hunting down the missing warhead. The Americans will vociferously and strenuously object, at which point your president will yield and accept their assistance in the very grave matter of finding the missing bomb. Chakr studied Gerasimov's face. And what is to actually become of it? Gerasimov smiled. That, my dear friend, is not your concern.
Chapter 39. RAF Northolt, South Ruislip, London. RAF Northolt lay in northwest London, 6 miles north of Heathrow. A security guard checked Alex in at the guard post and directed the Uber driver to wait at the traffic circle next to the Supermarine Spitfire. The once working version of the World War II-era hero of the Battle of Britain sat perched atop a pedestal in front of a 3-story administration building. A black Range Rover sat along the curb, and as her driver tucked his red Vauxhall Corsa in behind it, a young airman emerged. Alex climbed out of the car and approached him, her pack slung over her shoulder.
Flight Lieutenant Stevenson, ma'am. Your plane is fueled and waiting. I'm to take you airside.
She hopped into the shotgun seat of the Range Rover, the flight lieutenant climbing in behind the wheel. "Is this airbase still used much?" she asked.
Yes, ma'am, he said. Both the Royal Squadron and the Queen's Colour Squadron are based here. It's where the King and other members of the royal family fly in and out from.
Stevenson took the roundabout onto a service road that eventually ran southward along the airfield. Another minute down the road, and they came to an apron, where small commuter jets sat outside a hangar, but Stevenson drove past them all. Alex's jaw dropped as the next plane came into view. A Gulfstream G550, or in U.S. Air Force parlance, a C-37B, sat on the tarmac. The plane was decked out in the same blue and white livery as Air Force One, right down to the big, bold lettering above the row of windows as its larger presidential sibling, United States of America. Having worked abroad for the past couple of years, it was a sight to behold. The engine nacelles were affixed with the Air Force roundel graphic, the National Star insignia, sending a tingle up her spine. "Holy crap," she whispered.
The American VIP jets usually land at Stansted Airport in Essex, ma'am. That's where they brought this one in from.
Are there any other passengers on board?
None coming, ma'am. You must be special, he said. They brought her in just for you."
He pulled the Range Rover alongside the plane's air stairs on the port side, aft of the cockpit. As she exited the vehicle, a flight attendant appeared at the top of the stairs. The woman wore a navy blue vest and pantsuit with a sky blue Oxford shirt. "Special Agent Martel?" she asked. "That's me." "I'm Staff Sergeant Davis, ma'am." Davis was a brown-skinned woman with a soft southern accent. "Nice plane," said Alex. "I usually fly coach." "No coach here, Special Agent. Welcome aboard. Can I take your bag?" Alex declined. "I'll keep it with me, thanks." She climbed the stairs into the cabin, divided into 3 salons. She moved to the coziest one and plunked herself down into a plush leather seat. Davis followed her. "We'll be taking off shortly. Once we're at cruising altitude, I'll be serving beverages, and shortly after, lunch. But before that, can I get you anything? A glass of wine? Soft drink? Sparkling water?" "Call me Alex." "Imani, ma'am," she said. She was thirsty from the morning's tumult. She hadn't had a drink since leaving Kristen's apartment. "Maybe just a Coke?" Imani smiled and disappeared into the forward section of the airplane, returning moments later with a glass full of ice and a can of Coke, droplets of condensation running down the sides. "Buckle up, Alex. We're about to take off." The view out the window as they climbed to cruising altitude was dizzying. Sunlight flooded the cabin, and the sky had turned cloudless, revealing a rare, unobstructed view of the Channel Islands standing out against deep azure waters. A short while later, Imani emerged from somewhere ahead of the salon bearing a food tray she placed in front of Alex. Grilled salmon with a butter, garlic, lemon, and dill sauce adorned her plate. Alex was suddenly aware how hungry she was. As she ate, her thoughts nagged at her. Why had Kristen sent the email in the first place? Why had she laid the clues for the discovery of her safe deposit box at my feet? Why not just tell her partner, the MI5 officer, Daniel Kane? Why out herself as a Russian spy to me? What benefit was there in my finding out versus Kane? Or maybe Kane already knew. But if he did, why hadn't he reported it? Could it be that Kristen's coming out was her way of making amends? A message from Jonathan popped up on her phone. JB, once you're on the plane, log in on the secure connection to access a briefing from Chief Broussard. AM, 10-4. Chapter 40. Incirlik Air Base, Adana, Turkey. The aircraft was registered to an Australian company, but leased back to a CIA shell corporation to service flights like this one out of Olsztyn, Missouri Airport in Szymany, Poland. The agency had learned long ago that aviation buffs and members of the news media liked to track the comings and goings of government aircraft. This often led to uncomfortable questions back home. Questions that politicians, as a rule, preferred not to be compelled to answer. Hence, Caleb had gone out of his way to catch this flight and cover his tracks. Previously bearing tail number N379P, the Gulfstream G5 had been owned by another CIA shell company, Premier Executive Transport Services. It had enjoyed a notorious past transporting suspected terrorists to undisclosed locations for extraordinary rendition or to CIA black sites. None of this was purely legal, of course, but it wasn't as if prison camps were being built adjacent to battlefields across the caliphate to house captured holy warriors. Because of its flight log history, and despite the many dummy flights used to mask its actual missions, the international media had christened the jet with its wartime moniker, the Guantanamo Bay Express. Caleb didn't much care what the critics thought about the work performed by the U.S.'s security and intelligence apparatus. He wasn't distracted by trivialities like civilian outrage over the presumed mistreatment or extralegal transport of prisoners and enemy combatants. One might say he was possessed of a firmly held and diametrically opposed viewpoint to theirs. He gazed out the window down to the rolling countryside miles below and reflected on his career, the highs, the lows, and the never-ending uncertainties that accompanied a life of working in the shadows, stalking evil. He bore the scars, both visible and unseen, of many years of service. When the quiet moments came, as they did ever so infrequently, they were brimming with self-recrimination and guilt. He was constantly assessing whether his efforts had been enough, second-guessing moves he had made and things he had done, or hadn't done. It was reason enough to never stand still. He mulled that over as his eyes grew heavy and sleep came blessedly to quiet his inner demons. When he opened them again, they were in Turkish airspace and flying over the Bosphorus Strait that separated Europe and eastern Thrace from Asia and the Anatolian Peninsula. Istanbul and her 17 million inhabitants lay below him. A complicated city, it embodied a fusion of East and West, where Islam abutted Christianity and the millennia-old conflict between the two endured, like a pot of broth on simmer. It was afternoon when the Gulfstream GV landed at Shakir Pasha Airport in Adana, Turkey. Caleb checked his watch, a Breitling Avenger GMT night mission, and adjusted it to local time. Typically, they would have flown directly to the airbase. Today, though, the civilian-registered fixed-wing G5 had been denied clearance to land by the Turkish military authorities who controlled that part of the base, following what was described locally as a security breach at Incirlik. Caleb knocked on the doorframe twice for good luck as he deplaned, as was his habit after every flight. He was met at the bottom of the air stairs by an airman first class who shuttled him out to a military hangar next to the passenger terminal. There they boarded a U.S. Army UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter belonging to the 5th Battalion, 101st Combat Aviation Brigade, and were flown out to a rear sector of the United States 39th Air Base Wing at Incirlik, the section of the base controlled by the Americans, not the Turkish Air Force. He surveyed the sprawling airfield as he dismounted the Black Hawk outside a hangar next to the control tower. A pair of armed sentries stood at the entryway to each of the hardened aircraft bunkers as far as the eye could see. 2 A-10 Thunderbolt II aircraft, better known as the Warthog and Caleb's favorite aircraft as a former ground pounder, were taking off, one trailing less than half a football field behind the other. He watched as they took to the skies. The sound of those twin-engine jets was unmistakable. And to anyone who had ever been saved by an incoming Warthog strafing enemy positions, there was no sweeter sound than the brrr of its 30mm Gatling gun laying down the sound of freedom at 3,900 rounds a minute. High above the base, 2 F-22 Raptor fighter jets circled the 3,320-acre airbase.
FP-Con Delta. Say again? Said Caleb, turning around in search of the voice behind him. The airmen on guard duty. The flyovers. Incirlik is at Force Protection Condition Delta. The base is on a security lockdown. I don't know who you are, but no one else, not base personnel and surely not the locals, are getting on or off right now. Lucky for me, I'm neither. Guess so. I'm Major Douglas, 39th Air Base Wing Security Forces Squadron Commander. Welcome to the Lick, NATO's southern flank.
Major Douglas was a tall, squared-away airman in his late 30s. He wore a dark blue beret with a security forces flash inscribed with Defensor Fortis, meaning Defenders of the Force. A Velcro flash stitched with SF on it was also affixed to the upper arm of his battle uniform. He had an M4 rifle slung across his chest and a Sig Sauer M18 on his hip to complete the package.
Copeland,
Caleb said, shaking the Major's hand while noting the hardware.
I come in peace.
The Major didn't smile.
This way.
Caleb swung his bullet ruck over his shoulder and eyed the two airmen standing behind Douglas, also sporting the SF patch and blue berets.
They're with me,
said the Major, tracking Caleb's confusion.
Don't confuse the SF patch with the Special Forces tab, he offered. It's not. It stands, obviously enough, for security forces. But if anyone messes with these two, you'd think they were part of JSOC.
The two airmen smiled at the remark and the reference to Joint Special Operations Command, which oversaw all Special Missions Unit activities. Caleb nodded.
Nice to see an officer boost his troops, he thought. Think of them as MPs, he said, indicating toward an idling Humvee. Our job is base security and force protection. The big stuff is handled by the U.S. Air Force Office of Special Investigations, AFOSI or OSI for short. Get in. I'll take you to Base HQ in the wing building.
Caleb looked up to the sky at what appeared to be patrolling aircraft.
What's with all that?
He asked.
They're enforcing an extended no-fly zone over the base and generally asserting air supremacy, in case anyone is watching. Force protection condition is one of many alerts used in the military. Think of DEFCON, Defense Readiness Condition. You've heard of that, I'm sure.
Caleb climbed into the Humvee.
Sure, he said.
He had, of course, along with everyone else on the planet.
Our FPCon Delta alert only affects this base, but the fallout, pardon the pun, could move the defense alert needle to a more global DEFCON level. Maybe as high as DEFCON 2, depending on what happens next. What happens next? Caleb thought.
He mulled it over. Only the Cuban Missile Crisis and Operation Desert Storm at the beginning of the Gulf War, version 1.0, had put the country at DEFCON 2. The September 11 attacks had moved the needle of American defense readiness to DEFCON 3, and only for a few days. What happens next wasn't exactly something he wanted to think too much about until he had more information on what happened last night. He was eager to meet the base's command staff and get a sitrep so he could update his deputy director. From his seat in the front of the Humvee, Caleb scanned the multitude of aircraft parked outside hardened shelters or grouped on the tarmac. Fighter jets, bombers, helicopters, and other strategic aircraft sat at the ready, like aluminum-skinned steeds tied to a hitching post, waiting to be mounted and taken into battle. Major Douglas dodged and weaved past them, pulling up to a pale yellow two-story structure. The Air Wing Commander's office was on the second floor. Douglas brought the Humvee to a stop under the portico with the 39th Air Base Wing sign affixed. Old Glory fluttered in a breeze out front.
"Leave your ruck in the truck," he said. "We won't be here for long."
After passing through a security checkpoint, they entered a central atrium. The ground floor offices appeared deserted. Other than the sentries, there was no one else in sight.
"Doesn't seem very busy for an admin building,"
said Caleb, taking the steps 2 at a time to keep up with the major.
"Shit's got a little hot around here since last night," said Douglas. "All base activity is suspended. Titans are restricted to quarters unless they have an official tasking." "Titans?" "Base personnel at Ingerlick are known as Titans."
They reached the top of the stairs and walked down a wide hallway with offices every few feet. Midway down, Douglas stopped outside a door and placed his hand on the knob.
"Titan 1 is a good man, but you might find him a little abrasive today." "Titan 1?
Douglas nodded.
"Colonel Greeley," he
said, turning the shiny knob.
"Base commander."
The door opened into an anteroom with 2 doors leading off it. The door to their right had the colonel's name stenciled on the opaque window. To their left, a closed conference room door barred entry. A desk faced them, where an airman was studying the screen of his computer. He stood as the men entered. The major addressed the airman.
"Lieutenant, this is Mr. Copeland, fresh from stateside. Is the colonel ready for us?"
Inside the conference room, Caleb could hear agitated voices engaged in spirited conversation, but he couldn't make out what was being said.
"Let me check, sir,"
said the airman, lifting the handset of a desk phone. The voices fell silent as someone answered the phone.
"Yes, sir,"
replied the lieutenant into the phone.
"Knock before you enter, Major,"
he told Douglas. Major Douglas did as instructed. A booming voice beckoned them in. Chapter 41. Ingerlick Air Base, Adana, Turkey. Caleb filed into the conference room behind Major Douglas. As they entered, he scanned the faces of the 2 officers present. It was often those brief moments of first contact that revealed the most about a person's intentions, what they knew, what they were hiding, whether they were prepared to kill or die to keep their secrets. Caleb himself had survived many a lopsided meeting by bearing in mind the timeless wisdom espoused by the warrior monk, General James Mad Dog Mattis. The retired United States Marine Corps 4-star general had once been quoted as advising his Marines in Iraq, "Be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everybody you meet."
"Sound advice. Probably won't go that far today,"
Caleb thought.
"Sir,"
said Major Douglas, addressing an officer standing at the head of a long table.
"This is Mr. Copeland."
He turned to Caleb.
"Our base commander, Colonel Greeley."
"Copeland," he said.
"I spoke to Deputy Director Thomas. You'll have my team's full cooperation."
Kadisha Thomas was Caleb's boss at CIA and the person who had tasked him with recruiting Alex.
"Anything the Titans can do to assist, we will," he added. "Whatever you need. Major Douglas here will give you whatever access or cooperation you and your partner will require." "My what?" "I was told—"
He was cut off by the ringing of a phone. He grabbed the handset.
"Yes, send him in."
Hanging up, he added,
"Good timing. He's here."
"He who?" Caleb thought. Caleb turned to the door, confused as it swung open. There are moments that the mind processes in slow motion. This was one of those. First, he noticed the shoes and the stride. Neither was unusual in and of themselves. Then came the pants and the backpack slung over a shoulder. Then he registered the face and its self-assured smile. Then the hair, restrained in a ponytail.
"You must be Special Agent Martel," said Colonel Greeley, meeting the newcomer halfway across the room.
"Yes, sir."
"I'm sorry if I look surprised," he said. "When I was told Alex Martel, I made an unfortunate assumption. Please excuse my error."
He led her over to the conference table, where another officer waited. Alex smiled at Caleb as she floated past. "Happens all the time, sir," she replied. Caleb hoped his jaw wasn't agape. How did she get here? He thought.
"Copeland," said the colonel. "You going to join us?" "Sure, why not? Not like this is my operation or anything," he thought.
Caleb strode over to the group.
"This is Colonel Sheila Mendez,"
Greeley said, indicating an officer dressed in OCP fatigues.
"Colonel Mendez is my vice commander at the 39th Air Base Wing."
"We're glad to have you both here," Colonel Mendez said. Greeley introduced Alex and Major Douglas, then continued.
"I don't know what you all are going to add to what's been put in place," he said, "but I've been assured you'll be a force multiplier. So you're welcome at Incirlik."
"Thank you, Colonel," Caleb said. "Our job," said Alex, "is to track down the bomb and retrieve it. No more, no less."
"Since when?"
thought Caleb.
"I don't envy your mission," said Greeley. "I can't stress enough, as I'm sure you all know, that the incident overnight is of the gravest concern to the interests and security of the United States of America. The President, of course, is fully briefed on the latest SIT-stat, and I'm in constant contact with the SecDef as well."
"And what is the current situation status, sir?" asked Alex. With a wave of his hand, he indicated they all should take a seat. The colonel claimed the head of the table. Caleb sat to Greeley's left, and Alex took the seat opposite Caleb.
"Here it is, Special Agent Martel," he began. "I just got off a secure teleconference. The 6th Fleet is moving 2 carrier strike groups into the Med. Both the Dwight D. Eisenhower and the George H.W. Bush have been mobilized and are steaming east as we speak. The 5th Fleet is moving the Nimitz and Theodore Roosevelt into the Persian Gulf. Between them, that's 30,000 personnel, give or take, along with about 200 aircraft and a shitload of other boats. Add to that another 5,000 U.S. Marines in 2 Marine Expeditionary Units. Plus, JSOC is sending a Delta Force nuclear squad, whatever the hell that is, from Fort Bragg.
"That would be their H Squadron, sir," offered Alex. "They're a Special Forces Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team for nukes. But you didn't hear that from me."
"Well, then, I think it should be quite clear, folks. We're in a pretty big shitstorm, if you don't mind me saying."
"Colonel," Caleb said,
"would you mind filling us in on the actual incident?"
He had taken the Kubaton out of his pocket and was tapping it against his knuckles. He glanced across at Alex, who was giving him that patented look of hers, a blend of concern, curiosity, and something else. Admiration, maybe. Nah. He put the Kubaton back in his pocket and straightened up, but then absent-mindedly rubbed at the rib with the missing chunk, feeling the notch along its top edge. Colonel Greeley turned to his vice commander.
Sheila, why don't you get us started?
Of course, Colonel. I'll get right to it, she said, leaning forward. We have a missing nuclear weapon. Hearing the words missing nuclear weapons spoken aloud was more than a little jarring. Alex had read the incident report on a secure connection to Interpol on the flight to Incirlik. She'd familiarized herself with details of the missing nuke, a B-61 Mod 12 thermonuclear gravity bomb. She had called Broussard over secure comms to discuss whether this incident could be somehow connected to her case involving the special nuclear material being exchanged at Arnhem. Inconclusive, analysts had decided. But a nuclear weapon going missing wasn't something that happened every day, let alone so close to another similarly themed event. She had also asked whether the events at Arnhem could have been a distraction meant to draw attention away from those about to unfold in Turkey. Again, unclear had been the response from her chief, but it was being considered as a possible motive. She thought back to the Terlet airfield outside Arnhem. Two groups of men intent on exchanging special nuclear material for cash. What was the purpose of the exchange, she thought. For the sellers, greed. The simple exchange of an in-demand commodity for cash. But what about the buyers of the plutonium and highly enriched uranium? Surely they couldn't have hoped to make a fully functional nuke. Even these days, that would be a heady dream. Too many variables, too great a chance of discovery. It wasn't as if there were a plethora of nuclear engineers or subject matter experts out there looking to help John Q. Public make a homemade improvised nuclear device. So what was the plan? And what tied these two seemingly distinct events together? On the one hand was a well-funded fledgling jihadi group, the ILF, trying to take possession of the nuclear material. On the other was a missing nuke. Could the ILF have pulled off an operation this sophisticated? Alex didn't think so. If not, then who? She thought. Everything kept pointing back to the Russians. They were capable of such a complicated intel and resource-dependent plan. Colonel Mendez, she said, you've used the term missing both here and in your report. Could you please tell us exactly what happened? Mendez glanced at Titan 1, who nodded. Incirlik Air Base houses several different units, including the team that manages, maintains, and secures the nuclear weapons. The weapons on this base form part of America's nuclear triad. For the sake of clarity, what exactly is that? Asked Alex. The nuclear triad is a force structure comprised of land-launched nuclear missiles, nuclear missile-armed submarines, and strategic aircraft with nuclear bombs and missiles. And within that nuclear triad, what is Incirlik's role? She asked. Strategic bombers, Special Agent Martel. The nuclear armaments on base are a component of NATO's nuclear sharing and deterrent program, dating back to the Cold War. She stood and walked around the table to an easel at the side of the room, next to an urn of coffee and a tray of pastries. Here at Incirlik, she continued, we hold 56 B-61 bombs. They are not guided missiles or anything quite so advanced. The B-61 is simply a gravity bomb meant to be dropped from various aircraft. She flipped the chart on the easel from an overview page of the airbase to a series of diagrams. There are 13 variations of the B-61, Mod 0 through Mod 12. We keep 4 versions on base. The Mod 12 is the newest variant. Of that model, we have... She corrected herself. We had 8. A B-61-12 was stolen overnight. She straightened and adjusted her camis. I'm afraid we have an empty quiver situation. One needn't be an expert in weapons of mass destruction to understand the implications of an actual stolen thermonuclear bomb. I thought a missing nuke was called a broken arrow. Alex regretted her interjection the moment it left her lips. Who cares what it's called? We have a missing thermonuclear bomb, she thought. Mendez smiled graciously, like a patient professor. The term broken arrow can refer to a missing nuke if it goes missing in transit. It also refers to an accidental or unexplained nuclear detonation, among other things. Empty quiver refers to the seizure, theft, or loss of a functioning nuclear weapon. Caleb jumped in. Can you tell us more about this missing nuke? Absolutely, said Mendez. The B-61 bombs are the primary thermonuclear weapon in the United States arsenal. All the variants are low to intermediate yield strategic and tactical nuclear weapons. Yield being the term meaning energy released in the detonation of an explosive weapon, which is representative of its destructive power in this context. But you already knew that, I'm sure. Alex did, but she appreciated the Colonel's explanation anyway. Always good to make sure everyone is starting on the same page, she thought. Just what is the destructive capability of the B-61? She asked. Different models have different yields. Some are fixed yield, some are variable. Daily yield, said Caleb. Yes, colloquially, they're often called daily yield, or DAY bombs, because the explosive power is user-selectable at the time of arming. How quaint, said Alex. So, the yields vary, continued Colonel Mendez. For comparison, the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima had an explosive yield of roughly 15 kilotons of TNT. The lowest yield of the B-61 is only 0.3 kilotons. That's 1/50th as powerful as Little Boy, the Hiroshima bomb. Alex did the decimal conversion in her head. But that's still the equivalent of 300 tons of TNT. That's a huge explosion, not to mention the radioactive fallout, especially if it goes off in a major city. Like New York, said Caleb. You said the yield of the Mod 12 is user-selectable. What's the highest yield? There was a pause before Mendez replied. 50 kilotons, she said matter-of-factly. Over 3 times as powerful as Little Boy. Lord help us, Alex thought. Commander Mendez, Colonel Greeley chimed in. Why don't you and Major Douglas take our guests over to the weapons maintenance building for a closer look? Yes, sir, she replied. Her stomach rumbling, Alex grabbed a cherry Danish off the side table on their way out. Chapter 42. Incirlik Air Base, Adana, Turkey. Alex and Caleb followed Major Douglas to the waiting Humvee. Titan II rode shotgun. Alex hadn't sat in a Humvee since her last deployment, and she was gripped by a sense of nostalgia, not that she missed being shot at. She noted an M24 rifle with a Leopold scope racked behind her seat. "You a sniper, Major?"
"Air Force qualified counter-sniper," he answered. "But I wouldn't try putting a round downrange these days, not since I took command of base security. I leave that to my young run-and-gun tech sergeants. One of my guys commandeered this patrol vehicle from another squad member. It's her rifle. She was on the range with it yesterday."
"Nice weapons system."
"I heard a rumor about you," he said. "Word is you're a crack shot."
"I hold my own." She'd been down this road before. Her Army and ISA service record opened doors. Still, sometimes it got in the way, as people tended to focus on her legendary achievements and not on her overall capabilities and skill set.
"You're too modest."
She turned to look out the window, never comfortable being the center of attention. She flashed back to the airfield in Arnhem, the ensuing helicopter chase, and a long-ago moment frozen in time with the painful memory of a young girl's impossibly green eyes. The interior of the Humvee was oppressively hot. Major Douglas rolled down his window, and everyone else followed suit. Ahead of them, the sun crashed through the windshield on its way toward the horizon, but there was still plenty of daylight left before it would set after 8 p.m. local time. Alex took a bite of her cherry Danish, wiping ultra-sweet filling from her lips with a napkin. She caught Caleb looking at her. "You were telling us about the yield of the B-61, she said to Mendez. "I was," she replied. "There are 4 settings on the Mod 12. Those settings are 0.3 kilotons, 1.5, 10, and 50. "So, at its highest setting," said Alex, "you said the yield is more than 3 times the size of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima?" "Yes, ma'am," replied the colonel. Caleb whistled. "But it gets worse," added Colonel Mendez.
"I can't wait,"
he said. "The Mod 12 incorporates an Earth-penetrating warhead capable of taking out a facility like the Russian Continuity of Government compound, built beneath 1,000 feet of granite in the northern Urals. That complex is not unlike our own Cheyenne Mountain or Raven Rock facilities. An underground detonation," the colonel continued, "while reducing the overall fallout potential, actually increases the relative yield." "By how much?" asked Alex. "By a factor of 20. So at the Mod 12's maximum yield of 50 kilotons, an underground detonation would have the equivalent above-ground yield of roughly 1 megaton.
"That would be huge,"
said Caleb. "Cataclysmic," answered Colonel Mendez. "The damage a blast like that would cause is unfathomable. But this is all sounding very fatalistic. There is some good news here, too."
"How's that exactly, Colonel?"
Caleb asked. "The stolen bomb is a gravity bomb," she replied. "It's meant to be dropped from an aircraft, not to be randomly set off by malign actors, or anyone else for that matter, without proper authorization. And that part is almost impossible to achieve." "You're not missing any aircraft, are you, Colonel?" Alex asked. "Not last we checked," said Mendez. "Officially speaking, there are no capable American delivery aircraft on the base. 56 B-61 nuclear bombs, but no American aircraft capable of delivering the payload. Officially. And a nuclear bomb without a delivery device is just a bullet without a gun." Well, almost, Alex thought.
So why keep them here?
Caleb asked. It's the paradox of Incirlik. If we remove them from the airbase, we would be signaling the end of the Turkish-American alliance at the very moment the Russians are sidling up next to them. Keeping them here, though, perpetuates a nuclear security vulnerability we should have eliminated years ago.
Amen,
said Major Douglas. The bombs are here just as much to appease our allies as to meet America's strategic objectives.
You said officially, said Alex.
Yes, replied the colonel.
To me, that implies there's more to it.
Mendez hesitated, but then answered. Unofficially, I can tell you we have several F-15E Strike Eagles that are compatible with the B-61-12. Those aircraft can walk the talk. Major Douglas drove along the airfield's perimeter road. Alex noted the omnipresent double chain-link fence topped with thick coils of razor wire on both the external perimeter fencing to their left and the area to their right. They were on U.S. Air Force property, distinctly fenced off from the city around them, their borderlands buffered by fields of fig and date trees and intrusion detection systems with multilingual signs that read, "No trespassing. Use of deadly force authorized." Everywhere, they were reminded of the additional layer of security around the Titan base.
Any theories on who took the bomb, Colonel? Or how? Caleb asked.
The theft of the B-61 could well have been a Turkish scheme to force the U.S. out of Turkey, she said. Air Force OSI is on that, as is Major Douglas's team. Someone on our side facilitated the crime, that's for sure.
It's not like an army drove tanks through the gates and demanded we hand over a nuke, added Major Douglas. Somebody literally drove it off the base in the middle of the night.
Any idea how they managed that, Major? Asked Alex. The report from Interpol had said as much, but without speculation as to how the feat was accomplished.
I mean, it's pretty hard to fathom.
He shook his head.
Not yet, but my job is to find out how this happened and who's responsible, he said. I'm working on that, and I'm confident that between my security forces team and the U.S. Air Force Office of Special Investigations, we'll find out who did it. But tracking the bomb down and retrieving it, now that's a different matter, and quite frankly, that's your problem.
The Humvee passed another double fence line with cameras on posts and pressure plates in the roadway. A big sign next to the road read, "Entering NATO Zone." Alex could see several roads laid out in a circuitous fashion, surrounded by even more fencing around a series of aircraft shelters. "We'll be at the weapons maintenance building in a minute," said Mendez. "Get ready to meet your nation's mighty nuclear arsenal." Alex's stomach lurched, and it wasn't the Danish. It suddenly occurred to her that she wasn't particularly enthused about coming face to face with her nation's tools of global annihilation. Chapter 43. Weapons Maintenance Building, Incirlik Air Base, Adana, Turkey. Major Douglas parked the Humvee under a covered entry in front of a loading bay big enough to house a couple of semi-trailers. Alex was relieved to step out into a cool, light breeze blowing in from the south. "Glad you're parking in the shade," she said.
"I'm just getting us out of the line of sight of satellites. Russian, Chinese, Google. Everyone has an eye in the sky watching what goes on around here. If I didn't, you'd find yourself on the front page of the New York Times or Washington Post by morning.
Colonel Mendez looked at her phone. "Major Douglas," she said, "will you join me inside? Copeland, Martel, you'll have to excuse us a moment. Titan 1 needs us on a conference call with the SecDef."
"Mind if we join you?" asked Alex.
"No can do, Special Agent," Mendez replied. The two airmen disappeared into the squat building, leaving Alex and Caleb alone next to the Humvee.
"Nice try," said Caleb. "So, how exactly did you manage to finagle your way onto my case, anyway?"
"Your case?"
"Last I checked, you were running around London trying to evade Russians."
"You're behind the news cycle then, partner. Keep up."
"Oh, enlighten me."
Alex told Caleb about her visit to Kristen's apartment and the discovery of the safe deposit box key, her conversation with Jonathan about the decoding of Kristen's email, the phone call with Kane, and the visit to Lloyd's bank. She described the contents of the box, the passports, the photos, the note, and told him about her encounter with Tatiana and her goons. When she finished, a look of shock washed over his face. She expected him to say something along the lines of, "Thank God you survived that ordeal." But instead, he asked,
"So, your friend was a Russian spy?"
Alex didn't much like his tone, but it was the truth. "Guess so," she answered feebly.
"How did you not see this coming, Alex?"
"What are you talking about? How could I have known?"
"It's literally your job to know," he snapped.
"Go to hell, Caleb. I attended a conference with her a few years back. We went to lectures and drank wine, and from that I'm to deduce she's a Russian mole?"
"You're to question the intentions of everyone around you, especially the ones that materialize out of thin air, like a woman at an international security conference for intelligence personnel."
"Or spooks who stand in the corner of briefing rooms and jump onto helicopters uninvited."
"Well, yeah. Your problem, Special Agent Martel, is that you're too proud to admit you could ever make a mistake. It's fine if it's me you're trying to convince that you didn't do anything wrong. But it's a whole other problem if you're deluding yourself."
"Fuck you, Caleb. You read my service jacket, and from that you think you know me?"
"You're not that hard to figure out, Alex."
Alex glared at Caleb, her trigger finger twitching. In, out, rest, 2, 3. She thought. Just then, Mendez reappeared from inside the building and called them in, leading them past 2 armed sentries. A hallway led them to a brightly lit room of slate-gray walls. A mechanic's chain hoist with a big metal hook hovered over a pair of empty metal racks. It was the same setup her dad used to pull motors out of vintage cars and boats in the garage behind his country house at the lake. What she wouldn't give right now to be sitting with him on his dock, shooting the breeze over a cold beer. "Everything okay?" she whispered to Alex. "It's none of my business, but it looked like you were about to kill him." "The thought crossed my mind," Alex mumbled. "Partner stuff." "I get that," Mendez said. Then, loud enough for all to hear, she said, "This is where the B-61 was being held before being taken." Alex walked around the room, taking it all in. It looked like any other maintenance bay in any other mechanical workshop. Across the room, behind a partition, another rack held 2 long gray objects. She froze in her tracks. "Are those—" "Yes," Colonel Mendez replied. 2 B-61 Mod 12s, identical to the one that's missing. A chill ran down her spine. The devices were each 11 and a bit feet long and maybe a foot and change in diameter. The nose cone was painted black. The tail assembly was bright orange and held 4 fins. "Frightening, isn't it?" asked Mendez. "The innocuousness of it all. It's what first struck me when I arrived here to take up the role of Titan II. The unspeakable power of those munitions you're standing beside should be jarring, but it isn't. You get used to it. It's terrifying. In about 5 minutes, after I describe how it works and all the safety systems in play, that feeling will fade." Alex wasn't convinced. Mendez smiled. "You were in the army, a combat medic and then a sniper." Alex stared at her. "I got a briefing package," she said by way of explanation. Alex nodded. "I understand you held the world record for the longest kill shot. Is that right?" Alex felt a little uneasy. "Yes, ma'am. For a while I did." "I can appreciate the attention to detail and the self-discipline that a sniper must have to be that good, to be world record good. Because, as you know, no matter how humble you are, not everyone can be that good." "But that's just a rifle, Colonel. A sniper only takes one life at a time." "It's a microcosm of what we do here. Ultimately, to do what you do requires the same understanding and discipline that I need to do what I might be asked to do. To order planes into the skies carrying those little 855-pound babies strapped on." A moment later, Caleb appeared from behind the partition with Major Douglas.
"Whoa," he said. "Are those—"
"Yes," Colonel Mendez said. "One of these would have been next to impossible to steal when stored inside its weapons storage and security system vault within the protective aircraft shelters around the airbase." "Then why aren't these in a vault?" asked Alex. "Like the stolen bomb, these are here to be shipped back to the Pantex facility in Amarillo for an upgrade to the guided tail assembly kit and an onboard software upgrade." "Are bombs disabled before being shipped to the States?" "Not entirely. In fact, the only time their robust security systems are vulnerable is when they are being readied to go to the plant in Texas." "What do you mean?" "The B-61 has a circuit that can be triggered remotely, which will fry its onboard power and initiation systems in the event of a broken arrow or empty quiver scenario."
"Like this one,"
said Caleb. "Yes.
"Except—"
We disable that feature prior to transport."
"But why disable a system that would disable the bomb at the exact moment it's most vulnerable to tampering?" Alex asked.
"Process," she said. "Because it's no longer under the care and control of personnel on the base, I suppose."
"So the bomb is otherwise still functional?" asked Caleb.
"As far as we know." "And it can't be disabled remotely anymore?" asked Alex. "No, there's only one way to cripple that bomb now."
"And that is—"
"Damage the unit in such a way as to initiate its self-destruct mechanism." Despite their quarrel, Alex and Caleb stared at each other in disbelief. The bomb was a functional nuke, seemingly without a feasible means to render it safe. "Come on, I'll open one up and show you." As they stepped over to the pair of B-61s, Alex asked, Could whoever stole the bomb mount it onto another aircraft and deliver it to a target of their choosing, Colonel? Theoretically, maybe. But to do that, they would have to bypass the onboard security systems and then mimic the communications link between the aircraft delivering the weapon and the weapon itself. So, practically speaking, it's impossible. Completely impossible? There's only one kind of impossible, Alex. How does this security system work? Colonel Mendez waved them over. Alex wasn't so sure she wanted to stand any closer. Don't worry, it won't bite. Mendez squatted beside the bomb's fuselage. Along the side was a hinged access panel secured with small screws. "Hand me a Torx driver," she said to Major Douglas. He rummaged around on a workbench and grabbed a ratcheting screwdriver from a tool chest, then handed it to Mendez. She removed a row of screws and lifted the curved lid on its hinge. Alex worked up the nerve to approach. They crouched around Titan II, staring into the void behind the hinged door where a control panel measuring 10 inches by 4 inches came into view, featuring a series of buttons, knobs, and displays. "This is one component of the B-61's aircraft monitoring and control system interface," said Mendez. "Inside this compartment, we have access to 2 essential elements of the system: the variable yield setting and the PAL." "What's a PAL?" asked Alex. "Permissive Action Link, the security and arming system." She reached in and woke the digital system up with her touch. Alex reflexively took a step backward when the system's green LEDs lit up and beeped. "Don't worry, we're miles away from a triggering sequence," Mendez said. "It's a highly sophisticated, all-digital, and heavily encrypted system." Alex thought about her phone being hijacked and wasn't comforted by the all-digital and heavily encrypted reassurance. "Plus, there's an onboard anti-tampering system that would purposely misdetonate the warhead," Mendez continued, "destroying it without causing an actual nuclear explosion. This is the self-destruct mechanism I mentioned a moment ago." "Misdetonate sounds a lot like the word explode to me," said Caleb. "One of the effects of the anti-tamper system is to cause a small explosion equal to 4 or 5 pounds of TNT, roughly the yield of a pipe bomb. It's a shaped charge intended to deform the plutonium core of the warhead, rendering it useless." "Wouldn't that cause a radioactive spill of the fission materials?" asked Alex. "No, or at least it shouldn't." She pointed to a series of roller switches on the panel inside the bomb that resembled the dials on a bicycle lock. "This cryptographic security lock consists of a 12-digit alphanumeric string controlled with these 12 dials, and the list of those with knowledge of the code is extremely short." "Do you know the code, Colonel?" "There are only 2 people on the base with access to the code, but neither should know it." "Would that be you and Colonel Greeley?" She nodded. "Just like the launch codes on a nuclear submarine or in the president's nuclear football, the 2-man rule applies. The code can only be accessed by unlocking the safe where the codes are stored using 2 separate keys. And before you ask, yes, I am wearing one of the required keys," she said, tapping her OCP uniform. Alex leaned in closer to the panel. "What are those other dials?" There were 2 additional rotary knobs to the right of the 12-digit window. One was gray, the other black. Caleb leaned in, too, and she could feel his breath on her cheek. She resisted the urge to shove him away. Mendez pointed to the gray one. "This one controls the yield," she said. Alex noted the numbers around the dial, just as Mendez had stated earlier, indicating the settings that portended the deaths of a few thousand troops on a battlefield, or potentially millions in a major city. And the black one next to it sets the environment sensing device, an advanced accelerometer that allows the bomb to determine its position relative to when it should detonate.
"Pretty clever design spec," said Caleb.
Colonel Mendez was clearly familiar with the workings of the weapons in her care and custody. "It is clever," she said, moving to the tail end of the bomb. Alex and Caleb followed. She pointed to the brightly painted orange rear section. "It's 3 to 4 times more accurate than its predecessors. These fins help stabilize it during descent to provide for more accurate targeting after the pilot or weapons systems officer, the WISO, inputs the final coordinates in flight."
"Wait," said Alex. "There's a remote communications capability?"
"Yes, as I hinted at earlier," the colonel replied. The WISO plugs any corrected coordinates into the nav interface before releasing the weapon. Then the comm system works over a series of encrypted, ultra-low frequency channels during delivery. Alex was stunned by this bit of news.
"If my phone can be hacked," she thought.
Major Douglas, head of Incirlik Air Base Security Forces Squadron, chimed in.
"Which leads us to the next problem."
Chapter 44. Weapons Maintenance Building, Incirlik Air Base, Adana, Turkey.
"Let me get this straight,"
said Alex, summarizing their conversation as impassively as she could. "One of the safety features of this bomb is a system, you called it a weak link system, that can be triggered remotely to fry the electrical circuits and kill all the power to the bomb, rendering it useless."
"Affirmative," said Major Douglas.
"So, although that entire system was deactivated as a failsafe in preparation for the bomb going stateside, when technicians tried to reactivate that feature in the missing weapon, the system wouldn't respond. Correct?"
"Affirmative again."
"So, if the Air Force can't get in, does that mean that someone or something is blocking the attempt?" "We don't know," said Colonel Mendez. "It's possible the system was already triggered, and we aren't able to establish a connection precisely because the weapon's failsafe system has kicked in and already self-destructed." "Or," said Alex, trying to contain her growing concern, "we have a fully functioning thermonuclear bomb out there under someone else's control." "It is possible," Mendez conceded. The startling revelation altered the mission profile. Their mission. Based on her briefing notes, she had been under the impression that the missing nuke was more of a public relations nightmare, that it was improbable it could be used for anything but scrap metal, and that the primary hazard it presented was to the hapless thieves who might try to disassemble it. But if the knowledge that someone could deploy the nuke or sell it to someone else who could was to be made public, the ensuing panic could have drastic repercussions. The revelation would likely derail trilateral nuclear arms reduction talks scheduled for the Paris Peace Summit between the United States, Russia, and China, maybe even permanently scuttle them. The current administration in Washington would also take a massive political hit from both sides, the Hawks and the Doves. While there had been previous adverse incidents and even losses of U.S. nuclear weapons, none had ever been stolen. To acknowledge one was stolen and not be able to guarantee it had been rendered safe was another matter entirely. And what if whoever had taken it could find a way to actually detonate it? This was the doomsday scenario long feared by politicians and often foretold by opponents of America's nuclear weapons program. "Colonel, this changes the complexion of the situation exponentially," Alex said. "We really need to get a move on to locate your missing nuke." "Then we better pull chocks and go to my office to finish this briefing." Incirlik Air Base, Adana, Turkey. Colonel Mendez's office was across the hall from Colonel Greeley's inside the admin building where they had met earlier. Mendez, Douglas, Caleb, and Alex sat at a small conference table reviewing the SITSTAT. "I liaised with the CIA station in Ankara," reported Caleb. "Our analysts reviewed hours of satellite imagery, but in the end, they weren't able to determine where the nuke was taken. Whoever took the bomb or helped in the undertaking must have known the system was disabled," said Alex. Mendez looked over to her security forces squadron commander. "That's quite likely," replied Major Douglas. A big screen TV was mounted on the wall next to the colonel's conference table. Titan II tapped on a keyboard and the screen came to life. "Your people sent me this satellite footage," she said to Caleb. Night vision video imagery showed the area around the base at a medium steep angle. The base's 10,000-foot runway was visible in the center of the frame, prominently illuminated on the screen. The image flickered, and each time it did, the resolution increased until the moving picture panned and zoomed onto a truck from the base traveling along the same service road they had been on earlier. The colonel explained, "It's a normal occurrence for trucks to arrive and depart the base at night. Base operations are a 24/7 undertaking. Food services, logistics, aircraft maintenance. These things happen around the clock. The B-61 maintenance shed is normally a single-purpose facility. But our F-15s have also been undergoing retrofitting of their own, so traffic in and out of the maintenance yard was to be expected." The image zoomed in on a semi-trailer pulling away from the maintenance building. "This, then," she continued, "captures activity that was not altogether unexpected. The operator of this truck and the company it's affiliated with are longtime Turkish contractors to the Air Force. They are now also a central part of the Office of Special Investigations inquiry." Alex nodded. Satellite imagery was a regular part of her own day-to-day process, but it always felt surreal watching footage of an event as it happened some 16 hours ago. The monochrome video feed captured the truck pulling out of the NATO section of Incirlik Air Base, traveling along the service road, pausing for inspection at the gate, then merging into local traffic before pulling onto a highway. So, as you can see, a suitable-sized semi-trailer was detected in the approximate time window that the bomb went missing, leaving the base before traveling east along the highway out of Adana, Mendez said. The moving truck filled most of the frame. It was smaller than a traditional North American 18-wheeler, but clearly large enough to accommodate an 11-foot-long thermonuclear bomb. "That's a promising lead," said Alex.
"It might have been," replied Major Douglas.
They continued to watch the truck driving toward the heat signature of what appeared to be a populous area.
"But the truck fell off the imagery shortly after this sequence, in a city called Seyhan, 45 kilometers east of the base. Seyhan is a main transportation hub in the region for Middle Eastern, Central Asian, and Russian oil and natural gas."
The screen went blank, except for a time signature of T014732Z, or 4:47 a.m. local time. Caleb, silent until now, chimed in.
"So, we have a nuclear weapon traveling east along a highway toward the Turkish border with Syria, a geopolitical Chernobyl of a country if ever there was one, and along the way, passing through an area that Russians and other groups have easy access to for legitimate commercial transport purposes."
He raised his voice uncharacteristically.
"Or just as easily, they could have doubled back and gone in any direction. That bomb could literally be anywhere in the world by now."
Alex interrupted. "Caleb," but he ignored her.
"Maybe it just floated down the Suez Canal and landed in, I don't know, Somalia."
He was animated as he stared wide-eyed at the vice commander, waiting for an impossible response. "Your sarcasm isn't helpful," Mendez said.
"Sarcasm? This isn't sarcasm, Colonel. It's amazement, incredulity, mockery."
"Mr. Copeland," said Colonel Mendez, "I understand why you and the CIA are upset."
"Colonel Mendez, me and Central Intelligence aren't upset," he said. "The Director of National Intelligence, the Deputy Director of CIA, the President of the United States, and a whole bunch of other folks aren't upset. They're absolutely and implacably perturbed and confounded that there is possibly a completely usable thermonuclear weapon in the hands of terrorists whose plan is to blow up a city in the homeland just for the fun of it.
The safeguards should—
Stop!
Caleb threw his hands in the air.
Please, you have already conceded that the bomb safeguards might be compromised. So don't tell me what the safeguards should or shouldn't be able to do."
Mendez and Douglas were struck silent. Alex jumped in.
"Colonel, we've gathered enough information. Please let Colonel Greeley know we're grateful for being shown the weapons maintenance building. We'll link up with AFOSI and coordinate with them further. But please pass any other developments on through my office at Interpol or through CIA." She stood and punched Caleb in the shoulder. "We need to get moving." The colonel stood and smoothed her military fatigues. "Where are you going?" "Are you a hockey fan, ma'am?" "Ice hockey?" Is there any other kind? Alex thought. As Walter Gretzky taught his son Wayne, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it's been. So, ma'am, in a manner of speaking, and please excuse the lofty comparison, we're like the Great One. We're going after the puck.
Chapter 45. Port of Mersin, Adana Province, Turkey. Colonel Viktor Gerasimov strode with authority toward the small group of men gathered inside the fish processing warehouse. The port of Mersin, on the northeastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, was the second largest seaport in Turkey. Because of its remote location, combined with the magnitude of the port's operations, concealing their illicit activities from Turkish authorities had proven simple. Privacy wasn't just a question of discretion, but economics. When money was no object, prudence and circumspection could almost always be assured. Across the harbor, immense cranes loaded 40-foot sea cans onto giant container ships destined for ports all over the globe. The air was damp, the skies gray and leaden, as they frequently were along the coast, giving the operation a modicum of concealment from overhead spy satellites run by the Americans and other NATO allies. The sea beyond the factory docks was dingy green with high, rolling waves. If he were a seaman, its appearance would seem an ominous portent. But Gerasimov was a soldier, not a sailor, and so he put the sea and its troubles behind him as he walked into the center of the room. 6 men huddled around a table, awaiting his arrival. A large boning knife sat at its center, blood and guts residue still moist on its surface, even though the Russian-owned company had dismissed the plant's workers for the day to allow this meeting to take place.
"Well, what news?"
he asked. One of the men stepped forward, handing him a computer tablet.
"It is ready, Colonel."
Gerasimov seized it from his grasp as Sergei came up beside him. He tapped the screen, and it came to life. A graphical interface popped up, instantly displaying an illustration of the B-6112 and controls for the nuclear weapon they had separated from the Americans. Beside them, the bomb sat on a wheeled rack next to the processing table.
"Is it live?"
he asked, pointing to the tablet.
"It is, Commander,"
replied the man. Gerasimov tapped some more on the tablet's display, and the nuke emitted a series of beeps. The bomb's control panel was open, and a green LED display glowed inside. The timer showed 100, 1 minute, 0 seconds. The room became animated as the eyes of men too afraid to change the world grew wider, filling with panic, which forced a laugh out of the Russian colonel. Next to him, Sergei merely smiled, his hands crossed in front of him.
"What?"
asked Gerasimov.
"Is it me you don't trust, or Russian technology? Our cyber warfare engineers from the SVR are the finest in the world at invading hostile computer systems. They locked this bomb out of American hands, reprogrammed its control software, and programmed this interface for our mission. I trusted with my life, and yours."
While the men looked on, he tapped on the interface again. The timer turned red and began counting down.
"Colonel,"
someone said, their eyes grown wide. 56, 55, 54. The men were not nearly as amused as the colonel. 49, 48, 47. They started to back away.
"Please, Colonel,"
begged one of them. Gerasimov looked at him.
"I have been informed," he said, "that someone has been speaking out of turn with our Turkish allies. They were advised of the scope of our operation before I had the chance to tell them myself. This has cost the operation and Mother Russia a considerable sum."
34, 33, 32. Sergei's smile faded along with the other men's.
"Now, who would do such a thing?"
27, 26, 25.
"Who?"
he repeated more forcefully. One of the men piped up.
"It was Vladimir,"
he said, pointing to a man standing next to Sergei. The colonel turned to him.
"Is this so?"
Vladimir was about to wet himself, judging by how tightly he squeezed his legs together. 18, 17, 16. Sergei's forehead broke out in a sweat. Gerasimov asked again.
"Well?"
"Yes, Colonel, I'm sorry," whispered Vladimir, sounding like his throat was filled with sand from the dusty plains nearby. 9, 8, 7. Gerasimov tapped the screen a few times, and the countdown timer on the B-61's display held at 3. He nodded to Sergei, who scooped the boning knife off the table and, with one deft swipe, sliced open the man's throat above his Adam's apple. The cartilage of his larynx glistened bright white even as the blood gushed from the jugular veins on either side of his neck. He collapsed to the ground and clutched at his throat. The air rushing past his vocal cords made a high-pitched whistling and wheezing sound, a bloody mist filling the air. Then the wheezing turned to a coarse gurgle. Gerasimov watched with curiosity as the vocal cords vibrated without purpose, a massive pool of blood spreading out around him. Sergei tossed the knife down onto the processing table as the 5 remaining men stared on in terrified silence. Gerasimov gave him that come-hither wiggle of his fingers. When Sergei showed no sign of comprehending, Gerasimov pointed to his waistband. Finally, Sergei understood and drew his gun, handing it to Gerasimov. The colonel took it and raised it, shooting the man who had snitched on his comrade in the forehead. Message sent. Loose lips, etc. He handed the gun back to Sergei, who tucked it back into his holster and scooped up the empty casing that had been ejected onto the concrete floor. "Now," said Gerasimov, the sweet smell of cordite hanging fresh in the air, "I trust the rest of the operation will proceed as planned. Yes?" 4 men nodded enthusiastically. One stepped forward, pointing his chin at the nuke. "It will be wrapped in a lead blanket," he said, "to shield it from detection by radiation portal monitors. Then it will be placed into a fish freezer before being loaded onto one of 2 Turkish-flagged trawlers. One trawler will act as a decoy and steam west, rendezvousing with a freighter that will transport a freezer full of fresh fish to the port of Durrës in Albania. But the real cargo will be on the second boat and will be offloaded 20 kilometers from here. From there, it will be flown to its final destination, Colonel. All arrangements have been confirmed. It will be in position as scheduled, sir." "Excellent." Gerasimov turned and walked outside to the Merc G-Wagon, folding the magnetic cover over the tablet to put it to sleep and tucking it under his arm as he climbed into the passenger seat. Sergei followed, and as they drove along the pier, he spoke at last. "You had me worried, Colonel. I wasn't sure you would be able to disarm the bomb in time. But then I knew you must have some kind of immobilizing device or a mock version of the software running. Yes?" said Gerasimov, hardly paying him any attention. "No, Sergei. No immobilizer. I was only glad I remembered my passcode." He smiled broadly. "But now we are certain the tablet works." Chapter 46. Incirlik Air Base, Adana, Turkey. Admittedly, they hadn't made as dignified an exit as Alex had planned. After Caleb's tirade and her hockey analogy, they'd found themselves alone in the hallway outside Colonel Mendez's office. But neither the Colonel nor Major Douglas had taken offense to what was said, or if they hadn't let on. In fact, the Major had offered to drive them into the city himself. At first, Caleb had declined, but when they'd presented themselves downstairs to turn in their visitor badges, a security forces technical sergeant had been dropping off a Humvee for the Major. Alex, Caleb, and Major Douglas stepped outside of the squared-off, vanilla-painted wing building and ran straight into Colonel Greeley. Despite the circumstances, the base commander appeared energized and wore a broad smile. His gray-blonde hair, professionally coiffed and parted to the side, fluttered like a windsock in the evening breeze as he crossed the driveway toward them.
"All good?"
he asked, pointing an almost accusing finger in their direction. A cadre of OSI investigators and security forces squadron members at his heels. "Great, sir," Alex replied. As great as could be expected with a thermonuclear bomb missing, she thought.
"Excellent," he replied. "The Titans are counting on you."
Ever the optimist, it seemed, he pumped a fist in the air as he wished them well.
"The world is watching. Find our nuke," he concluded, disappearing into the building.
Words to live by, she thought. Major Douglas herded them into the Humvee.
"Let me be your Uber driver tonight," he insisted.
He navigated off the base, past a phalanx of security as tight as any Alex had ever come across. The security forces squadron was out in full force, its members searching every vehicle coming or going, including theirs.
"Lots of activity for a base on lockdown," she said. "An army marches on its stomach, Alex. Or in this case, an air force flies on it."
Quoting Napoleon?
"Like him, we recognize that thousands of airmen and civilians depend on the regular flow of provisions onto the base. No way around it."
Soon they were heading into the city of Adana, driving through a muggy late afternoon. As they rolled along Gurna Boulevard toward the Seyhan River, the 6 minarets of the Sabanji Merkez Mosque came into view, jutting skyward in a manner that reminded Alex of ICBMs being launched. The mental image was disconcerting given the unresolved sit-stat. She picked up on the smell of spices, coffee, and dust billowing in through the windows. Above it all, she recognized the aroma of the city's most famous dish, the Adana kebab, or keema kebabi. A long, minced meat kebab grilled on flat metal skewers over red-hot charcoal. Smoke hovered over Merkez Park, the site of a local food festival across the Seyhan. The park was nestled between the central mosque on its south end and the Galleria shopping mall to the north in the city's center. Major Douglas and Caleb sat up front comparing notes on fishing hotspots back home and around the world. They wondered aloud what they might catch in the Seyhan River or in the lake above the dam that fed into it.
"Hey, Major, I'm kind of hungry," she called from the back seat.
He glanced at her in the rearview mirror.
"We're almost at your hotel. Don't you want to grab a bite there?"
She pointed across the river. He nodded his head, and instead of turning right toward the Sheraton Grand Adana Hotel, he carried on over the bridge, turning up Fazuli Street to take them into Merkez Park. A text from Jonathan Burgess, her newest best friend at Interpol, appeared on her phone when they were halfway across the bridge. JB.
"New info on Kristen's email."
AM.
"Call you later?"
JB.
"Sooner is better."
AM.
5 minutes?
JB.
Roger.
Roger? JB was clearly enjoying his new connection with Ops. Maybe a little too much, she thought. As Major Douglas searched for a parking space, crowds of people streamed past the Humvee. Most were oblivious to its presence, while others peered inside through the open windows, hoping to catch a glimpse of an American. Americans in Turkey were like osprey on the lake above the Seyhan Dam. Everyone knew they were around, but it was rare to catch a glimpse of one in the wild. The crowd around them was dressed in a westernized style. Turkey was a secular country, with the Turkish constitution providing for freedom of religion and conscience. And while 90% of Turkey's 83 million citizens practiced the Islamic faith, There was a noticeable absence of the more austere clothing that women in Islamic countries around the globe were frequently required to wear. Men and women dressed in smart casual attire, trousers and short-sleeved shirts or golf shirts for the men, sleeved tops or summer dresses for the women. More conservative attire was reserved for religious events, inside mosques during a service, or even sightseeing. The crowd tonight would have been at home strolling the streets of New York, L.A., or Washington in the summer. "You coming?" she asked the major. Douglas looked down at his OCP camos.
"Sure, why not?"
He removed his holster and stowed it in the center console.
"Can't go wandering around among the citizenry wearing my sig," he said with a smirk. "It'll offend the country's sense of peace and sovereignty."
Alex discreetly tapped the pistol concealed under her untucked shirt.
Not giving mine up, she thought. In Glock we trust.
They had only taken a few steps into the park when Alex glanced at her phone and pretended to read a text.
"Shit," she muttered. "Everything okay?" asked Caleb.
"Maybe. You go ahead," she said. "I have to call my landlady. Something about a burst pipe."
"That can't be good," said Major Douglas.
Although the smell of food was making her stomach rumble, she thought it best to step away from the men to talk to Jonathan. She watched as they disappeared into a throng of people among the food stalls. Then she dialed Jonathan. "What's going on?" she asked.
"I'm still trying to recover the rest of the data from Kristen's email," he said. "But it's corrupt. I can tell you that, among other things still in there was probably a map with notations." "Of where?"
"Don't know." The men already had their kebabs and were walking away from the food stall as she arrived. She opted for a jaw instead of the Adana kebab as she continued her conversation with Jonathan.
"Also," he said, "I know who Cronus and Rhea are."
"You might have led with that."
"They're 2 of the 12 Titans from Greek mythology."
"Titans? Really?" she thought.
"The Titans were the children of Gaia and Uranus, Mother Earth and Father Heaven, respectively. They were the elder gods before the Olympians became gods."
"Shit," she muttered.
"Cronus," he went on, "was the leader of the Titans, and for a time he was the ruler of all gods and men. Rhea was his sister queen. Cronus and Rhea married and had several children. Their children became the Olympians. Among them was Zeus, who eventually dethroned his father."
Was Kristen pointing the finger at Colonel Greeley, Titan 1, and Colonel Mendez, Titan 2? She thought. She explained to Jonathan the relevance of that little tidbit of information.
"That could well be," he said. "One last thing. Do the words lectures, wagers, or cherry mean anything to you?"
"No," she replied, running the words around in her head.
"Why?" "They occur frequently throughout the code inside the message, like they were actually part of the message and not the code, if you know what I mean."
"Not really."
"Inside any program or app, there are lines of code and lines of commentary. The former are instructions that the computer carries out. The latter is more like a narrative for anybody viewing the code. Comments, explanatory notes, that sort of thing. In this file, the words lectures, wagers, and cherry appear within quotation marks in the commentary sections.
It seems those 3 words are a message in and of themselves. She ran them around in her head to see if anything triggered. Lectures, wagers, cherry, she thought. The white-haired proprietor standing in front of the charcoal pit grabbed a wooden stick and pierced slivers of juicy, dripping lamb meat off the huge donor. The rotisserie spit piled thick with seasoned chunks of meat mounted over the charcoal pit. He placed it on a bed of flatbread and grilled green peppers. Lectures, wagers, cherry, she thought. Lectures. Could it have something to do with the university in Paris, the Sorbonne? She asked. She took the plate of food and stepped out of line. Caleb and the Major walked toward her with their half-finished kebabs. Maybe. I'll email you a report, he said. Better yet, I'll drop it into your secure vault on the server. You can access it later. Where are you off to now, then? Paris has to be our next stop. Why Paris? He asked. Nothing concrete, but Kristen's message referenced our first meeting in Paris, and the peace summit is happening at the Sorbonne, and the note seems more literal than symbolic by the minute. And now you're telling me about 3 words that might say something about a lecture. So Paris seems as good a place as any to start. She rejoined the men in time to hear Caleb asking the Major if he had any theories about who stole the B-61.
22 years in the Air Force, and nothing like this has ever happened on my watch. Obviously. We're interrogating our own people, but the Turks are another matter. They are responsible for joint NATO weapons security operations with my team.
By that, you mean the nukes, said Alex, careful to check that no one was within earshot.
Affirmative. But I'm not allowed to go near Turkish forces members myself. AFOSI is handling that through the Turkish Air Force leadership structure. Meanwhile, 2 Turks are unaccounted for, and the Turkish commander isn't being particularly helpful. He was the one who dispatched my security squadron members to the southeast part of the base to check on a perimeter alert, while his guards, the 2 who are missing, remained at the maintenance shed.
Why is this the first we're hearing about this? Asked Alex.
It was all in my report. I thought you would have received that package by now.
The hair on the back of Alex's neck bristled like the hackles of a wolf. She was sure she hadn't seen that reported anywhere.
Colonel Greeley can't even leave the base until Turkish intelligence interviews him. Can you believe that? We shouldn't even have our nukes in this godforsaken country. Bloody ingrates. Pardon my French, ma'am, he said to Alex.
She thought about Jonathan's report on Cronus and Rhea. Maybe the Turks know something the Major doesn't, she thought. You're not a fan of them being here, she asked, uncomfortable to find herself walking 2 paces behind the men along the narrow path.
Not a fan? He repeated. That's putting it mildly. The Turks attempted a coup a few years ago that failed. Back then, some of the Turkish Air Force jets at Incirlik were used to attack their own people. The Turkish base commander at the time sought asylum with the United States for his role, but it was denied. He was arrested and executed. Again, they tried to implicate the 39th Air Base wing commander in their failed little revolution, but Uncle Sam wasn't having any of that bullshit. He looked over his shoulder at Alex again by way of apology. She raced ahead, turning around to walk backward in front of the men. Major, I don't care if you use your big boy words around me. Right. Anyway, They talk about the Balkans being a powder keg, which it is, of course, but this place has got to be a close second. Plus, they have nukes via Uncle Sam. It was only a matter of time before the Turks managed to steal one.
That's what you think happened?
Of course. Everything okay back home?
What?
Your landlady. Burst pipes or whatever.
Oh, yeah, she said, almost tripping.
All's good. I told her she could enter my apartment to check it out and let me know.
The Major's phone chirped. He stuffed what was left of his kebab into his mouth and answered it, signaling to Alex and Caleb that he had to take the call. They watched as he walked off along the path beside the river.
"What are you thinking?"
Caleb asked as she fell in step beside him. She filled him in on her conversation with Burgess, that based on what he told her about Titans, Cronus, and Rhea, it was possible the two colonels were involved, at least from the perspective of Kristen's email. The status of Major Douglas wasn't entirely clear yet. "I get the feeling, though," she said, "that Colonel Greeley is probably all he appears to be, a hard-nosed Mr. Rogers type and a legitimate people person kind of boss. I don't see him being involved, but I could be convinced otherwise."
"I'm with you. I mean, whenever an armored car gets jacked, who is almost always behind it?"
"Right," she replied. "The ones guarding the goods in the first place."
"I think it's got to be the same here," he said. "Even if the Turks are involved, they would be hard-pressed to steal a nuke from an American airbase without help from someone high up the food chain."
"So that leaves us with Titan II, or the security forces commander."
"Or both. Or neither."
She looked out across the river to the eastern portion of the park on the other side. It was more tranquil and placid there, with palm and lemon trees planted along its banks. Major Douglas walked toward them, sweat built up on his forehead, despite the cool breeze from the river. He tucked his phone into his pocket. "Agreed," she said to Caleb, dropping her paper plate into a garbage can as the Major rejoined them.
"Great news," he said. "We got a tip on the location of our stolen nuke."
"What? So what are we waiting for?" asked Alex. "Let's go." Chapter 47. Adana, Turkey. The roads leading out of Adana toward their rendezvous with Major Douglas's tipster wouldn't have held up to any serious scrutiny against U.S. highway engineering and construction standards. They were narrow, especially for a Humvee, and casually marked with mere suggestions of where vehicles should travel instead of actual demarcated lanes. The buildings along the route were at times indistinguishable from the road itself, and while not scenic, it was at least green with vegetation. The Major seemed to know where he was going. 20 minutes into their journey, they were approaching what would have amounted to a beachfront vacation area back home in the States. Nightclubs, restaurants, and cafes sprang up, and Alex could make out a large body of water through the trees and foliage to their right. The lake created by the Seyhan Dam had an irregular shoreline, with countless coves and bays formed by land masses that jutted out from the downslopes of the surrounding hills. She glanced down at a map of the area on her phone. The land's contours reminded her of Chesapeake Bay's northern reaches from Annapolis on upward. Major Douglas turned onto the Catalan Bridge, which connected Adana to the villages and vacation properties on the north side of the lake. "How much farther?" she asked, like many a child on a road trip.
"My contact is meeting us at the Miami Cafe, just on the other side. 5 minutes.
Is anyone from your team joining us?"
"Not yet. I don't want to scare him away. Have you seen some of my guys?"
Good point, she thought. She hadn't had time to strategize this meeting with Caleb. The Major hadn't said much along the way, only that he had contacts in key government positions who kept him apprised of anything that might constitute a threat to the airbase. While she wasn't overly concerned with the potential of a setup or ambush, her spidey senses were getting a little tingly. A minute or so later, Alex spotted the vertical Miami Cafe sign at the side of the road. Major Douglas turned into an entrance between a pair of palm trees, the driveway sloping down toward a covered patio with the waters of the lake just beyond.
"What's the plan?"
asked Caleb. Douglas nodded toward the edge of the water on the other side of the cafe.
"We're to meet along the shore between here and the next cafe up the beach. Then I guess we should go."
The three of them climbed out of the Humvee. Alex stretched her arms and shoulders behind her to get some flexibility and movement back after the rough ride in the austere truck. She watched the Major tuck the keys to the Humvee up under the front bumper, an old army trick. The cafe was empty, save for one lone couple off in a corner. The man and woman appeared to be in their late 20s or early 30s. Both wore dark denim jeans and white sneakers. The woman sat facing in Alex's direction and made eye contact briefly. She was olive-skinned with dark eyes and long, straight brown hair that hung forward over her shoulders. She wore a light-colored, loose-fitting button-up blouse. Her companion sat with his back to them and wore a familiar-looking lightweight royal blue and white windbreaker. They looked for all the world like they belonged here. Just two people enjoying a snack and a beverage, far from the madding crowd. She made a mental note to keep an eye on them. Their trio cut across the patio and out the other side. Alex glanced over at the couple's table. They were still leaning in toward each other, holding hands, not paying any attention to who passed through the cafe. A comfortable onshore breeze wafted toward them as Alex scanned the area. It was deserted, not that she expected to see many people here. There was no beach to speak of nearby. Small fishing boats bobbed in the lake, but most were hundreds of meters away. Sandy beaches were located farther up the coastline, away from the muddy shoreline in front of them. Along the slope and near the edge of the lake, low bushes and trees clung to the loamy soil. It reminded her of the foothills in Afghanistan, terrain that presaged the treacherous mountain ranges to come. There were far too many places for someone intent on an ambush to hide, and not enough cover or concealment for her comfort. If circumstances dictated, it would be challenging for her, Caleb, and the Major to avail themselves of any protection afforded by the land. "Major, is your contact really going to be out this far?" she asked. "There's nothing here."
"Turkey is a tricky country, Special Agent Martel, full of all kinds of deception and betrayal. My contacts are all pretty wary. They like to conduct business away from prying eyes."
Alex glanced back up to the patio behind them and noted that the couple seated in the corner were gone. They could have just finished their drinks and left, she told herself. But her spidey senses now tingled even more. They were approaching a rise that obscured the view of the other side. Alex brushed her elbow against her Glock for reassurance. "If we're being watched, there's no point telegraphing where my weapon is," she thought. Either something was going to happen once they crested the sandy rise, or not at all. She hoped Caleb was making similar calculations.
"Just over this hill,"
said Douglas. They came over the top of the hill, and Alex could see another building and patio like the Miami Cafe 50 meters ahead. She relaxed and took in a deep breath of the cool, fishy-smelling air, in part because the exertion mixed with her growing apprehension had left her somewhat winded.
"Almost there,"
he assured them. Alex scanned left, right, front, and rear. She didn't like that there was still ample opportunity for someone to hide behind the flora surrounding them. But as they descended the slope toward the other cafe, she began to consider that this might not be a trap after all. Maybe they really were about to meet one of his contacts who would hand over information about the missing nuclear bomb, just like the Major said.
"That's far enough,"
called a heavily accented voice from a stand of short palms behind them. Or maybe they weren't. Alex turned to face the voice. A chill ran down her spine, and it wasn't the breeze off the lake. A man stood in front of her holding a GSH-18, just like her assailant in London. Coincidence? Pfft, she thought. The Russian pistol was pointed directly at her chest, something she was rather fond of keeping just the way it was. That is, without holes. "I see you've finished your drinks," she said, harnessing courage. "How were they?" The man was the one who had been sitting in the cafe. His female companion now stepped out from behind him, holding an MP-443 Grok. "That's cute, Boris," Alex said to him. "You get the lighter pistol, and Natasha gets the heavier Grok. What's that say about you?"
"Be quiet, Agent Martel,"
he said through a thick Russian accent.
Special Agent Martel,"
Caleb corrected. Alex could make Caleb out slightly behind her on her left. He had instinctively drifted away from her gun side. She kept her posture slightly bladed with her left shoulder presented ahead of her. Her stance, coupled with Caleb's location on her offhand side, would help conceal her right hand moving to draw her Glock, if necessary, although it would leave her in a less advantageous shooting position. To her right, Major Douglas had his hands raised slightly as well. She eyed Boris up and down the way men had done to her time and again. "Your outfit is a little too on the nose, though," she said, continuing to distract him with conversation while she, and she hoped Caleb, could hatch an action plan.
"Stop talking."
He raised his gun until it was pointing at her face. "I thought I recognized the jacket when I was walking across the patio," she replied. She pointed to the logo embroidered on his chest. "Chelsea Football Club, yeah? The English Premier League team formerly owned by Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich. I mean, come on, if you had worn a Man U jacket, I might never have figured out you were Russian."
"Shut up."
And the pistols, that GSH-18 and Natasha's Grok. Standard equipment for pretty much every Russian law enforcement, military, and government agency. Not being very stealthy here, kids. The woman must have been getting tired of watching her male counterpart get verbally abused by another woman. Clearly, that was her role in the relationship.
"Stop talking already,"
she said to him. Then, addressing Alex,
"And what's with Boris and Natasha? This is not our names. You Americans always think you're smarter than everybody else."
Caleb chimed in.
"Fair point, Alex."
Alex shrugged. Before she set off a gunfight, she hoped to find out what was going on. No point killing anyone before I'm able to extract the necessary intel. Are they in on the theft? Do they know where the bomb is? Or are they just here to clean up someone else's mess? She thought. She turned to Major Douglas. "Is this what you call your Turkish government contact, Major?" He stepped toward the Russian couple, pulling his cig from his pants.
"I guess the jig is up," he said. "You got me, Alex. but the plan is evolving.
I was going to ask you if that was a gun in your pocket, she said. I knew you couldn't be that happy to see me. Frankly, I'm disappointed.
A little sleight of hand, I'm afraid, as we were exiting the Humvee. I thought we were getting along famously, right up until that phony phone call from your landlady.
The phone call was real. It just wasn't who I said it was. Let me guess. The call you received right after mine was from your Russian handlers.
Very good, he said, standing next to Boris now. The Colonel was terribly dismayed to hear the content of your call with Interpol.
Colonel Gerasimov, I presume. How predictable. How is Victor? She was kicking herself for being so careless. She should have used one of the burner phones to talk to Jonathan, but instead had used her Interpol work phone. So, what's the plan now? You just going to kill us right here? She asked, gesturing around her.
The Major shrugged. Sounds about right. It's as good a place as any, he said. But first, hand over your gun. Slowly. She hesitated. The Major raised his cig. Sorry, Alex, but even that compact Glock you're carrying adds bulk to your impeccable figure. Hand it over.
Using her thumb and 2 fingers, she removed it from her holster and gently tossed it a few feet in front of her.
Now you,
he ordered Caleb, swinging the cig in his direction. Caleb unholstered his own Sig Sauer, a P320 RXPX compact. Finally, I get to see it, said Alex, and you're handing it to another man.
You saw it in London.
I was still woozy. It looks so much smaller now than it did then.
Give me a break. There's a chilly breeze off the lake, Caleb said, tossing his pistol onto the ground next to hers.
Only a couple of meters separated the 2 groups. Not quite enough for her to launch at any of them without taking a bullet, given that she and Caleb were outnumbered 3-2. Enough, Natasha scowled, waving her grok at them. You at least going to do us the professional courtesy of telling us what's going on? Major Douglas shook his head.
Sorry, Alex. This isn't some cheesy movie where the villain spills his guts with the master plan just before the hero finds his way out of his apparently futile predicament.
Her predicament, she corrected.
Again, apologies, he replied. I've been told I need to become more inclusive to keep up with the new, improved Air Force.
A girl can dream. She caught Natasha stifling a grin. She may have been irked with the repartee, but she seemed to share the sentiment.
Technically, it's their predicament.
Hello, said Caleb.
Well, added the Major, I hate to cut this little pronoun powwow short, but I gotta run. I actually do have to meet someone about the disposition of a nuke. Besides, he said, looking down at his clothes, I can't exactly get these nice camis covered in blood. One of the Titan colonels would ask uncomfortable questions, and that Titan, too, can be a real hard-ass. Go, Major, said Natasha. We will take care of these complications for you.
This was a good development, but not a great one. On the one hand, it evened up the odds. 2-on-2 was a much fairer fight than 3-on-2, even if the other 2 held them at gunpoint. On the downside, the Major was walking away. It was possible that she and Caleb would be killed and the B-61 lost forever. Or it would be detonated or used to extort somebody somewhere. The Major tucked his gun back into his pocket.
Sorry, kids. Caleb, Alex, It was nice meeting you. See you on the other side."
Alex considered offering a smart-ass rebuttal, but decided not to inflame their current circumstances. 2-on-2 were indeed healthier odds. There was no point giving the Major a reason to linger. The four of them watched him scramble back over the rise and disappear on the other side. Boris waved his GSH-18 at them.
"Walk this way, please,"
he said, directing them away from the lake and into the grove of palm trees and shrubs to his rear. The vegetation might not muffle the sound of the gunshots, but it would make it more difficult for anyone to see what was happening in this already secluded spot. And the good people of Turkey weren't necessarily going to be keen to investigate the sound of gunfire or telephone the authorities. Alex and Caleb both had their hands raised as they walked between Boris and Natasha. If she was going to make a move, this was the time. She was 4 feet ahead of Caleb, but before she could do anything, a commotion arose behind her. "What the?" she thought. She turned and saw Caleb diving headlong at Boris, tackling him around the waist. They crashed to the ground as a giant lizard skittered out of the way. She didn't wait for Natasha's response. Instead, she turned toward her to engage. Natasha had anticipated the move and punched her in the side of the head, knocking her off balance and into the dirt. As Alex fell to the ground, Natasha raised her grok. Caleb dove on her, grabbing her arm. She still managed to squeeze off a shot that impacted the dirt to Alex's left. While Caleb fought with Natasha, Boris had recovered his footing and was reaching for his GSH-18 lying beside him. As he snatched it up, Alex threw herself into him, seizing the gun by the barrel from underneath. He punched her with his free hand repeatedly as they wrestled for control. He squeezed off a round. Searing pain shot through her left hand as the barrel and slide, heated by the smokeless powder exploding from the confines of the cartridge, burned her fingers and palm. But the bullet missed her. Now she was holding onto the gun for dear life. He pulled the trigger over and over, but her hand, wrapped tightly around the barrel, had kept the slide from being forced backward by the exploding gases. This prevented the spent shell from being ejected and a fresh round being chambered from the magazine. As long as he couldn't free the gun from her grip and manually rack the slide to chamber another round, the gun with all its remaining steel core rounds was useless. He hit her again and again, trying to make her let go of the pistol. Several strikes connected with her face, the side of her head, and her upper body, but she held the barrel tightly. She smelled as much as tasted the coppery notes of blood in her mouth and nose. She pivoted and rotated in, turning her back toward him, both now teetering off balance. The move brought her left arm over her head, her hand still gripping the barrel of the gun. She pushed back against him and drove her right elbow into his solar plexus, felt the air escape his lungs against the back of her neck. As fast as the strike of a snake, he wrapped his free arm around her throat, and she felt the pressure of the stranglehold building, compressing her carotid arteries, threatening to cut off the blood supply to her brain. Off balance, they fell to the ground with her between his legs. She whipped her head back in an effort to smash his face with her skull, but he was far enough off to the side that she connected only slightly with his shoulder. She clutched at his arm, instinctively trying to pry it away from her throat, her other hand still in a death grip around the barrel of the semi-automatic weapon. Then he released his grip on the gun and flexed his right arm, bringing it up to complete the rear-naked choke. Her vision went dark, filled with flashes of light and distant stars. Awareness dawned on her that she would be unconscious within seconds. She didn't know where Caleb was anymore. She had lost track of him as he battled the woman. She brought the gun, still held by the barrel in her left hand, above her head, trying repeatedly to hammer her assailant with it. But all she succeeded in doing was to land glancing blows with no effect. She felt the darkness descending on her, felt consciousness slipping away. She let go of his forearm and placed the butt of the gun into her newly freed hand. She racked the slide, the rounds stacked inside the magazine pushing up, casting out the spent casing, the tension of the recoil spring slinging a fresh round into the chamber. She dropped her hand and felt the tip of the barrel stop against something. She hoped it wasn't the ground, hoped even more that it wasn't her own leg. She squeezed the trigger, heard the explosion of gases, felt a jolt. She pressed the trigger again. Same noise, same jolt. The grip around her neck loosened but didn't release. She felt an exhilarating rush of circulation and of returning consciousness. Knowing she wouldn't pass out now, she raised her arm bent at the elbow, the tip of the barrel against something behind her, and pulled the trigger. The sound was deafening. She instantly descended into near deafness, almost a sensory-deprived state. She felt a gush of warm, sticky fluid against the back of her head that ran down her spine. The man's chokehold around her throat faltered. His grip released, and he fell backward as she fell to the side. She rolled away and came up into a low crouch, ears ringing, pointing the gun with trembling arms at the limp body lying supine on the ground, 3/4 of its head blown away, the rest a pulpy, hollow, bloody mass. She spat on the ground and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. It came away bloody. Her face throbbed where her would-be executioner had repeatedly struck her. Her chest and back ached. She felt like she'd been hit by a truck. She swung around and saw the woman straddling Caleb, dropping elbow blows to his head. Alex shouted for her to stop, aimed the gun at her back, and called again. The woman's attack was relentless. Caleb was using his arms to block the blows from landing on his face, already bloodied. He bucked and tried to get her off, but couldn't. Her legs were hooked around his hips and upper legs, pinning him to the ground. "Stop!" Alex shouted again, but the woman didn't even turn to look at her. Her hair flew wildly as she pounded on Caleb. She reached down and grabbed a rock lying on the ground close by, raising it over her head. The gun in Alex's hand bucked 3 times, and the woman collapsed onto Caleb's chest. 2 crimson holes appeared in her back between her shoulders. The 3rd round had entered through the back of her head and exited the front. "You okay?" Caleb didn't answer. He just lay there gasping for air, trapped, trying to push the woman off his body. Alex moved in to help him. "No!" he yelled, twisting under the woman's weight to roll her body off him. "Go after the Major! We need to find that bomb!" When she hesitated, he shouted again. "Alex, go!" Her mind was still in a fog, but his voice cut through. She ran stumbling toward the Miami Cafe, then doubled back. "What are you doing?" he shouted. She searched the ground and came up with each of their guns. "Here," she said, tossing him his Sig Sauer before breaking into a run. "And I was right about the damned Russians." Chapter 48. Miami Cafe, Adana, Turkey. The cafe seemed farther away than Alex remembered. Her legs felt more like logs, and she grimaced from the pain in her face and upper body. It hurt to swallow. It hurt to breathe. She stopped to catch her breath and to see if she could spot the Major. Her mouth felt full of steel wool, dry and stinging. No doubt he had heard the unsuppressed gunshots. They wouldn't have fit the sound pattern he was expecting from a double execution, so maybe he had become wary and held back to see if he'd been followed. Had he made it to the parking lot and driven away? Or was he hiding somewhere, intent on ambushing anyone who came after him? She pressed on. Before reaching the cafe, she paused and stepped behind a wall to check her gun. Satisfied it would still function properly, she gripped it with both hands as she rounded the corner and cleared the patio. No sign of the Major. She came out of the restaurant and took a few tenuous steps toward the parking lot. The Major's Humvee was still there. As she got closer, she was startled by a sound behind her and dove for cover behind the big vehicle just as gunshots rang out. Alex peered through the windows of the Humvee and spotted the Major running toward the only other car in the lot. It was the vehicle she had noticed earlier when she had assumed it belonged to the couple dining on the deck, the erstwhile Boris and Natasha. She ran to the Humvee's rear and fired 2 shots, but each missed their mark as he bobbed and weaved in anticipation of her return fire. He fired more rounds at her, taking cover behind a tree, then sprinted to the green Dacia Duster sport utility vehicle and slid in behind the wheel. She ran toward him, her gun leveled. Alex really wanted to take him alive, but that might be more his choice than hers. "Out of the car, Major!" she shouted, planting her feet in front of the SUV and pointing her Glock at his face. She wasn't back to 100% after her struggle with Boris, but she didn't think she could miss from this range. The Dacia's engine came to life, and he drove straight at her, forcing her to dive out of the way. She rolled on the ground, flashes of pain jolting through her like heat lightning in an August sky, and fired several shots, shattering the SUV's rear window. But the Major wheeled the little green sport utility onto the roadway and took off, tires squealing up the road. She ran to the Humvee and jumped in, feeling for the keys in the ignition. Nothing. She looked down at the floor and felt around under the driver's seat. Still nothing. Then she remembered. She jumped out of the vehicle, ran to the front, and slid her hand under the front bumper, coming away with the keys clenched in her fist. She fired up the Humvee and looked around to see if she could spot Caleb. There was no sign of him. Come on! Where are you?" she thought. She honked the horn as if that might help and frantically searched the other side of the patio for him, but he wasn't there. She couldn't let Major Douglas get away, so she dropped the truck in gear and took off after him. 50 meters up the road, a figure leaped from the shrubbery into the middle of her lane. She swerved and hit the brakes to avoid running him over, then glanced in her rearview mirror. "Caleb," she thought. She threw the truck into reverse and stopped beside him. He yanked open the passenger door and jumped in. "You look like shit," she said. "Ditto." "Buckle up," she said, flooring it. The Humvee bumped and lurched along the secondary highway north of the Miami Cafe. It was vastly underpowered and more at home off-road, in the desert and dirt, or on ultra-smooth blacktop at sub-highway speeds. The narrow, rutted, cracked, and broken pavement of the back roads of Turkey wasn't the most well-suited terrain for this truck and seriously impeded their progress in the ad hoc high-speed chase. "Can't you go any faster?" asked Caleb. "We need to get to the Major and find that nuke before someone blows up an American city." "I think you mean any city." "My oath, like yours, is to America. So, with respect, Alex, anywhere but the homeland." "Great campaign slogan." "Well, it's not official." Alex kept her left hand off the steering wheel as much as possible, periodically glancing at the tender flesh on her palm. It stung from the burns she'd taken holding the barrel of the Russian pistol. The pain and redness reached the pads of her fingers. So far, though, it appeared she had suffered only first-degree burns for her efforts. There was no blistering. Yet. Soon they came to a 3-way intersection and were faced with a choice: Left, right, or straight? Alex slowed.
Which way?
Caleb asked. To the left, a narrower, twisty road led up the hillside past a restaurant with a large covered patio. To the right, the road curved around a bend along the curving shoreline of Sehon Dam Lake. She drove straight.
Why straight?
He asked. Since she had no answer, she ignored the question. She stomped on the gas, accelerating beyond what she thought was wise for the rigid Humvee. She was doing 75, weaving around bends in the road that gradually took them higher up a hillside. Coming out of a corner, they met a man on a moped loping along in the same direction, and Alex blew past him in the oncoming lane, narrowly missing him and a minivan coming the other way.
Holy shit, Alex, be careful.
You can have it fast or you can have it safe. But you can't have it fast and safe. Which'll it be? This isn't a Toyota Camry. He showed good judgment by not answering, although she caught him snugging up his seatbelt out of the corner of her eye. Tall cliffs of dried clay towered over the road. Scrubby vegetation limited their visibility around corners as they bumped their way ever higher into the countryside. Soon they came to another decision point, but this time Alex didn't hesitate, opting to stick with the road they were on versus making a left turn. Caleb glanced over at her but kept quiet. They came around another bend as they approached what seemed like the plateau of the roadway. Cresting a hill, Alex saw a vehicle about 500 meters off in the distance. "What color is that?" she asked. Caleb squinted into the distance.
Not sure, he said. Something darkish. Maybe gray. Maybe green.
Damn right it's green, she replied, and floored it. 30 seconds later, they had covered half the distance to the green Dacia Duster ahead of them. "Got you now, you bastard." Major Douglas must have known they were on his six and increased his speed. They stopped gaining ground on him with the laboring Humvee. The Major passed a truck on the road ahead. Alex caught up to it and tried to go around, but as she did, she came nose to nose with a diesel-fueled truck coming in the opposite direction. "Don't say it," she warned Caleb, swerving back into her lane. The truck went past, and she tried again, this time squeaking by. The Major had managed to put some distance back between them. She knew it was only a matter of time before they caught him. She didn't know when that would be, but she was confident she could keep up with him until they did. She looked down at the fuel gauge, the needle hovering below a quarter tank. Hopefully, they wouldn't run out of gas first. The road got twisty. Major Douglas's Dacia Duster proved much more nimble than their Humvee, and Alex found herself losing a bit of ground to him again. Small farms, roadside fruit and vegetable stands, and the occasional home lined the route as they descended into a valley. Then something else caught her eye. She glanced down into her side view mirror and saw the unmistakable shape of a plane coming up behind them at low altitude. "What the hell is that?"
"What's what?"
asked Caleb. He scrunched down lower in his seat for a good look into the passenger side mirror. Alex could clearly make out a toothy grin painted on the nose of the approaching aircraft. "Holy shit," she said. Caleb saw it too.
"I think it's a..."
He hadn't managed to get the words out before the unmistakable note of the Warthog's jet engine screamed over them. They crouched lower and looked up at the beast through the windshield as it flew straight on, then banked left to come around.
"What's it doing out here?"
he asked. "I've got a bad feeling about this," she replied. Although the road was winding left and right, Alex occasionally caught a glimpse of the Major's SUV ahead of them. They weren't gaining on him, but they weren't losing any ground either.
"Do you think they found out about the Major? And are here to keep tabs on him until the troops get here?"
Caleb asked. "Or," Alex said, watching in the mirror as the warthog approached fast from their rear again. She saw a pulse of smoke from the front of the plane. She was already veering hard right into an open field when a burst of 30mm cannon fire from the 7-barreled Gatling gun mounted on the plane's nose impacted the road behind them. One of the 1.5-pound projectiles struck the back of the Humvee, causing it to bounce wildly in the dirt. "Fuck," she said. "Call someone."
"Who am I going to call?"
he asked.
911?
"I don't know. Someone at the base. CIA. Anybody. But get this plane off us before we're pulverized." Caleb had his cell phone in his hands.
"No service,"
he said. Alex peered over her shoulder and saw a 3-inch wide hole through their roof and down through the rear seat where she had been sitting earlier. She steered back onto the highway and hit the gas. "This isn't good," she said.
"No shit, Sherlock,"
was Caleb's succinct response. She had the Humvee back up to 60 or so. The sides of the roadway had encroached on them again as they passed through a narrow canyon, giving her hope for the time being. She followed the curves while glancing into her mirrors periodically for any sign of the A-10. The road straightened out, and up ahead about a quarter mile, she could see the green Dacia entering another bend. To their right, a dirt field slid off toward the Seyhan River. A boulder-strewn cliff face rose from the road to their left and ran along for a few hundred meters. In her mirror, Alex saw the A-10 rising up behind her. "Hold on," she said. "Here it comes again." She hit the gas to build up speed, which she knew was dumb, considering she was racing an A-10 Warthog. "Get ready," she said. "When I think it's going to fire at us, I'm veering into the field on our right."
"Alex, if you take it too fast, we will roll."
"Other options?" No reply. She watched as the looming shape of the aircraft swelled in the mirror. The visored head of the pilot was visible inside the domed cockpit. If only she could signal them to let them know she and Caleb were the cavalry, not the escaping bandits. When she thought she saw the nose of the plane dip, she took it as her signal to get out of dodge. She cranked the wheel hard to the right just as the brrrt sound of the aircraft's guns split the evening air. The Humvee turned sideways and hit the shoulder as a burst of cannon fire tore into the asphalt and their vehicle. It jolted them hard and twisted them 180 degrees, so they were facing the rocky hillside instead of the open field, skipping sideways down the road. Alex tried to regain control, but the Humvee was barely touching the ground. The impact of the rounds had destroyed the vehicle's drivetrain. They hit the cliff at an angle, ran up its side, and then struck a rock that flipped them. They barrel-rolled down the side of the hill, tumbling over and over until they came to rest on the Humvee's roof in the middle of the road. Alex hung suspended upside down in her seat. Her head, already aching from before, was full-on pounding now. The air surrounding them was filled with dust and dirt. The smell made by the depleted uranium rounds punching through cold-rolled American steel was otherworldly. And there was something else, too. "What's that?" she thought. Her brain finally computed what she was smelling. Smoke. "Caleb!" She looked over at the passenger side of the Humvee and saw him dangling by his seatbelt, his arms hanging down. Or up? She wasn't sure. "Caleb!" She slapped the back of her hand against his shoulder, but there was no response. "I have to get out of here. I have to get us out of here," she thought. She managed to depress the seatbelt release and fell onto her head on the ceiling of the inverted vehicle. The bulletproof windshield was shattered. The driver's window was simply missing. Every window was gone. She twisted onto her belly and began to crawl out. She was halfway clear of the vehicle when a pair of coyote brown combat boots appeared in her peripheral vision. Bloused OCP trouser cuffs disappeared inside them.
"Hello, Alex."
Before she could return the greeting, the boot kicked out at her face. She wiggled sideways, and it caught her in the shoulder instead. The force of the blow rolled her onto her back, and her eyes met the grinning face of Major Douglas. She caught his next kick with both hands and twisted him off balance. As he stumbled, she drew her Glock and swung it in his direction, but he had regained his footing and threw a front kick that knocked it out of her hands. She scrambled the rest of the way out of the Humvee and dove at him, propelled by adrenaline and rage, ensnaring both his legs in her arms. He bent over and enveloped her waist, lifting her off the ground. There were no rules in a street fight except to survive, so she punched with as much force as she could muster up into his groin and felt her fist connect with her target. He released her and doubled over as she scrambled away from the smoldering Humvee and stood up. "Caleb!" she shouted again, hoping he wasn't dead and he'd be able to extricate himself from the vehicle before it burst into flames. The sound of the warthog came back into focus as it swooped back around in the distance and headed straight for them. She dove again at the Major, but he scrambled out of the way. She regained her footing and landed a spinning back kick at the back of his legs, felling him to his knees. She pounced and landed with an elbow strike to his shoulder. Her aim was off, and it missed breaking his collarbone, but he screamed out in pain regardless. Next, she delivered a forearm strike to his face and went in for a follow-up punch, but he parried it with his arm and jumped back up to his feet. He stared at the incoming A-10 and froze. "Where's the nuke, Major?" No answer. "Major, the bomb. Where is it? It's over."
"It's not over, Alex. Not by a long shot."
He lunged at her, and she grabbed him in an arm lock. The A-10 was approaching at high speed. She let go of him and tried to wave the pilot off, fearing what would happen to Caleb if they completed their strafing run. At the last second, she dove for cover against the side of the hill as the warthog fired a burst of cannon fire. Brrrt! Several rounds hit the Humvee again, but most impacted the green SUV the Major had been driving. The Dacia Duster bounced into the air and landed hard on the road again, looking like a green brick of Swiss cheese, then teetered over onto its side, black smoke streaming from it before it burst into flames. Alex tackled the Major and knocked him to the ground, but she was too weak from her previous engagement with Boris, and now her battle with Major Douglas, to have much of an effect. "Major, whatever your reasons are, they can't be worth the consequences of a nuclear bomb getting into the wrong hands." He quickly wrestled her off him and threw her onto her back.
"It's not in the wrong hands, Alex,"
he said, standing over her, emphasizing wrong hands as if she were a misguided child. "What's the target? Just tell me that." The warthog was coming around again. The Major looked down the road as the aircraft lined up its run. He scooped his pistol up from the ground and pointed it at Alex. She leaped to her feet and threw herself behind the Humvee as he released a barrage of gunfire from his SIG. The warthog was getting closer, fast.
"Don't worry your pretty little head about it, Special Agent. You'll be dead in a minute anyway," he yelled as he ran for the open field.
"Major!" She would have gone after him, but Caleb was still in the Humvee. She didn't know if he was alive or dead, but she needed to get him out. Now. Chapter 49. Along the Seyhan River, north of Adana, Turkey. Caleb was still suspended upside down in the Humvee. Alex saw that he was still breathing as she reached in to check his pulse. "Caleb!" she shouted.
Caleb, we gotta get you out of here. She tried to release his seatbelt but couldn't depress the mechanism. She snatched her Kit Carson-designed CRKT M16 tactical knife from her pocket and sliced through the webbing with the integrated seatbelt cutter. Caleb dropped ungracefully to the roof of the upside-down vehicle. Grabbing an arm, she dug her heels in against the asphalt, then dragged him so that his upper body was partially outside the passenger window of the smoldering wreck. The burns on her left hand were excruciating, but she repositioned herself to grasp him under his shoulders, and pulling with all her might, little by little, he came away from the Humvee until his waist was clear. He was still unconscious. Crouching behind him, she sat him up and wrapped her arms around his broad chest, interlocking her hands in front. With her last reserves of energy, she drove her legs backward, pulling him completely free of the inside of the vehicle. She dragged him another 30 feet and lowered him behind a boulder partway up the slope beside them. Someone had taken it upon themselves to call in an airstrike against Alex and Caleb within the borders of a U.S. ally. That someone was most likely Major Douglas, commander of the 39th Air Base Wing Security Forces Squadron at Incirlik, the man currently running across an open field toward the Seyhan River. Out of breath and completely spent, Alex raised her head and saw the Major was now 100 meters out in the field. The Warthog was almost on top of their position, 75 feet off the deck. She glanced back at the Humvee and saw the stock of the M24 rifle she had noticed earlier when the Major drove them all to the weapons maintenance shed. It was protruding from what was left of the vehicle. She ran toward the Humvee and snatched up the gun. Looking up, she saw the smiling, toothy grin painted on the nose of the Warthog dip toward her, the sound of its jet engines a full-on scream. She ran back and threw her body over Caleb's as the massive supersonic rounds impacted the Humvee, followed by the brrrt of the Gatling gun. The sound waves from the gun traveling much more slowly than the 30-millimeter, 1.5-pound projectiles that traveled at 3,300 feet per second. Alex shielded her ears with her hands. Even so, the noise was deafening. Firing 70 rounds a second, the Hog laid down over 100 rounds that impacted around her, pulverizing the asphalt roadway like the giant spiked fist of a furious god. The Humvee and what was left of the green Dacia were shredded. What the hell? Caleb was jarred back to consciousness with the concussive impacts of the rounds landing nearby and the cacophony of noise around them. Alex leaned forward to complete a quick trauma survey and secondary assessment of his injuries. There was bruising and some minor bleeding on his face and upper body from the crash and the fight earlier, but there were no additional holes from Warthog rounds or shrapnel and no broken bones. "How you feeling?" she asked, suppressing her own pain. "What'd I miss?" he asked, blinking his eyes into focus. "Everything." She scooped up the rifle to inspect it more closely. It miraculously appeared undamaged. The M24A2 was chambered for the 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO cartridge. This variant of the M24 usually came with a removable 5-round magazine, but it was missing. Likely that was still inside the Humvee, so it was as good as gone. She retracted the bolt and saw there was a round in the chamber. She removed it and inspected it closely. Looking at the tip of the bullet and then checking the head stamp, confirmed it was a match-grade 7.62 by 51 millimeter, 175-grain M118 LR hollow point boat tail cartridge. She touched it gently to her lips before putting it back into the chamber, then closed the action. The Air Force counter-sniper to whom this rifle belonged had taken good care of it. The attached scope was a fixed magnification Leopold 10 by 40. She peered through it, panning left and right.
"What are you doing?" asked Caleb, still lying flat on his back. Smoke hung low, suspended in the dense, cooling air, but was otherwise still. No wind, she thought. Major Douglas appeared with the mil-dot reticle superimposed over his back as he crossed the grass and dirt plain to the river. She was familiar with the Leopold scope, had deployed with it and with this weapon many times before. She knew the reticle's markings, its subtensions. "Alex?" The rifle felt comfortable and familiar gripped in her hand as she crossed the road. She reached the other side and flipped down the legs of the bipod, setting it gently onto the gravel. She lay down, spreading her feet shoulder-width apart, heels down, toes pointing outward. She lined the rifle up with Major Douglas, who was now a good couple 100 meters out in the field. She aligned her body behind the gun, tucked the butt into her shoulder, the weight of her head resting on her cheek, which in turn rested on the stock of the rifle. The rifle and her body were one. She had become the final element in this sniper weapon system. His back was still to her. The image in the scope was wandering, undulating throughout the reticle. Her muscles were fatigued, her heart rate too fast, her breaths too short and quick. "Alex!" Caleb called to her from where she had left him behind. "Alex, let the base cops take him in. How far is he going to get?" She cleared her mind, zoned out the drone of Caleb's voice. "Trust your instincts. Trust your training and experience." She could hear her late husband Kyle's voice talking to her. "Alex, focus on the reticle. Just breathe." The image in her scope settled. She placed the crosshairs at the base of the Major's neck and drew an imaginary line across his shoulders. Counting upward in her scope, the distance from the top of his shoulders to the top of his head measured 1.2 mils on the reticle scale. Major Douglas had said this rifle had been at the range just yesterday. She hoped it was zeroed to 100 meters. She had one bullet. All her calculations would be based on that assumption. It had to be right. Caleb was by her side now. He shouted to the Major, "Give it up, Major! Come back!" It was 30 centimeters, 12 inches, from the top of the shoulders to the top of the head on the average man. She ran a calculation through her mind she'd run 1,000 times before. She knew the ballistics for the M118 LR cartridge loaded in the rifle. It had been her bread-and-butter cartridge in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. She knew the bullet's weight, muzzle velocity, and ballistic coefficient. More important, she knew its trajectory and the bullet drop over the distance to her target. She was striving for a good shot, not a perfect shot. From her mental calculus, she determined the range to target, 250 meters. There was a negligible breeze coming off the river at 12 o'clock. Satisfied she had all the needed data, she dialed in the elevation for her estimated distance. Her burned hand throbbed, but she pushed the pain aside. "Alex, don't kill him. We need him alive to find the bomb." The Major turned to face them. He was shouting something at them from more than 2.5 football fields away that she was unable to make out. His gun was in his hand, and he was waving it at them. He pointed it in their direction, and she saw the barrel spit flame in the diminishing light around them, followed by the subdued pop of the gunshot in the distance. The round he fired landed nowhere near them. "Alex, look, the cavalry is coming. You don't have to kill him." He was worried she was losing her shit. She wasn't, and she tuned him out. She took her eyes off the scope and looked down the road toward a column of approaching Humvees and police cars, maybe half a click away. "Let them take him in, Alex. You have rules to live by. Interpol has rules. The FBI has rules. Hell,
Even I have rules. We don't need to kill him.
She cast her eyes downrange again and resettled her breathing. She saw 2 Humvees drive off the road in her peripheral vision, directed by Caleb's intense waving in the Major's direction. Major Douglas turned and started shooting at the Humvees, to no effect. Alex reconfirmed the firing solution in her mind, flicked off the safety, and brought her finger inside the trigger guard. The bipod braced the front of the rifle. Her support hand was tucked under the rear of the buttstock, curled around a fistful of dirt. A voice in her head said, "Send it." She slowly pulled the trigger rearward as she exhaled. The slack in the trigger had been taken up. The security forces' squadron Humvees pulled within 10 meters of the Major. He was shouting something at them, gesturing with his gun. Suddenly, he raised the gun to his head. Boom! A split second later, the Sig Sauer flew out of his hand, shattered into pieces by the impact of her bullet. The Major grabbed his bleeding hand as he was tackled by members of his security forces squadron, who secured him with flex cuffs, and Perp walked him back to one of the Humvees. "Holy shit," said Caleb. "That was the most incredible shot I've ever seen. You shot the gun right out of his hand." "I missed," she said, thumbing the safety on and standing up. She handed him the rifle as she brushed past. "I wasn't aiming for his gun." Chapter 50. Seyhan River Road, north of Adana, Turkey. A moonless night had arrived along the Seyhan River. Warning systems from police and other emergency vehicles illuminated the site of the incident with pulses of red and blue light. It struck Alex as surreal that wide-open landscapes could transform into claustrophobic spaces in the absence of daylight. As darkness enveloped her, her world closed in. Not always, but now. The medic had patched a laceration under her eye with butterfly closures. It was the same laceration she'd received in London during the shootout, grown bigger after the fight with Major Douglas. He'd irrigated the burns to her hand with saline solution, then placed nonstick gauze pads between her fingers to keep the skin from fusing together before wrapping it in a roller bandage. Now she sat on the rear step of a Ford high-top ambulance and stared into the blackness toward the river. Tonight, she had almost done the unthinkable and killed Major Douglas in cold blood. At the last instant, she'd shifted her aim by no more than a hair's breadth in her reticle. While he didn't deserve to wear the same uniform for which others had laid down their lives, it wasn't for her to decide whether he lived or died. Caleb was right. She lived by a set of rules. Chief among them was service before self. Nothing in her rulebook, her code, justified taking a life in the absence of an imminent threat to herself or others, or a lawful order by a commanding officer. As loathsome as the Major was for his complicity in a crime that might yet result in the loss of hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, Major Douglas hadn't met that standard. Arguably, he was more valuable alive than dead, in the faint hope he would provide intel on the nuke's location or destination. Colonel Mendez approached from the back of a security forces squadron Humvee, where she had been interrogating Major Douglas since her arrival on the scene. "Quite an eventful end to the day," she said. "So this isn't your average weeknight, then?" Alex had to tread carefully. Given the information Jonathan had deciphered from Kristen's email, Mendez, Titan II, was still a person of interest in the case of the missing nuke. "Hardly." The colonel took a seat next to Alex. "My God, what a 24 hours it's been," she said. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a pack of Marlboros, removing one for herself. She was about to put it away, but then held the pack out to Alex, who declined. Didn't figure you for a smoker, but thought I'd offer. Alex looked over at another ambulance parked on the road opposite to where she sat with the colonel. Caleb was shirtless on the stretcher, sitting upright as an EMT took his blood pressure and ran an electrocardiogram. "How is he?" the colonel asked her. "Him? He'll be fine. I get the feeling he's been through worse." Mendez considered Alex's bandaged hand and face. "And you?" She shook her head, dismissing the colonel's concerns. "I'm good. It's not always the wounds we see that do the most damage," she said. Alex said nothing. Mendez had a keen appreciation of the warrior psyche, or for cliches. A silence fell between them, allowing each a moment to catch their breath. "Can I ask a personal question?" asked Mendez. "Shoot." Mendez gestured around them at the smoldering debris of cars, the damage to the road caused by the Gatling gun of the A-10 Warthog, the police and military vehicles and personnel, the ambulances. "This ever get to you?" "How do you mean?" "I mean, I know you have extensive experience in combat, but..." "But what? It was my job, just like catching bad guys now is my job." "How do you stay centered? How do you not go completely mad?" "Who says I don't? Look, taking a life is never easy. Adjusting to violence isn't easy. Being attacked and almost killed is definitely not easy." "So how do you keep doing it?" "I like to shoot." "I can see that," Mendez replied. "No, I mean the discipline of shooting. The math, the art, the zen of it. It's what works for me. It's my meditation." Mendez's face scrunched up in confusion. Alex continued. "Some people go to church. Some do yoga. When I get stateside, I go see my shooting sensei, my mentor, and we plink steel plates at 1,000 yards for an afternoon. It cleanses me." Mendez smiled and shook her head. "I'm more the yoga type," she confided. Then, changing the subject, she said, "Major Douglas isn't saying much. Once he gets his hand sewn up at the base medical center, OSI will interrogate him, as will several other alphabet soup agencies, I'm sure." She took another drag and exhaled. "He called the base and reported that, after he dropped you and Caleb off at your hotel, he'd gotten a tip about the location of the missing nuke and went to recover it on his own. When that got reported up to Titan 1 and me, it all sounded too good to be true, but there wasn't time to question him about it. He immediately called back and said he'd been attacked and that the perpetrators had stolen his Humvee at gunpoint with the recovered warhead inside. He asked for an A-10 in the hopes of disabling the nuke to keep it from falling into the wrong hands." "How could he have thought he'd get away with that?" Mendez shook her head. "As I said, Colonel Greeley and I had no time to second-guess or countermand his order. Major Douglas is our force protection and base security squadron leader. The colonel and I were satisfied he was taking steps under extreme circumstances to recover the nuke or keep it from being used against an unknown target." Mendez sounded as though she was trying out her own defense strategy in anticipation of a court-martial. "But wouldn't a direct hit from the Warthog's munitions rupture the nuclear weapons shielding and cause a radiation leak?" "Most likely. But better a leak of radiation we can contain than the detonation of a thermonuclear device on someone else's order. Plus, she chose not to use her AGM-65 Maverick missiles. KC, our fighter pilot, had real concerns about the possibility of collateral damage and the veracity of the intel.
KC? Asked Alex.
Major Kim Campbell, but KC stands for Killer Chick. Just don't tell her I said so.
No, ma'am. I guess we're lucky she didn't blow us to bits then.
Major Campbell's Warthog was loaded up with armor-piercing incendiary rounds, depleted uranium kinetic energy penetrators. They'd go all the way through your up-armored Humvee, you, the B-61, and then halfway to hell. But they have no explosive properties.
Well, I feel better.
She's a professional, Alex, like you. She did what she had to do. And you're not dead.
There's that.
Alex understood the two colonels' response to the situation. Events were unfolding quickly in real time, and Mendez and Greeley had Major Douglas, an experienced and trusted officer, making tactical decisions in the battle space. They'd chosen to support him, no matter how radical his solution seemed. Critical decisions made in the heat of battle were easy to second-guess after the fact, but it took real leadership to recognize and support field-expedient solutions. Analysis would come when the situation was resolved. That's what after-action reviews were for, to analyze actions taken and to adopt and apply lessons learned.
"Where'd it go off the rails for the Major?" she asked.
That will be part of our inquiry, replied Mendez. We've had some issues, for sure, with active and retired military taking on extreme views and then acting on them. It's not something we're proud of, and it's definitely something we need to fix.
Alex was beginning to eliminate Colonel Mendez from her list of suspects. The passion and conviction with which she spoke led Alex to believe she really hadn't known what was going on. But while that might free her from culpability in the theft of the bomb, some would look at her inability to see what was happening or to prevent it as a stain on her military record. It was probable she would lose her post, even if she wasn't court-martialed. There would be senior military leaders, especially those with ambitions and aspirations that exceeded their current billets or natural abilities, who would not let the colonels off the hook on an incident of this magnitude. By the way, when he was sure Caleb and I would be killed by his accomplices, he confirmed the name of a Russian player we are acquainted with. "Keep that to yourself," she said, lightly body-checking the colonel with her shoulder.
I take it that's your next stop?
Hope so, if we can find him.
The police found the 2 bodies you left for them near the Miami Cafe. I think they're going to want to talk to you.
You might need to run a little interference for us on that. I, for one, have no desire to be questioned by Turkish investigators. Not with a missing nuke and the head of a Russian special operations unit implicated by name.
Colonel Mendez nodded. Alex looked up at the other ambulance, where Caleb was wrestling with the wires attached to his chest. It seemed he and the medics were having a disagreement concerning the proposed treatment and discharge plan as he disconnected himself from the heart monitor. Finally, he jumped out the back doors of their rig and strode toward them. Still shirtless, he joined Alex and Colonel Mendez, ripping sticky ECG dots off his chest and tossing them to the side of the road. She couldn't help but notice his physique. Broad, well-muscled shoulders and arms, a V-shaped torso, and more than a suggestion of a six-pack. That combination made up the sum total of her favorite things about her days on her college swim team. She also noted a prominent scar over his sternum, extending out along the ribs on his left side that reminded her of her own scar, the one running across her back. It was helpful to be reminded occasionally that he was a warrior and a veteran of many battles, like her.
"What was all that about?" she asked.
He pulled his black golf shirt back on.
"You know medics,"
he said, hooking his chin toward the ambulance he had just exited.
"Always trying to get you to go to the hospital."
"I think it might be in their job description," said Mendez.
"Yeah, well, I ain't going. How you doing?"
he asked, looking at the bandages on Alex's face and hand. "I've had worse days." He nodded knowingly. Then he turned to Colonel Mendez.
"Any word?"
"The Major isn't saying anything right now. We've taken his phone, but it's unlikely we'll be able to access it. He wasn't using his Air Force-issued device."
"So we're not going to get any info from him. Where's that leave us?"
Air Force OSI is interviewing everyone who even remotely might have worked with the B-61s. And all of Major Douglas's security forces team will be put under a microscope as well. What's next for you guys? "We have some leads to follow up on," said Alex.
"Oh?"
said Caleb. "I'll fill you in later." "What about your Russian friend?" asked Mendez.
Caleb replied, "My people pinged him right here in Adana earlier today. But as of late this afternoon, CIA tracked him on his way to a conference in Paris."
"Oh?" said Alex.
"I'll fill you in later."
"All roads lead to Paris," she said. Chapter 51. Incirlik Air Base to Paris. Staff Sergeant Davis welcomed them aboard the U.S. Air Force C-37B. "Nice to see you again, Special Agent," she said. "You must have some real clout. Someone lifted the lockdown on the base just so we could land here to fetch you and your friend." She smiled at Caleb. "I'm Imani." It was her slightly more than standard smile.
"Caleb,"
he said, eyes bright, a wolf assessing a lamb. Alex rolled her eyes. "You guys take up mixed martial arts while you were here?" It took Alex a moment to realize she was referring to their injuries. "Long story. Let's just say some people weren't happy to see us." Alex was relieved CIA and Interpol had arrived at the same conclusion that their next stop should be Paris. With few other leads, it seemed the best option. Gerasimov had gone there from Turkey already, and while not exactly a smoking gun, where the man in charge of Directorate 13 went, trouble seemed to follow. Once the plane was aloft, Alex accessed the secure network on board and finally submitted her completed after-action and use-of-force reports detailing the events in Arnhem 2 days ago. Or was it 3? Both Interpol and her FBI masters would be pleased to get them, but the outcome of their internal inquiries was less certain, especially considering more recent events here in Turkey. With that done, she kicked off her shoes, put her feet up on the leather sofa, and fell fast asleep. Vélizy-Villacoublay Air Base, France. The flight from Incirlik Air Base to a military airport 8 miles southwest of Paris took 3 hours. As they approached Vélizy-Villacoublay Air Base from the east, Alex spied the Eiffel Tower jutting from the landscape along the Seine through a starboard side cabin window. Just as the iconic iron structure drew people in from all around France's capital, so were Kristen's clues pulling Alex to the conclusion that Paris was at the center of this mystery. The jet taxied to a spruce green, aluminum-clad terminal and parked on the apron next to a French Air Force Eurocopter Super Puma. As they came to a stop, Imani appeared and addressed Caleb. "Mr. Copeland, we're going to take on fuel, and then we'll be ready to go, sir. You'll have to wait in the executive lounge inside the terminal for about 20 minutes while we refuel."
"Thanks."
"What's that about?" asked Alex.
"We're being recalled to Washington,"
he replied, wiggling his phone at her. She presumed by we, he didn't mean him and Staff Sergeant Davis. What are you talking about?
Check your email. You're coming too,
he said as they made their way along the aisle to the steps at the front of the aircraft.
The agency picked up chatter suggesting a credible threat to the homeland relating to the missing B-61. British intelligence picked up the same intel.
Caleb knocked on the doorframe twice as he stepped off. By British intelligence, you mean Kane? She asked, starting down the stairs ahead of him.
I didn't ask, and the deputy director didn't feel it necessary to share the source of her intel with me in a text message, secure or not. But I assume Kane is involved.
There was just enough of an edge to his voice to let her know he was irritated.
Why do you have such a hard-on for the guy?
They reached the tarmac and crossed the breezy apron's expanse toward the terminal. A member of the ground crew wearing a reflective vest over his French military BDUs eyed them up and down, no doubt wondering what the American couple was bickering about. I don't trust him, she said, stopping outside the glassed-in entryway.
Cut him some slack, Alex. Maybe he's messed up because his partner was just killed. Oh, and by the way, she was a Russian spy.
That's not it, she replied, the wind blowing her hair across her face. He makes me uneasy.
Caleb shrugged. He's English. They make all Americans uneasy. Give it a rest. More important, Interpol has cut you loose. CIA and the FBI have ordered us both to D.C.
He adopted a more conciliatory tone.
We can review the new intel together when we get airborne again. Then we can draw up a battle plan and do whatever Uncle Sam needs us to do to keep the homeland safe. If it turns out we're needed here in Paris, we'll come back.
She couldn't let it go. The Russians had a hand in stealing the bomb. She knew it. Caleb knew it. It's unlikely they were keeping it for their own purposes. They indeed had enough of their own. But maybe they were. But what purpose would that serve exactly? Maybe their intention was to hand it off to another group to have them do their bidding in whatever nefarious way they had concocted. The way Iran used Hezbollah and Hamas and others as their proxy militias. She didn't think Russia was cozying up to Iran, but she wouldn't put it past Directorate 13 to raise the stakes in a game of brinksmanship in order to bump America off its lofty perch as the dominant global superpower. Maintaining alliances required a delicate balance and competent diplomacy. After years of open dissent and turmoil, it wouldn't take much to upend the NATO alliance. Alex turned and walked into the building. She didn't want to go to Washington. She needed to stay here and do what her gut was telling her to do. Kristen had broken her cover as a British MI5 officer and exposed herself as a Russian intelligence officer to reveal critical information. Alex chose to interpret this act as a genuine gesture to come clean and prevent a global crisis with potentially catastrophic consequences. Am I being naive? She thought. Nothing we have seen so far points to any kind of attack back home, she whispered to Caleb as they walked through an open reception area. In fact, everything we've seen and heard would imply the Paris Peace Summit is a potential target. Caleb touched her arm. This way, he said, pointing to an overhead sign directing them to the executive lounge. What you mean is Kristen implied it, but you're ignoring that, more accurately, Anna Baranova supplied you with that information. Obviously, there's new intel, he said. Our analysts have looked at it. Among other arguments, the Russian president and a full diplomatic delegation are already attending the Sorbonne conference.
His wife is probably out sightseeing and buying up everything along the Champs-Élysées, along with all the other wives and husbands with kids in tow. Why would the Russians do that if they were about to nuke Paris?
I haven't figured that part out yet, she admitted.
Well, they wouldn't, he said. It would be helpful if you looked at the big picture once in a while, Alex. Admit it, all your suspicions about Paris being a target come from the information you got from Kristen, a Russian agent, an illegal working as a British intelligence officer.
He had described Kristen using the term illegal, referring to an intelligence operative who had infiltrated a target country without the protection of diplomatic immunity. It was true. She had. And by assuming a new identity, and even a new ethnicity, Kristen was, in essence, like a trapeze artist performing without a net. It was the ultimate in black ops, and the most dangerous kind, as it gave her zero protection in the event of capture, while providing her masters with much more than simple plausible deniability. Their freedom from implication would be unequivocal. They found the lounge and stepped inside. Lucky for them, it was devoid of other travelers. "It's not out of some false allegiance, Caleb," she said. "I know now what Kristen was, but why would she have taken such risks, such extraordinary steps, to show me, to show us, clues pointing to Paris? Everything suggests that those actions, her sending me the email, her pointing me to the safe deposit box, her letter to me confessing who she was, got her killed. Those are not the actions of someone trying to lead me away from the truth."
"I gotta say, Alex," he continued, "that's more than a little naive on your part, and it's frankly the kind of blind loyalty that doesn't look good on you."
"Look good on me? I don't give a shit how it looks, Caleb."
"Maybe you should," he blurted.
"What does that mean?"
"It means people are watching and taking notice. It means she was a Russian spy. You know, the people we're trying to prevent doing bad things to the US of A. The ones you're supposed to be stopping as a special agent in the National Security Branch of the FBI. It means your friendship with Kristen shows a particularly critical misjudgment on your part."
"In hindsight, sure. But she duped a lot of people."
"Well, she duped the Brits, and she duped you."
She could have punched him in the face. Her fists were clenched so tightly by her side that she could feel her nails carving holes in her palms. She was sure her face was a beacon of rage.
"To hell with you, Caleb!"
His face lit up like he was going to fire back. But just as quickly, his anger seemed to dissolve.
"Look," he said, his voice quiet, "she was compromised, one way or another. Whoever was on to her and killed her might have known about her treachery for a long time and set her up. Forced her to appear remorseful and contrite. Maybe they were threatening her family back home. Who knows? She might have been coerced into feeding you fake intel to put you on the wrong trail."
Alex remained silent. She had already thought of that.
"Look, I hope you're right," he said. "I hope that's not how it went down. I hope in the end she chose the righteous path for righteous reasons. I hope the bomb is not on its way to the States or anywhere else. But you and I have to be realists, and hope is not a strategy." Director Thomas was emphatic. "Chatter coming from various intelligence agencies indicates the target might be New York. I'm to continue on back to Langley to regroup with my team and work the leads there, and you're to join me."
"I'm not part of your team."
"Resistance is futile. You know that. Whether you like it or not, we serve the same master. And right now, the Master is sending us both to Washington.
You said the target is New York.
Might be New York.
She wasn't totally convinced, but she conceded she didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle yet. Hopefully, those would fall into place when she reviewed the dossier on the secure server aboard the Air Force jet on the flight across the Atlantic. She was beginning to resign herself to the possibility that Kristen's email, the key, the safe deposit box, and the note had all been somehow revealed to her through a scheme to throw her off the trail of the actual plot, a 9/11-level attack on the homeland. She had no idea whether that was by Kristen herself or by a Russian team making it look like Kristen. And in the end, it didn't really matter. She may have been duped, but if so, there was still time to recover. If not for her ego, then for her country. Alex left the lounge to visit the ladies' room, leaving Caleb in the corner wrestling with an espresso machine. Looking in the mirror, she realized she had been wearing the same clothes since she'd awoken in the Radisson Blu Hotel in London's Leicester Square. Was that yesterday? She thought. She undressed and stepped into a shower stall and braced herself against the wall, resting her forehead against her folded arms. The hot water cascading down her head, back, and legs found its way into her cuts and abrasions and stung as it cleansed them. The bandages on her hand and face fell away. Despite the discomfort, she dialed up the heat and stood there absorbing the torment for a full 3 minutes before turning to the task of washing her hair and ridding herself of the dirt, debris, and dried blood she had accumulated over the past 24 hours. The hot water running down her body had the added effect of accentuating her exhaustion, making her legs wobbly. She turned down the temperature to something more bracing, the goosebumps rising over her, awakening her to the task ahead. Alex dried off and pulled on a pair of stone-green, stretchy cargo pants and a light-colored polo, leaving it untucked, then dried her hair with the provided hairdryer. Reluctantly, she put her Glock into her backpack, making her feel more vulnerable and exposed than she would have if she had showered naked on the tarmac. On her way back to the executive lounge, she bumped into Staff Sergeant Davis.
"Special Agent Martel," she said. "We're ready for you and Mr. Copeland. You can board now. Wheels up in 10 minutes.
She thanked her and went to fetch Caleb, who was shooting an espresso when she entered the room. They moved together through the departure lounge, where an armed military sentry checked their passports before allowing them to continue airside. His partner looked on, holding her Heckler & Koch assault rifle across her chest and eyeing them dispassionately. Once they were through the checkpoint, Alex spoke. "Guess the French have upped their threat status."
"As should everyone, but we're still flying to D.C.
"I didn't say anything. You convinced me already."
"I spoke with the deputy director while you were gone. She's eager to meet you. Said the International Operations Division at FBI has cleared you to work with my team on this."
"It would be nice if someone would tell me these things occasionally."
"Don't be so sensitive."
He scanned the tarmac.
"You know how bureaucracies work. I'm sure there's a slew of emails flying back and forth between The Hague and D.C. requesting signatures on transfer notices. It's only a matter of time before one of them reaches you."
He was right, of course. The wheels at the Department of Justice turned at a snail's pace. She imagined it was the same over at Central Intelligence. She climbed aboard the aircraft and found what was becoming her usual seat toward the rear. Once again, no one else boarded with them. This was a form of travel she could get used to. She plopped herself down into the plush leather cushions of the Air Force Gulfstream sofa and tossed her backpack next to her. Then she checked her iPhone for messages. Sure enough, an email from Broussard had come in 40 minutes ago. It was pretty straightforward. She was being released from Interpol by the Secretary General in Lyon to return to the FBI's National Security Branch, International Operations Division in Washington, D.C. There, she would continue the investigation with her colleagues in the Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate and liaise with Caleb's team at CIA. She had been officially relieved of her legat duties in the Netherlands to return to the DOJ fold stateside. She was beginning to understand how pro-athletes felt. The Gulfstream aircraft's 2 Rolls-Royce turbofan engines began to spool up. Imani entered the cabin looking magnificent, her smoky quartz skin glowing in Paris's warm light.
"Buckle up," she announced. "We'll be taking off shortly."
She lifted Alex's backpack into an overhead bin.
"I'll secure this for takeoff."
Caleb sat across the aisle, buckled into his seat. At the sound of the twin engines revving up, Alex felt the anticipation that came before every takeoff, a combination of trepidation and excitement. She psyched herself up for the transatlantic flight and cinched up her seatbelt. Caleb was right. The best thing they could do now was to regroup in the States. Whether it was at CIA in Langley or at FBI headquarters in D.C. didn't matter. What mattered was that they pooled every available resource to identify the target of the threat. There might still be time before the bomb got into the country. Despite the technical challenges of doing so, Alex was guardedly optimistic that it would be possible to detect the B-61 thermonuclear bomb being smuggled into America. As the aircraft rolled along the taxiway, she was glad Caleb had helped her turn her thinking around. Loyalty had always been her strong suit, never her burden. It had never led her to have faith in people who didn't merit her trust. Her intrinsic bullshit detector had kept her clean, until Kristen. Now it seemed everything about their friendship had been a lie. Had Kristen used Alex for her malign purpose when they'd met in Paris? She realized she might never know, but it was a safe bet. In the meantime, Jonathan would keep working to reveal any other secrets Kristen's email might hold. Interpol would continue the investigation into her espionage activities, along with MI5 and other organs of British intelligence. They would have to sort out how a Russian agent had penetrated their network so deeply. The U.S. Air Force C-37B lined up perpendicular to the runway, its jet engines spinning up intermittently as it crept forward behind a pair of French Mirage fighter jets. As Alex gazed out the window at them, her phone rang. Chapter 52. Vélizy-Villacoublay Air Base, France.
"Are you in Paris yet?"
Jonathan Burgess was calling from Interpol headquarters in Lyon.
"Just leaving," she replied. "What do you mean, just leaving?"
"I mean that, as we speak, we're getting ready to roll down the runway. They're sending me to Washington. Technically, I'm no longer with Interpol."
"What?"
"An hour ago, Secretary General Clicquot released me back to the Department of Justice. I'm on my way to FBI headquarters in D.C. to continue the investigation there. Why are you calling me on this phone? Is it clean?"
"I ran another sweep. It's clean. But you can't leave Paris."
"What are you talking about?"
"I mean, your gut telling you there's going to be an attack in Paris. I think you're right."
"Jonathan, you only have a few seconds to get to the point before we go airborne." Caleb glanced across the aisle at her with a quizzical look. Jonathan continued.
"I decrypted some of the messages hidden in the photo files, the steganography I told you about. The point, Burgess, there's more than a few files embedded inside the JPEG files Kristen sent."
Her dogged curiosity had been getting her into hot water recently. No more.
I'm not involved with that anymore. Anything to do with Kristen is now an Interpol and British intelligence matter. I'll be working on the theft of the thermonuclear gravity bomb. That is my point. They're connected. Kristen was supplying you with information to prove the Russians plotted to steal the bomb. Alex watched the pair of French fighter jets surge down the runway. Their nose gear lifted off the tarmac. Within seconds, they were streaking vertically into the sky. Their jet wash and wake turbulence would dissipate in seconds, and air traffic control would clear the Gulf Stream for takeoff. How do you know they're connected? Caleb, still strapped into his seat, sat taller and leaned in to listen to her conversation. The aircraft's engines wound up again as the pilot lined the Gulf Stream up with the far end of the runway. The photos contain maps and drawings of Paris and the Sorbonne University, as well as travel itineraries and fake documents for known Russian operatives into and out of Paris. Jonathan, as suspicious as that seems, it's how they operate. Heck, it's even how we operate. There are also itineraries and travel documents for some of these same people for Turkey, along with detailed plans of Incirlik Air Base with maps and charts. The back of her neck tingled. And, he continued, I found blueprints for a weapons maintenance facility. Stop the plane! What? Said Caleb. No, we're not stopping the plane, Alex. The engines revved, and the aircraft began to shake in anticipation of the pilot releasing the brakes to allow them to hurtle down the runway. Alex leaped out of her seat and grabbed her backpack from the overhead storage. Alex, what are you doing? I'm getting off. The plane lurched ahead and began to accelerate. Alex ran forward, fighting the mounting G-forces trying to push her back to the rear of the aircraft. Imani, tell the pilots to stop the plane, she shouted, running toward the cockpit. Staff Sergeant Imani Davis was strapped into her seat next to the door. A shocked expression spread across her face as Alex raced past and started pounding on the cockpit door. Stop the plane! Abort takeoff! She yelled. The plane continued to accelerate, nearing takeoff speed. Beside the door was a telephone handset. She grabbed it and began shouting into it, struggling to keep her balance. This is FBI Special Agent Martel. I am ordering you to stop this aircraft, now. She realized at that moment how ridiculous she sounded and had no idea if anyone inside the cockpit could even hear her over the roar of the twin engines. But then she was violently thrown to the floor by the sudden application of brakes and reverse thrust. The aircraft trembled and shuddered along the runway as the pilot fought to peel off the jet's forward momentum. In mere seconds, it came to a stop within an aircraft's length of the end of the runway. A few seconds more, and the cockpit door burst open. Standing in the doorway was one pissed-off Air Force pilot. What the hell is going on back here? He first looked at the flight attendant, Staff Sergeant Davis, still strapped into her seat. Then his eyes turned to shoot daggers at Alex, who lay curled up on the floor beside the cockpit where she had fallen. Are you the one responsible for this rejected takeoff? He stood 6'4" in a 6'2" tall cabin, filling the doorway leading into the cockpit of the C-37B. Alex picked herself up off the floor and stood in front of him, considerably smaller in stature. I just received information relating to a major incident that's unfolding, and I couldn't let this plane get off the ground. You're an FBI agent? Special agent, yes. She wasn't sure she should be splitting hairs just now, but whatever. Well, Special Agent... He was grasping for her name. Martel, Captain... Lieutenant Colonel.
since titles seem to be so important to you."
She checked his name tag. Jack Stewart. "Colonel Stewart, I'm Special Agent Martel."
"Yes, I believe we've established that."
By now, Caleb had appeared behind her. The lieutenant colonel eyed him up and down, but Caleb raised his hands in surrender and backed a few feet down the aisle.
"Like I was saying, Martel, I don't care who you are. You put my aircraft, crew, and passengers in jeopardy."
His voice was as rough as sandpaper and ripe with a Texas twang.
"You have no authority here unless I say you do."
She straightened up. "Yes, sir."
"I was told we were on a priority mission to get you two stateside."
"Things have changed," she said.
"No, they haven't,"
Caleb piped up. "Yes, they have."
"Well, which is it?"
asked Stewart.
"I don't have time for bullshit." "No, sir, nothing has changed," Caleb said more forcefully. "We're still going to Washington. I'm sorry for—"
"No, we're not," said Alex. Stewart crossed his arms over his formidable chest and stared from one to the other. "We can't ignore this latest information," she said.
"We sure as hell can," Caleb replied. "It doesn't change a thing. There is still an imminent threat to the homeland. It has the same relevance as all the info we received before. Consider the source, Alex. You can't trust her."
Colonel Stewart watched with curiosity as they continued to argue. Alex turned to him. "Do you mind?" she said. "This discussion is highly classified." It was his turn to raise his hands in surrender.
"Go ahead," he said. "I'll just pedal us off the runway while you two chat it out. That okay with you, Special Agent Martel?"
Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris, France. The containers marked Quai des Belges from the Vieux-Port Fish Market in Marseille, France, arrived aboard a commercial flight. Inside the 750-acre cargo facility at Charles de Gaulle Airport, the crates themselves, from the smallest to the largest, were kept cold with dry ice inside the air-conditioned plant as they were processed. Ripe with the fragrance of the ocean, the containers were deemed a priority shipment. Inspectors checked shipping labels and ensured manifests were in concordance with their listed contents. But in a country whose annual appetite for fresh fish and seafood exceeded 80 pounds per capita, more than anywhere else on the continent, the focus was on speed, not thoroughness, especially on a hot day. The markets and restaurants of Paris demanded that their fish, oysters, mussels, octopus, and other goods harvested from the oceans arrive without delay. From sea to table in 8 hours or less. And anyway, this domestic shipment from Marseille didn't warrant the same scrutiny that a foreign shipment might be subject to. A forklift loaded the pallets into the delivery truck, and the driver was sent on his way. He drove along the airport's northern perimeter road, blending in among the other cargo trucks fanning across the country. 20 minutes later, he circled a roundabout in a quaint little village outside the capital and pulled into a parking lot, a forest of weeds pushing up through fractured asphalt adjacent to a deserted tobacco processing factory. 2 men, made stocky from a life of physical labor in the Ural Mountains, emerged from an older model Renault Clio and approached the small diesel-engine truck. A man of North African heritage stepped out, a smoldering hand-rolled cigarette dangling from his lower lip. They walked together to the back of the truck and rolled up the door. Sergei Malkin climbed in and pried the lid off a container. After a quick inspection, he nodded to his colleague.
"Everything in order?
asked the truck driver in broken English.
I'm not sure,
said Malkin, pointing into the crate.
What is this?
What? The man spat.
This,
Malkin said, pointing more emphatically. The man climbed into the back of the truck, and Malkin stepped back to give him room to inspect the precious cargo. The tall, thin man bent down for a closer look inside the crate.
I see nothing,
he pronounced, turning to face Malkin.
My mistake,
said Malkin, plunging a 7-inch Damascus steel blade into the man's abdomen just below his rib cage. He held the man by the back of the neck and aimed the knife upward. Once it was buried to the hilt, he thrust it deeper, twisting the ebony handle and skewering the man's heart and lung. Malkin's partner backed the truck up to the edge of the adjoining field, and Malkin rolled the corpse out into the tall grass. Traffic was predictably heavy as the two men drove into the heart of Paris. Arriving at the Seine 30 minutes later, they crossed the Pont de Austerlitz into the Latin Quarter that straddled Paris's 5th and 6th arrondissements. They drove along Rue Buffon, the southeast boundary of the Jardin des Plantes. On the opposite side lay the Sorbonne University International Conference Center, where the Paris Peace Summit was already underway. Their route circumvented the security perimeter in place for the World Leaders Conference. The truck weaved through side streets until it arrived at its destination, an alley next to a small but popular American-style burger joint frequented by students and locals, a short distance south of the conference site. The driver backed the truck between the buildings, guided by another man and his compatriot at the rear. Together, they offloaded the 900-pound cargo onto a lithium battery-powered rough-terrain pallet truck. Their next task would prove even more arduous. The four men delivered the shipment to its final destination in an unmapped subterranean vault deep within the Paris catacombs. They weaved through ancient passageways and hidden tunnels, in some places finding themselves knee-deep in water, until they reached the designated underground chamber. Here it would remain hidden beneath the Sorbonne, away from the scrutiny of an international security force and out of the reach of the catacomb tunnel rats known as the cataphiles. No one would know it was there until it was too late, and Paris had been transformed into a slurry of destruction in a fiery nanosecond of infamy that would live on from that moment forward and forever. Vélizy-Villacoublay Air Base, France.
You're flushing your reputation down the toilet, Alex. It's career suicide.
I don't care about my reputation. I have to do what's right, not what seems right. The two sat in the forward cabin of the G-37B discussing the merits of her plan. Despite the national security concerns surrounding their next steps, Staff Sergeant Davis had made them put their seatbelts back on as the pilot taxied the aircraft back to the terminal. Safety first, she had said, and neither was keen to argue the matter with the Air Force NCO.
Interpol has already fired you.
They didn't fire me.
And both Central Intelligence and the Bureau assume you're coming back to Washington to help track down a rogue nuke that the Russians or their proxy want to use to turn New York City into a charred pizza.
She gave him a look.
I'm at a loss for metaphors, okay, Alex? I said this before. Your oath is to America, not to the people of Paris or France or any other part of Europe or the world.
My oath, Caleb, is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and to well and faithfully discharge my duties as an FBI special agent, so help me God. That was my oath, same as yours, give or take. That is my commitment to my country, and that is what I'm going to do.
By running around some foreign capital looking for a nuke when it could be arriving on America's shores imminently?
I will remind you that the President of the United States and a shitload of other American diplomats and dignitaries are here in Paris right now. They are at a conference whose sole objective is the pursuit of world peace. But that same undertaking could become the backdrop for the murder of tens or even hundreds of thousands of innocent people. And for what? To disrupt a relatively stable and harmonious world order? No one else is paying attention, Caleb. I have to do something. Imani slipped past them to open the door of the aircraft.
What if you're wrong?
He asked. I'm not.
But what if you are?
I trust you, Caleb. You're on the case. She lowered her voice. Hopefully, if the nuke isn't here, there will still be enough time to track down the bomb before anything happens at home. She felt his eyes boring into her, full of pity or disdain.
If you do this, I can't help you. You'll be on your own. You know that, right? You'll likely be fired and brought up on disciplinary charges for professional misconduct. Maybe even go to prison. You'll be untouchable, Alex. Probably forever.
The attack on New York City, if there's going to be one, is supposedly weeks away. Maybe months, according to what our scant intelligence is saying. I get it. I was born and raised in the Empire State. That makes it personal. But I'm talking about an attack that could happen in days, maybe hours, the outcome of which would rival the darkest days in history. Right here, right now. The clock is ticking, Caleb. I trust my gut. I wish you would trust me a little as well. If that's what someone is trying to make happen, I'm going to stop it if it's the last thing I do. Chapter 53. Paris, France. A local taxi picked Alex up outside the terminal. When she told the cabbie she was headed into the heart of the city, he emitted a perceptible groan and muttered in French, complaining that much of the auto route leading into central Paris was under construction. The security zone around the university, he said, would make it virtually impossible to get her close to where she wanted to go. Just get us there quickly, she told him.
Oui, bien sûr,
he groaned. Yes, of course. His griping was misplaced. Alex didn't care. She had to call Broussard, but she wasn't sure what she would say to him. Point of fact, he wasn't her boss anymore, Alex having been released from her duties by the Secretary General of Interpol and ordered back to Washington by the DOJ. But he was all she had, the only person she felt she could talk to right now. She braced herself and dialed. No answer. She tried a couple more times with the same result. Damn, she thought. She thought about what Caleb had said to her in Turkey. Stewed on was actually more accurate. He had accused her of being prideful, suggesting that she was being blinded by it. It wasn't much different than what Kyle used to tell her. Was it true? Am I too proud to admit when I'm wrong? Should I have seen the truth about Kristen sooner? Am I wrong now? She thought. Self-doubt wasn't her style, or hadn't been. But self-reflection had always been a part of her professional practice as a soldier and special agent, so maybe there was room for improvement. Today, though, she needed to follow her gut. 40 minutes later, the cabbie crossed the Seine and then crossed back again to the left bank at the Pont d'Austerlitz.
I won't be able to take you any closer, he announced in French. I will have to let you out next to the Jardin de Plan.
He took the traffic circle at Boulevard de l'Hôpital, and as they crossed Quai Saint-Bernard, she saw the 12-foot-high security fencing to her right blocking the roadway to all but accredited vehicles. Let me out here.
He pulled over and she bailed out of the cab to the sound of horns blasting. As good as any New York cabbie, he swore and flipped off everyone out his window. Google Maps promptly displayed her location with a pulsing blue dot. She oriented herself facing southwest into the botanical gardens and started to walk. Sorbonne University International Conference Center, Paris, France. On the Pierre and Marie Curie campus in the 5th arrondissement of Paris, the Sorbonne University International Conference Center sat nestled back from the street among a series of interconnected multi-story square buildings with shared courtyards. An industrial Lego block design that looked plain and boring from an aerial perspective, the university was nevertheless one of the greatest centers of higher learning in the world. It wasn't lost on Alex that the Paris Peace Summit was held annually on a university campus named after the woman who had co-discovered the elements polonium and radium. In fact, it was Marie Curie who'd coined the term radioactivity. She was the first person and the only woman to win the Nobel Prize twice. She was the only person to win the Nobel Prize in 2 different scientific fields of endeavor for her discoveries. Madame Marie Curie had been one of those fiery, independent, brilliant titans of knowledge and scholastic achievement to whom Alex owed so much for having kicked open doors held closed to women for so long. After crossing the Jardin des Plantes, Alex arrived at the outer security cordon. It was as heavy a police presence as she had anticipated. Only, with the presidents of France and the United States in attendance, along with another dozen or so world leaders, the phalanx of riot police was exponentially stronger. A good thing for the summit, but not particularly auspicious for her. Protesters' chants filled the air, denouncing everything from G20 fiscal policy to the perils of flatulent cattle. Security forces and French police were holding the line at intersections around the perimeter. As Alex walked through the crowd, she overheard protesters reveling in the news that unrest in the capital was spreading, and demonstrations had grown to encompass all manner of grievances against the French government, with segments of the nation's Yellow Vest movement joining in. She passed through the first checkpoints by waving her FBI credentials and intimating that she had a meeting at the conference center. A police official with his hands full managing the unrest before him reluctantly permitted her to pass, no doubt confident that the inner cordon of security would weed her out if she, in fact, didn't belong. As she approached the checkpoint leading into the forecourt of the conference center, her eyes were getting misty. The semi-sweet smell of tear gas was carried on the breeze, funneling toward the Seine. Alex ordinarily would have found its effect merely nostalgic, but she had worked up a sweat on her walk from the taxi from the day's high heat and humidity, and some of the CS particulate had found its way into the cut under her eye. She dabbed at it with a tissue, gently brushing away any residue, the chemical stinging her wound as she approached the checkpoint. Alex was stopped at the gate by a humorless sentry who was neither impressed nor swayed by her shiny gold FBI shield and identification card.
"Non, madame, vous ne pouvez pas entrer," he told her, consulting his laptop.
"No, ma'am, you may not enter." She debated with him in fluent French, but found she had reached her limit in civil discourse when she failed to provide him with a valid reason for her to enter, or even a contact person on site. She hadn't fully considered her game plan on the way from the airfield in Vélizy-Villacoublay, where she'd left Caleb, and now found herself winging it in the hopes that an idea would form on the fly. So far, that hadn't happened. She needed to reach Brassard. He could get her inside. Once beyond the fences and gates, she could figure out what to do. She redialed his phone.
"Alexandra, miss me already? How is your flight?"
Broussard was in a good mood, his typically baritone voice airy and upbeat. "I'm still in Paris."
"Oh? I thought your flight would have been airborne by now."
"It is."
Then I don't understand."
"I got off the plane." If ever there was a pregnant pause, this one was having twins. "Chief?"
"I heard you."
His voice had plummeted an octave below its normal range. "Did you see the report from Burgess yet? He decrypted the hidden messages in Kristen's message."
"Alexandra, you no longer work for Interpol. You're an FBI special agent."
"I always was."
"An FBI special agent who is supposed to be on her way to Washington."
"Jonathan found more evidence. Evidence that Paris will be the target of a possible nuclear attack. I know it sounds crazy, Chief, but let me run it by you. Then I'll need you to get me into the Paris Peace Summit. There's somebody there I need to speak to."
"Where are you now?"
"Outside the IPP access gate." She was hovering outside the gate through which internationally protected persons and their entourages passed, the sentry keeping a wary eye on her. There was another brief pause before Broussard's voice breathed into her ear, his tone shifting to near normal.
"Step back."
"What?"
"Take 2 steps back and look directly into the security camera mounted above the guard booth," he said.
She did as she was told. A moment later, the phone rang inside the sentry station. The guard who had refused her access answered it.
"Madame,"
he said a moment later, waving her forward.
"Vous pouvez passer maintenant."
"You may pass now." "How do you do that?" she asked into the phone, but Broussard had already hung up. As she walked through the gate, the guard reached out his hand.
"But first, I must search your backpack,"
he said in English. He wasn't going to be happy when he discovered her loaded Glock. Bar Vendôme, Ritz Paris Hotel. Gerasimov sat under the arched Belle Époque glass roof of the Bar Vendôme, contemplating the current situation. In the main bar, a pianist filled the room with soothing music, while on the patio, the linden trees provided cooling shade beneath the gentle rustling of their leaves. His iPad sat on the table before him, an on-screen timer set to 3 hours, not yet counting down. That would provide ample time for the president to attend this afternoon's meetings and prepare for the reception gala in the evening. Only, by then, the colonel and his crew would have created a ruse to force the evacuation of several, but not all, of the Russian diplomats from Paris before the B-61 thermonuclear gravity bomb exploded, swallowing most of Paris, along with the Russian president, in the ensuing conflagration. The chic brasserie was nestled in the Ritz Hotel in the first arrondissement within the Paris district known as Le Premier. The Louvre Museum and the Tuileries Garden nearby were 2 of Gerasimov's favorite places in the City of Light, equally for their attestation to the marvels of human achievement in the arts and their capacity to soothe his unsettled spirit. It was almost a shame they would soon be wiped off the map. It was possible that some of the treasures within the historic museum would survive the nuclear blast. Perhaps some of the art and antiquities within the deepest of the below-ground exhibit halls and vaults. But if they did not, that would merely be the price exacted by his greatest achievement, the elevation of Russia to supremacy over America and the Western alliance known as NATO. He was convinced Paris would recover within the span of a generation or 2, as had both Hiroshima and Nagasaki after America destroyed them at the end of the Second World War. And during the time it would take for that to happen, Russia would grow in geopolitical influence while continuing to sow discord through the ongoing dissemination of misinformation that Americans and their allies were so keen to lap up. In the meantime, with an American thermonuclear bomb exploding in the belly of the French capital, the cacophony of voices from angry nations would all but quash the last remnants of the belief in America's moral superiority. The alliances forged by the nations of the West over nearly a century would be torn asunder. The fact that the Russian president had not discovered Directorate 13's true intentions was fortuitous. Meanwhile, Gerasimov's underlings were assured that the highest level of Russian leadership was sanctioning their mission. They believed their actions to be righteous if President Sergachev declared them so. But a regime change was necessary. Gerasimov wasn't entirely sure that he would survive the fallout, literally and metaphorically speaking. But his country would come to recognize him and General Tikhonov as extraordinary patriots. At last, Russia would be free of its vain president's greed and evil, and could plot a bolder course under the leadership of General Tikhonov, whom Gerasimov believed would be its next president. Gerasimov regarded his tumbler of bourbon, a double shot of Pappy Van Winkle's 15-year-old family reserve. The waiter had brought it with a side of chilled distilled water, but he drank it neat. To do otherwise was blasphemy. Served in an exquisite diamond-cut crystal tumbler, the whiskey glowed a luminous amber in the sunlight streaming through the glass roof. He swirled the bourbon around the glass, the lightly viscous liquid caressing the crystal, then brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. A slow draw of breath that conveyed the essences of vanilla, honey, cherries, oak, tobacco, and a hint of dark chocolate. If this were the last glass of bourbon he would ever drink, he was going to savor it. He glanced up to see General Tikhonov walking toward him, wearing a freshly pressed, casual uniform Option 1 of the Russian Army. A light green shirt, fixed with a black tie, was worn under an olive green jacket and matching trousers with azure piping, azure being the color denoting Spetsnaz GRU officers. An azure band encircled his peaked cap, which he removed and placed on an empty chair next to him. Gerasimov punched the start button on his iPad to begin the 3-hour countdown, then closed its cover. He pushed his chair out from the table and stood, buttoning his Savile Row jacket to greet his boss.
"Sit, Victor, sit,"
Tikhonov said.
"Remy Martinexo,"
he called over his shoulder to the approaching waiter, who left as quickly and quietly as he had arrived.
"I see you are always working,"
he continued, indicating toward the computer tablet on the table.
"I am pleased with the progress you have made on our project. Are we on schedule?" "Exactly as planned, sir."
Tikhonov nodded approvingly.
"Any complications?"
No point elaborating on the Interpol woman and her friend from the CIA.
"None that I cannot manage, General." "Fantastic, Victor."
The waiter returned and placed a snifter of cognac in front of the general.
"He has requested that you join us at the meeting this afternoon."
Gerasimov understood the he in this context meant President Sergachev.
"Thank you, General. I am honored. I am glad you are getting the recognition you deserve from our Supreme Commander-in-Chief for whatever time he has left."
He cupped the glass of Remy in his hand and swung it in wide circles, warming the liquid to release its bouquet. Then he raised it in a toast and downed it in one shot.
"Our motorcade will leave in 10 minutes,
he said, pushing out his chair.
"You will join us at this afternoon's meeting, so as not to raise any suspicion."
It wasn't a question.
"Of course, General."
Chapter 54. Sorbonne University International Conference Center, Paris, France. The guard, a uniformed lieutenant of the French National Police, rifled through Alex's backpack, peering inside as he shuffled items around. His eyes widened, and his hands ceased their movement. Then he pulled her FBI-issued Glock 19M out from the bottom of the bag, along with her 3 spare mags.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
What is this? He asked, holding the gun in the air between his thumb and forefinger like an oozing wedge of Epoisse de Bourgogne. He switched to passable English.
Why are you carrying a pistol in France?
Fair question, she thought. I can explain, she said, holding her FBI creds aloft. Several more officers gathered around.
This is not permitted,
he said, with even less humor than before. I am here on official business.
Perhaps it is so, but American police cannot carry weapons in France.
She wasn't sure how to justify her illegal possession of a firearm in his country. Ordinarily, I would agree with you, but I'm here... A voice came from behind them.
Tout va bien, monsieur l'agent.
A very senior-looking official in uniform walked toward them. Everything is fine, officer.
I will take care of the matter from here,
he said, his voice as rough as unhewn wood. The man was 50-ish, tall and fit. He walked with a dignified bearing and erect posture and wore a double-breasted navy blue police uniform adorned with rows of service decorations. A red braided cord was threaded under the epaulette on his left shoulder, and intricate embroidered gold brocade covered his policeman's cap. The crowd of officers parted before him. He bore a curt smile as he approached. The sentry held Alex's Glock toward him and raised his shoulders in the form of a question.
Yes, it is all right,
said the uniformed police official.
Mademoiselle Martel is a guest of the Republic, here at my request. As my guest, she may keep it. I will see to her. Oui, monsieur le préfet. Bien entendu, monsieur.
Yes, prefect. Understood, sir. The prefect of police provided command and oversight of the national police and other emergency services operating within Paris and 3 surrounding municipalities. The lieutenant handed her pistol and magazines back to her. Alex assumed if he approved of her having it, he wouldn't mind her wearing it, so she slid it into her holster, which she then clipped over her belt, securing 2 magazines in place as well.
Follow me,
said the prefect. She followed him into the lobby of the building, where he led her into a security office off the atrium. A man stood in front of a bank of security monitors displaying images from around the conference center, both inside and out. Outside, along the perimeter of the security zone, the size of the crowds had grown even since she had passed through only a short while ago. The prefect cleared his throat, and the man turned around.
Hello, Alexandra.
Chief Brassard? He took a step toward her to examine the cut under her eye, her fat lip, and the hand she was favoring.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, Chief. She dabbed at a bit of fluid leaking from the cut with a tissue. It still stung from the CS gas outside. I had no idea you were going to be at the summit.
I could say the same for you. I see you've met Prefect Deschamps.
She turned toward him and extended her hand. Thank you for interceding out there.
Enchanté, mademoiselle,
he said, taking her hand and bowing his head.
My men are not accustomed to foreign police carrying firearms in France.
Of course, sir. Forgive me.
Your chief,
he began.
Former chief,
Brassard corrected.
Monsieur Brassard was providing me with an update when you arrived fortuitously at the checkpoint.
He smiled broadly.
But I am afraid I am not convinced there is a stolen nuclear bomb in Paris, Special Agent Martel.
I understand, sir. May I share with you what we know?
I am a very busy man, he said, as you no doubt observed on your way in and can see on these monitors. The natives of Paris are restless. Our city's reputation for large demonstrations and unrest is, I'm afraid, well deserved. I must proceed to our command post in the Integrated Security Center to meet with my senior officers.
Is it far? She asked.
As a matter of fact, it is just one floor below us.
Excellent, Prefect. Can we walk and talk? By the time they arrived at the Integrated Security Center, a pair of adjoining conference rooms with the center divider panels retracted into the walls, Alex had given Chief Brassard and Prefect Deschamps the Cliff Notes version of what she knew. Kristen's note, the contents of her safe deposit box, the photographs, and the information digitally buried within them.
I'm afraid I don't see it, Special Agent Martel, the Prefect said. Taken from a credible source, I might have to agree with your assessment, as preposterous a notion as it is. But I am told by Chief Brassard that this woman, this intelligence officer, was in fact a Russian mole.
Yes, but...
I'm sorry, mademoiselle. As you can see, I am extremely busy.
He waved a hand toward the hive of activity. They were surrounded by dozens of agents and officers at work coordinating the efforts of a joint task force of French military and police resources. The Prefect continued,
"No, if you will excuse me."
But Alex was convinced Paris was the target, and a thought came to her having to do with Kristen's note. There was a line in it that was eating away at her. What did it say again? She thought. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her email until she found it. The catacombs.
Pardon, mademoiselle?
The Paris catacombs, she repeated. Now Brassard was looking on anxiously.
What about them?
Asked Prefect Deschamps. She turned to Brassard. Chief, Kristen's note mentioned Paris, as well as alluding to Titans, as in the military personnel at Ingerlick.
Yes, and we have already discounted her note as disinformation, Alexandra. Surely you can see that.
She ignored him. One line in the note said, "Hang on, it's here."
Miss Martel, interrupted the Prefect, I really don't have time.
She read from Kristen's note. Everyone has skeletons they'd rather keep hidden in their closet. When the men continued to stare blankly at her, she filled in her thoughts. When I first read that, I thought it was an explanation or an apology for her deceit. I mean, we all have secrets we'd rather the world didn't discover, don't we? But now I think she was talking about the catacombs, where the skeletons of 6 million Parisians are resting, right beneath our feet, in one big proverbial closet. Brassard had been studying her intently and now turned to the Prefect.
Monsieur Deschamps, could this even be possible? That is your theory, Miss Martel? Asked the Prefect. That the bomb is hidden in the catacombs?
I think so, yes.
You think so? A hunch, then?
On its own, it may not seem like much, but together with the rest of the note, the other evidence, and the clues where she mentions Paris and hints at the airbase and thermonuclear weapons in Turkey, these things together reflect a significant volume of circumstantial evidence that we can't ignore.
Why the catacombs?
Asked the Prefect.
I mean, you are talking about a nuclear bomb that, if detonated anywhere within Paris, could conceivably level the entire city. It could more easily be concealed in a rented truck or a delivery van, no? Why drag it through les catacombes de Paris?
They would do it because they are spiteful. The vice commander of the airbase explained that the bomb had been redesigned to incorporate significant bunker-busting capabilities to defeat the bunkers the Russians had built for President Sergachev and his government. Planting it inside the catacombs would be a way of sticking it to America and the West for what they may perceive as our arrogance, perhaps for flagrantly threatening the self-absorbed Russian president this way.
It is an interesting theory, I must admit,
said Deschamps.
A little weak, but interesting. The Police Nationale have been scouring the tunnels that make up the catacombs for weeks leading up to this summit to secure them. It is simply not conceivable that this could be done as you describe. Besides, I quite agree with the assessment of your CIA and British intelligence that the planned target of the attack is New York City.
Again with British intelligence, she thought.
Now, if you will please excuse me.
She was disappointed but undaunted.
Monsieur le Préfet,
she said to him as he began to turn away, if I could borrow some of your valuable resources, just 1 or 2 officers, I think I can prove my hypothesis, sir, and track down that nuke in the catacombs.
Special Agent Martel, you are most persistent.
He thought for a moment.
The French have a saying, Prouver que j'ai raison serait accorder que je puis avoir tort. Do you understand what this means?
He didn't wait for a response.
It means to prove that I am right would be to admit I could be wrong. Do you understand?
It was a little pompous. She saw his point, but didn't believe for a second she could be wrong. He went on.
As it seems unlikely I'll be able to get rid of you, you are welcome to remain in Paris to conduct limited inquiries under the direction of Chief Bressard. I will instruct the sentry whom you met at the gate to keep an eye on you. If there is a bomb, find it, he said. But keep out of trouble. And please do not kill any citizens of France while on French soil. Lieutenant Blanc will come to find you presently. Please wait for him in the security office upstairs. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
With that, he turned and disappeared into the hive. Bressard wore a broad smile, his dimples peeking out above his finely groomed beard. "What?" she said. "Thanks for being so supportive."
"I've learned from experience, Alexandra, that sometimes the best way to help you is to keep out of your way."
Chapter 55. Sorbonne University International Conference Center, Paris, France. Alex and Bressard reached the top of the stairs and crossed the atrium to the security office. A woman, elegant in a navy blue off-center blazer over a white blouse, skirt, and heels, marched toward them, a silk scarf gently luffing behind her like a nautical flag on a luxury vessel at sea.
"Chief Bressard," she called. "Secretary General, I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow."
Interpol's top official turned to Alex.
"Special Agent Martel, I recognize you from your photographs."
I am," replied Alex. The woman looked younger in person than she did on video calls. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a tight bun. In her heels, she stood over 6 feet. "So nice to finally meet you, Madame Clicquot." The Secretary General of Interpol was both its chief and chief executive officer. Madame Clicquot was responsible for conducting the organization's day-to-day activities, as well as the business functions that supported the investigative work.
I am a little surprised to find you here, Alex, she said, gazing at Broussard. I seem to recall signing your transfer documents, handing you back to the FBI less than an hour ago.
Broussard piped up.
I can explain. I trust you can, she said.
But before he could, a commotion outside the glass doors of the conference hall caught their attention. A fleet of vehicles led by a contingent of motorcycle officers pulled into the courtyard. Led by an armored SUV, each bore the tricolored white, blue, and red flag of the Russian Federation. The group disembarked and strode into the building. A man of medium stature with thinning, fawn-colored hair and a perpetual willowy grin led the way, appearing for all the world like he owned the place, as a phalanx of others trailed behind. He walked robustly, with a slightly awkward gunslinger's gait, his right arm unmoving with each stride. President Sergachev, Alex thought. His deportment seemed an odd carryover from his days as a KGB foreign intelligence officer, where he'd risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Or maybe he wore a bulky weapon beneath his immaculate suit and was trying not to bump it with each pass of his forearm. Either way, the Russian president and his entourage were on a collision course with Alex, Broussard, and the Secretary General of Interpol. "Who's that with him?" asked Alex.
Major General Pavel Tikhonov, the head of Directorate 13,
said Madame Clicquot. Of course, she thought.
And behind them, said Broussard, is his heir apparent and commander of operations,
Colonel Viktor Gerasimov. She knew him straight away. Before Broussard could stop her, Alex was off marching toward the Russian delegation. He and Madame Clicquot hurried to keep up.
"Alexandra!"
called Broussard in a whispered shout. But she didn't hear him, or chose not to respond to his call. She headed straight for Gerasimov, which took her right into the Presidential Security Service detail's path. President Sergachev stopped, his permanent smile growing more expansive at the sight of this woman brushing past his bodyguards. The SBP agents ventured to block her, but Sergachev issued a command in Russian, and they opened a path instead. The lead agent stepped in front of her and pointed toward her sidearm, but she dodged past him like he wasn't even there. Sergachev continued to watch, waiting along with everyone else to see what would happen next. The close protection agents had formed a tight circle surrounding their president and his men, with Alex now in the inner sanctum. Broussard and Madame Clicquot stood on the outside looking in. "Mr. President," she said, greeting him as she breezed past, stopping in front of Gerasimov.
"Special Agent Martel."
The colonel stood before her in a business suit, smiling down from his 6'2" frame.
"Your reputation precedes you, and I must confess to being somewhat of an admirer. As you demonstrate even now, your methods are quite direct. One might say brash."
"Speaking of brash, do you think I don't know it was you who stole the bomb from the American airbase in Turkey?" He laughed.
"Not even a little foreplay first?"
He glanced at the men around them.
"I like this woman,"
he said. Even President Sergachev chuckled. "You were in Adana yesterday and arrived in Paris today," she said coolly. "We have Major Douglas in custody. It's only a matter of time before he implicates you and Directorate 13. Gerasimov's smile faded, replaced by a steely gaze. A voice came from behind her.
"Special Agent Martel."
She spun around. President Sergachev was addressing her. "Mr. President." He searched beyond his phalanx of men, catching sight of Broussard and Madame Clicquot beyond. Alex followed his gaze and noted that Lieutenant Blanc, The French policeman from the gate, whom Prefect Deschamps had assigned as her minder in Paris, had walked up as well.
You are an agent of Interpol, yes?
It's complicated.
Tell me, Agent Martel, why aren't you in America trying to find this bomb you accuse one of my men of stealing? This accusation is absurd, of course.
His eyes left hers and bored into Madame Clicquot's. But if his intention was to intimidate her, she wasn't fazed in the least. She returned his gaze with a bright smile, a kindergarten teacher humoring a petulant child. "Wake up and smell the sunflowers, Mr. President," said Alex. "I thought I would stay in Paris for a while and take in the sights. In fact, I understand the catacombs are a fascinating place to visit." She searched Gerasimov's face for a tell of any kind, but saw nothing but a dispassionate gaze, which in itself was telling.
"You shouldn't waste your time, Sasha,"
the president said, calling her by the Russian diminutive form of her name.
"It would be a shame if, while you were chasing phantoms around Paris, a bomb was to explode in Times Square and, how should I say it in English, fry the Big Apple."
His ridiculous smile grew even more prominent. She stepped into his personal space, ignoring any notion of physical distancing. His protection detail bristled and moved toward her, but they backed off with a slight raise of his hand. She looked him up and down. She had a good 2 inches on him. "You are much smaller in person than I imagined, Mr. President, but you are living up to your reputation as a man without a soul." He moved even closer until she could feel his stale breath on her and smell his musky cologne. His grin evaporated.
"In that case, Sasha, I am delighted we understand each other."
"It won't work, Dima." It was her turn to use the diminutive of Dmitri, which she'd recalled from a magazine article. "I will find the bomb, and I will find anyone who conspired to be part of the plot, and I will take down anyone responsible for whatever happens next, no matter who they are. There will be no hiding, Dima. Not even for you in your nuclear bomb-proof bunker at Kozvinsky Mountain."
"Such an ambitious objective. However, Alexandra, as the man who must approve such grand plans, I can assure you Russia had nothing to do with the theft of this thermonuclear bomb. Perhaps America should take better care of its toys, yes? Good day, Sasha."
President Sergachev turned and walked away. Gerasimov brushed past her, smiling. Blood pounded inside her ears as other delegations, Canada, the United Kingdom, Japan, arrived and marched toward the amphitheater. Others would arrive shortly too, including the United States. Madame Clicquot appeared at her side.
"I suggest we retire to the security office to discuss your future,"
she said, turning to lead them across the atrium. Broussard looked somber, gently shaking his head as if to warn her, "Don't even think of replying." Inside the office, Madame Clicquot commandeered a corner cubicle. She turned to Alex, and she wasn't smiling.
"That was reckless, Special Agent Martel. Tell me why I shouldn't slap you with charges of professional misconduct and insubordination and put you on a plane to America right now."
"Because I don't work for Interpol anymore," she said. "And because you know I'm right, Madam Secretary General, and because we gained additional intel from that little tete-a-tete." There was a beat before she replied.
"Indeed," she said. "President Sergachev mentioned New York. And he did it in the hopes you would regard it as confirmation of what Western intelligence has been telling us. He might have done this to shift Interpol's efforts away from Paris, which is, of course, what the FBI has asked us to do. Tell me, Special Agent Martel, if Paris was a target, as you contend, then why are the Russian president and a rather large delegation of diplomats still here?
Alex had no answer. Madame Clicquot continued.
I am not convinced there is a nuclear bomb here.
Alex was about to jump in, but Madame Clicquot silenced her with a raised hand.
But I would be a fool to risk so many lives because of my pride. The FBI is expecting you back in Washington immediately. Tell me, Alex, are you willing to stake your career and your personal reputation on this hunch? Because if you are wrong, neither Chief Broussard nor I will be able to save you from the excoriation you will most assuredly face at the hands of the Department of Justice.
Madame Clicquot, Chief Broussard, she said, addressing them both. I have never been more convinced of anything in my life than I am of this. There was a pause before Clicquot answered.
I will buy you time until the end of the day to find that bomb or evidence of its existence. And I will see about getting you additional manpower. But, as you have seen, the Paris prefect is extremely busy, and everyone, including the Americans, believes the bomb is on its way to New York City. If you are not successful, you'll be on a red-eye flight for Washington before the night is done. Understood?
She was about to respond when her phone rang. It was Jonathan.
I know where the bomb is, he said.
Chapter 56. Sorbonne University International Conference Center, Paris, France.
What do you mean you know where the bomb is? Alex asked.
Madame Clicquot and Chief Broussard looked on eagerly. Alex tapped the screen to activate her speakerphone.
Jonathan, you're on speaker with Chief Broussard and Secretary General Clicquot. What? Oh, hello.
Jonathan's voice bordered on shrill, half an octave higher than usual.
Okay, well, maybe no is too strong a word. Or if there's actually a bomb anywhere, get to the point. I identified a location you need to check out, he said.
How? Where?
It's been bothering me for a while now, but as I decrypted Kristen's email, 3 words kept repeating throughout the code. Lectures, wagers, cherry.
I remember you telling me, replied Alex.
I was able to decipher much of the data embedded in her email. As you know, it turned out to be maps and schematic drawings pointing to Ingerlick, along with other details.
Madame Clicquot chimed in.
But we have already established that this might all have been a ruse. Disinformation to point us in the wrong direction.
She caressed the silk scarf around her neck like it was a pet.
By pointing us in the right direction? He asked.
It's happened before. Provide just enough truth to hide the bigger lies.
Yes, Secretary General, but I discovered a repetitive string of 3 words that kept cropping up without any context. Lectures, wagers, cherry. The string is always buried in data I can't fully decrypt, but it always appears the same. The words are always in lowercase, preceded by 3 forward slashes, and separated by a period with no spaces.
Chief Broussard asked,
And what do they mean?
The string of text is a geographical reference. It points us to an address.
What are you talking about? Alex asked.
I'm going to send you a link to an app called What 3 Words. It's a geocoding system that breaks the planet down into 3-meter squares, roughly 10 feet by 10 feet, and assigns each square a 3-word string unique to that location. So instead of long strings of numbers like UTM or other mapping systems, you only have to know 3 words to pinpoint any location on the globe.
And where does that string point us?
To an alley beside a restaurant in the Latin Quarter. As the crow flies, you're less than 3 football fields away. When you get the link, download the app, then enter the string of words into the address search bar.
She did as he instructed and entered //lectures.wagers.cherry into the search bar. Up came an address for an American-style burger joint a few blocks away in the Latin Quarter.
"What now?"
she asked.
"Well, if I were you, I'd go check it out."
"Not so fast." Secretary General Clicquot stopped Alex as she turned to exit the security room. Her expression was grave. "I will advise the Bureau that you have been delayed in France to pursue leads on behalf of Interpol. That additional relevant information has come to light."
"Thank you, Madame Clicquot," said Alex.
"I still do not believe the bomb is here, but I will allow you leeway to investigate. And, Alex, rest assured this is the final course of action you will take on the matter here in Paris. If your efforts prove fruitless, you will be on a plane tonight for Washington."
"Yes, ma'am."
Clicquot turned to the French police lieutenant. "Go with her. If she finds nothing, bring her back here so we can ensure she gets on a plane."
"Oui, madame."
Chief Martin Broussard chimed in.
"And promise me, Alexandra, if you find anything, you will call for backup."
Paris Catacombs, Paris. With violent protests spreading all across the French capital, Alex knew better than to hope that Broussard would be able to muster any help if she got into trouble. She and the prefect's designee were on their own. Lieutenant Hugo Blanc was a career policeman assigned to the Public Order Unit of the French National Police Force. He had secured for them an unmarked Renault to drive to 20 Rue de Boulanger, just south of their location within the 5th arrondissement. "How far are we going?" she asked.
"Assuming we can get through the crowds at the first ring of defense, it should take no more than 5 minutes.
He circumnavigated the university campus within the security zone. As they approached the barricades, the riot squad platoon opened the gates and let them pass. The crowd was remarkably compliant, merely yelling at them as they beat their fists against the Renault.
"See,"
he said.
"Pas de problème."
No problem. No sooner had the words passed his lips than a series of projectiles struck their car. Eggs, tomatoes, and water balloons filled with yellow liquid. She didn't ask as he shrugged and flicked on the windshield wipers. He turned right on Rue de Boulanger and followed it around a bend to a little hole-in-the-wall eatery called the Mobster Diner at number 20. There was a line out the door. Beside the restaurant was a narrow, dead-end alley.
"What do you think?" she asked.
"The food must be good. So many people."
"Not what I meant."
"It seems not to matter then, what do I think," he said. "What do you think is of greater importance?"
she directed him to back down the alley and park. She confirmed with the What 3 Words app that this was the location. // lectures.wagers.cherry. Her heart was pounding. "This is it," she said.
Now what?
He asked. She exited the small, unmarked police car. The alley was dark, perennially in the shadow cast by the 5-story buildings that surrounded it on 3 sides. Along the walls were several service doors. She tried opening them. Surprisingly, all of them yielded when pulled, but they seemed to go where one might expect. That is, into unremarkable entrances and hallways within the buildings. Not sure what she was looking for, she tried the last door. This one was shorter than the others, and shaped more like an ancient gate into a cemetery. Its wood was grayed from the ravages of time, and the hinges were antique and made of steel or iron. And it didn't open. Nothing quite piques the interest of an urban explorer like a locked door. It moved enough that it banged against the deadbolt with each pull, but there was no way to unlock it that she could see.
What is it?
Asked Hugo, arriving by her side. It's locked. He walked back to the car and popped the trunk. He returned carrying a Halligan bar, a multi-purpose breaching tool favored by fire departments and law enforcement worldwide.
Here,
he said, presenting it to her. It's your bar. You give it a try.
I am here to facilitate, not to break and enter.
She rolled her eyes. She had used versions of the Halligan downrange when she was with ISA and again while doing breaching training with the FBI. She inserted the claw end into the gap, placing the tips of the fork above and below the bolt holding the door closed. She began to pry, and when that alone didn't work, she began to rock the long handle backward and forward, the tips of the claw sliding deeper with each pass, digging into the doorway's soft wooden frame.
"Help me," she said. "We do not have a warrant. I cannot assist you breaking into these premises. The prefect has not authorized this."
Are you kidding me? There's probably a nuclear bomb somewhere inside, and you're worried about forcibly entering without a warrant?
Ah, putain,
he said, using the French equivalent of an F-bomb, only slightly softer and more socially acceptable.
What do you mean, a nuclear bomb? No one told me this. I only overheard you speaking of a bomb, not a nuclear bomb. I am supposed to help you with getting information, not with a scene from Mission Impossible.
Are you going to help or not? I need you because you're stronger and taller than I am. I don't have the leverage.
You are a terrible liar. But, okay,
he said, taking control of the tool. Alex was a strong woman by any measure, but Hugo Blanc outweighed her by a good 40 pounds. He started rocking the Halligan bar, and within seconds the door popped open. "Great work," she said. They stepped inside the dark passage and pulled the door closed behind them. Blanc leaned the tool against the wall and withdrew a small LED flashlight from his duty belt. He turned it on and twisted the head of the light to spread the beam, lighting up a sloping passage that disappeared into the darkness somewhere ahead. The passage seemed quite ordinary, lined in concrete of a seemingly recent vintage.
"Yes, wonderful,"
he said.
"We are in a dark tunnel that leads deeper into other dark tunnels in the bowels of Paris looking for a nuclear bomb. Splendid work, Hugo."
"Look." She pointed to scuff marks on the ground where wheel marks, perhaps from a heavy cart, had been made in the dust and dirt. "Let's go."
"Excellent. I think we should report where we are."
"Not until we find something worth reporting."
"So, are we going to wander aimlessly through these tunnels? Until what?"
We'll know when we know."
"American optimism," he quipped.
The passage descended the equivalent of several stories below ground level, the temperature dropping perceptibly as they walked. The walls and ceiling were lined with large-diameter pipes and heavy-duty wire conduit. Old or not, it appeared to be little more than a utility service tunnel. There were no skeletons anywhere to be seen. If these were the catacombs, Alex was disappointed. They moved quickly until they arrived at a fork in the passage. A wooden sign affixed to the wall offered two handwritten choices. To the left, the Pantheon. To the right, Jardin de Plantes.
"Which way?"
Hugo asked. She glanced at the ground but didn't see any scrapings.
"I don't know. This is your city."
"Le Pantheon is west of where we started," he said.
"And the Jardin de Plantes is close to the conference center where the summit is being held, right?"
"Yes."
"Then we should go right."
They turned toward the new passage, which was much darker and noticeably cooler. She shivered.
"Are you cold?"
he asked. "I'll live," she said, rubbing her arms. He stopped her and shone his flashlight along the wall until he came across a makeshift electrical panel. It was just a crude wooden box with wires coming out.
"What is it?"
Alex asked. He opened the box and flipped a switch inside. Alex watched, stunned, as small bulbs strung the length of the tunnel lit up and gave off dim light in the passageway. She looked back at Hugo.
"The cataphalts do this,"
he said.
"They clip into existing electrical services above or inside the tunnels so they can explore and do the things they like to do down here, whatever that is."
Looking around, it was apparent the character of the tunnel had changed to something hewn from the stone.
"We are inside the ancient tunnels now,"
he said. They quickly came upon more wheel tracks. As they followed them, her phone rang. She answered. It was Chief Brassard.
"I've tried you twice already."
Alex peered at the display on her phone.
"I only have one bar. We're underground, so I don't expect I'll have a signal much longer."
"Alexandra, the demonstrations have turned violent and dynamic. The resources of the French police are stretched thin. We won't be able to send you any help if you need it."
She could barely make out his words.
"What?"
she said, but the signal was lost. She got the gist of his message. Shit was happening topside, and help was far, far away, she thought. She had heard that before. The walls of the tunnel were no longer lined in concrete. The whole passage they walked was carved out of the earth, which appeared to be made of limestone.
"I thought 6 million Parisians were buried down here," she said.
"This is true, but it is not the whole story. Le Catacombe de Paris is a bit of a misnaming. The section of the tunnels that became the ossuary comprises only a small portion of the underground Carrière de Paris, the quarries of Paris," he explained. "There are hundreds of kilometers of tunnels running parallel as well as above and below each other all over the city."
"But why did they build such an extensive network of tunnels?"
The low-wattage incandescent bulbs were strung at roughly 50-foot intervals and gave off a gloomy haze at best as they walked.
"A lot of limestone was needed to build the modern city you see above ground. But when Paris's overflowing cemeteries started to collapse into the basements of homes in the 18th century, Parisians grew understandably upset at the mess, and, of course, the reek from the dead bodies. They moved 6 million dead Parisians from all the cemeteries into the abandoned quarries below the city. The ossuary occupies only a few kilometers of tunnels, but most Parisians still refer to the entire complex as les catacombes. The French believe it is romantic. And perhaps in a horrible way it is.
As they rounded a bend, the passageway continued, but Alex noted that the tracks had disappeared again. She backtracked 100 feet and realized whatever was being pushed had turned off the main passage. She followed the marks on the ground into a smaller passage that opened into another chamber, 20 feet by 50 feet. The chamber was empty, but as Hugo shone his flashlight around, it lit up the opening of a large hole in the floor. "Pass me your flashlight," she said. Hugo handed it over. Alex approached the hole, wondering how stable the ground beneath her was. Sprawling out on her belly, she shone the light into the void, wondering which would scare her more, a hole full of skeletons or a void containing a thermonuclear bomb set to go off.
Fais attention.
"Be careful," said Hugo. An electrical cord descended through the center of the hole. The flashlight's beam caught a platform some 20 feet below where the line ended. It was attached to an articulating boom, which in turn was attached to a mechanized lift system.
"My stars,"
Hugo said.
"How did they get that machine in there?"
"What do you think?" she asked him.
"I think I have a long life to live if I don't follow you into this hole."
"Where's your sense of adventure?"
"At home with my wife and children, who I would very much like to see again at the end of this day."
Above her dangled a remote control to operate the boom. She grabbed it and shone the light on it. It seemed straightforward enough. She brought the platform up and, after a couple of tries, lined it up with the hole in the floor. Moments later, they were balanced together in the center of the platform, Alex using the onboard controls to lower them into the darkness, as Hugo reminded her he didn't want to become the newest permanent resident of the Paris catacombs. Chapter 57. Zamansky Tower, Sorbonne University, Paris, France. Victor Gerasimov stared out a panoramic window in the reception hall on the 24th floor of the Zamansky Tower. More frequently referred to as just the tower by users on campus, the building seemed incongruously placed in the middle of one of the university quadrangles on the Sorbonne campus, its purpose a mystery to outsiders. A short distance away, the spire of Notre-Dame de Paris again reached for the heavens. The medieval Catholic cathedral on Ile de la Cité, whose construction began in 1163 CE, had survived the ravages of conflict and fire for nearly a millennium. It had flourished in much the same way as a forest is rejuvenated after the detritus of centuries is purged in flames. This, he realized now, was an analogy for his plan. Paris was the metaphorical forest in the path of the wildfire. It needed to be raised to halt the cancer of America's self-righteous ideology of exceptionalism in order to allow the beautiful flower that was Russia to blossom in a new global order. A knock at the door took him out of his spell. Behind him, Sergei Malkin went to open it.
"I don't know why I have been summoned, Victor, but this is highly unusual. Everything about what we are doing is highly unusual, Mr. Kane."
Daniel Kane stepped inside past Malkin.
"Well, it's perilous. I don't like it. Tell me, Kane, why is the Interpol woman here in Paris?"
"I have no idea. I was as surprised as you are to hear it. She was directed to Washington, but chose to remain here." Gerasimov assessed Kane's body language and decided he was telling the truth.
She found a key in Kristen's apartment that led her to a safe deposit box in London. From there, she learned much about our beloved Anna's past. This has left us exposed, he said. I was not aware until Tatiana called me after their confrontation outside the bank. It should not have been Agent Martel who discovered this key. No, Victor. Both MI5 and Scotland Yard missed it. Yes, and this allowed Special Agent Martel to make her way to Turkey, and now to Paris. She knows too much. We cannot afford any more interference. Perhaps Major Douglas betrayed you. Or perhaps the CIA tracked your movements from there to here. Nonsense.
Gerasimov could see the tension building in Kane's shoulders. He might have been a fool, but he wasn't a complete idiot. He was apparently still able to intuit the presence of personal jeopardy. But then, even a rat could sense the presence of a bigger predator.
We are in the final few hours of our mission, Mr. Kane. The bomb will detonate at 1900 hours. That's 7 p.m. I am aware what 1900 hours means. That should give you enough time to evacuate your Prime Minister and the rest of the British delegation. Unless you choose not to, of course.
He checked his watch.
Yes, well, we shall see. Even as we stand here, our little lady friend is searching for the bomb. You will go with Sergei to ensure it is safe and that she hasn't found it.
Kane turned nervously to Malkin, who was smiling.
Me? Why me? The tunnels are filled with skeletons. I don't like it. Sometimes you have to step over the bodies, Mr. Kane. But I know nothing about bombs or explosives. We need manpower, not technical experts, he said. And we need a face Special Agent Martel will trust, should you encounter her in the catacombs. We cannot afford for anyone to tamper with the weapon.
He pointed to his iPad.
I have the remote control in my possession, but there is no telling what could happen if someone attempts to disarm it. Understand?
I understand, Colonel.
If you want to be paid the fortune you demanded from the Russian government for your services, this is the final act I expect of you on this mission.
Like a cat realizing it was about to be given its fix of catnip, Kane agreed.
I will text you soon with our rendezvous point. Keep your phone on, said Malkin.
With that, Kane left.
Colonel, Malkin said, I can handle the bomb and this Interpol woman. I do not need this weasel with me. I think there is no need for Mr. Kane to exit the catacombs once you have secured the device, Sergei. Perhaps he can join the other residents there.
Malkin smiled.
Yes, Colonel.
Paris Catacombs, Paris. Alex and Hugo walked along the limestone tunnels, one level below where they had previously been. Tunnels that had been carved out centuries before by men toiling beneath the city with picks and axes, under conditions she couldn't fathom. The tunnels were nearly 4 or 5 feet wide and 6 feet tall. As their journey continued, they came across a flooded section and pushed through the knee-deep water for a couple 100 feet. Great. It's not enough to be worried about a nuclear bomb and skeletons. Now I'm thinking about what might be swimming in here. Snakes, rats. Ugh, she thought. Alex stumbled on submerged rocks once or twice. At least she hoped they were rocks. But on each occasion was able to recover her footing before going for a swim. She turned on her phone's flashlight. Coming out of the water, they entered a dry section of tunnel strewn with the femurs and skulls of long-dead Parisians. She stopped in her tracks. Coming up behind her, Hugo said,
I have visited the tourist area of these tunnels and have seen the skeletons stacked neatly and with deference. And I have raided sections where illegal gatherings were going on. But to see the bones of my ancestors scattered haphazardly like twigs, or the scraps from a scavenged feast, seems an unholy sight.
He crossed himself, and they moved on. Alex tried to avoid stepping on any of the human remains. They were violating sacred ground, but she convinced herself it was for the greater good as she made several apologies under her breath. She bent over a few times to gently move a bone or a piece of skull so she could place a foot down without stepping on anything. Eventually, the scattering of bones petered out, and the passage was clear again. She checked her watch.
It's 5:55, she said.
What time is the gala?
Cocktails are at 6, dinner at 7,
replied Hugo. And to think we're going to miss it.
I left my tuxedo at home anyway.
100 feet farther along, they came upon what appeared to be a newly excavated opening in the wall. The air here was thick, heavy with moisture and centuries of stale air. The hairs on the back of her neck were raised like the hackles of a predator sensing a threat.
"Do you know where we are?" she asked Hugo.
"I am not an expert," he said, sniffing the air.
"But I believe this network of tunnels should have ended 100 meters back. When we dropped down a level, I think we entered a section closer to the River Seine that should have been sealed off, even from the cataphiles."
"How do you know?"
"The rock face changes as we approach the river. Look, the color is even different," he said, shining his light on the wall.
It was true. It seemed paler in color, dustier.
"I am not a geologist, but this might be a deposit of gypsum, which is much softer than the Lutetian limestone used for making buildings. It is more prone to cracking, and cracks in the wall bring flooding from the river. I'm sure we are near or even under the Sorbonne, in the prohibited activity zone, almost at the Jardin des Plantes, next to the university."
He sniffed the air again, like a bloodhound on a scent trail.
"Can you smell that?"
She nodded. The air was dank, but she could smell the pungent fragrance of a lush forest, as if it were emanating from the walls themselves, delivered from the surface 65 feet above them. She signaled Hugo to stay quiet, then cautiously moved through the gap. A passage led straight on for another 50 feet before taking a sharp turn. She stopped.
"What is it?"
he whispered. "I thought I heard something," she said, listening intently. Then, "Nothing." As they moved on, Hugo asked,
"If we encounter someone alone, a guard or a lookout perhaps, should we arrest them?"
She shook her head. "I can tell you only work the riot squad."
"I don't understand."
"I mean, that's not a very tactically sound idea. If there's one, there's more."
"What does that mean?"
"It's something a deputy U.S. Marshal drilled into me after I messed up at Hogan's Alley," she said, referring to the tactical training facility at the FBI Academy. "Marshal Cameron always told me, see one, think two." I modified it a bit.
"I like his better."
"Me too." At the junction, Alex crouched and peered around the corner into a circular vault 30 feet in diameter and 20 feet high, lit by 2 racks of LED utility work lights. On the far end of the chamber, another tunnel led off into the darkness. Against the wall across from her sat what appeared to be a wheeled equipment trolley. Atop the rack lay a pointy cylindrical device measuring 11 feet long by a foot in diameter. Attached to it was a bright orange tail assembly kit. Chapter 58. Paris Catacombs, Paris. Holy shit! Somehow it came out as a whisper. "What?" whispered Hugo from behind her. Alex turned to him. "We found the bomb." She looked down at her cell phone, hoping to be able to call Chief Broussard. Still no service. She opened the camera app and snapped pictures for scale and perspective, making sure both the sound and the flash were off. Then she laughed at herself, always planning for the after-action report. Even in the face of a nuclear bomb, that would leave no trace of her or her phone should it go off. It was the ultimate act of wishful thinking. She crept out of the passage and stepped down into the chamber. It sat 2 feet below the level of the tunnel from which she emerged. "What are you doing?" asked Hugo. "What's it look like I'm doing? I'm going to get a closer look." "Why would you do that? We need to go back and tell everyone what we've found so they can send in the army." 2 problems with your idea. 1, we don't know if it's set to detonate. And if it is, it would be nice to know how much time is left before it goes off. And 2, what if we don't make it out? "Why wouldn't we make it out?" "We might not be the only ones down here, Hugo." He quickly glanced into the tunnel behind him. "Okay then, on y va," he whispered. "Let's go." Her first objective was to clear the tunnel on the opposite side of the room. She exchanged her phone for her Glock, and out of necessity, cut directly across to the space. When she got near the tunnel entrance, she pressed herself against the wall and carefully stuck her head around the corner. This passage, too, was lit by widely spaced, low-wattage bulbs. In the dim light, she could see for 50, maybe 75 feet before the tunnel rounded a bend. She called to Hugo. "Clear," she said. He emerged from the tunnel to join her as she walked over to the B-6112 thermonuclear bomb. She involuntarily shivered as a chill ran up her spine. "I cannot believe this is a nuclear bomb," said Hugo. "Do you know anything about it? Can you defuse one?" She didn't answer. Instead, she looked at the bomb, identical to the one Colonel Mendez had shown her and Caleb at Incirlik Air Base. The flap over the 10-by-3-inch control panel was unscrewed. She took a deep breath and lifted the cover, letting it rest on the hinge. "Ah, putain!" she exclaimed. Unlike the unit they had seen at Incirlik, there was a red LED clock below the permissive action link panel, the nuclear bomb's system interface. The display showed 005235 and counting down. The PAL was composed of 12 switches, just like on the bomb at Incirlik. There was 0 chance she'd be able to guess the alphanumeric code. She checked the dial-a-yield setting. It was pointing to the B-6112's maximum output of 50 kilotons. Less than an hour remained until time ran out and the nuclear bomb exploded, vaporizing half of Paris in a nanosecond and turning the other half into a zone of destruction that would kill, maim, or displace millions. Not to mention that the explosion would turn the city into a radioactive lake when the boundaries of the Seine disappeared from the blast. The underground structure of the catacombs would reflect and magnify the shockwave throughout its entire network, collapsing the city into the limestone void. The waters of the Seine would flood the space left by the hollowed-out earth, spelling Armageddon for Paris and the surrounding regions. The trickle-down effects were too numerous to comprehend. Again, Alex shuddered at the thought. She studied the controls and tried to recall what Colonel Mendez had told them. All the while, the clock ticked down. She reached for the yield control. "What are you doing?" Hugo exclaimed. "I'm going to see if I can turn the yield down. What will that do?" "Hopefully not set it off." "What?" "Well, actually, I'm hoping it will make a smaller bang if it does go off." "That's not much of a consolation." She thought about what Colonel Mendez said, about the bomb having an anti-tamper mechanism. Even if the settings she dialed in didn't take effect, maybe she could cause it to register that the system was being tampered with. This, in turn, could make the bomb misdetonate and become inert. Of course, according to Mendez, to misdetonate meant to fire off the equivalent of a pipe bomb, the explosive equivalent of 4 or 5 pounds of TNT, to deform the plutonium core. She was no explosives expert, but she was sure that to accomplish that end goal required a significant explosion, one that would likely kill both her and Inspector Clouseau if they were close enough when it exploded. She placed her hand on the control, turning it 4 clicks counterclockwise into the off position. A red light flashed, and a buzzer sounded twice. It didn't sound promising, but she had no way to know. Next, she tried turning the environment setting from the GND setting, which she assumed meant ground, the bomb's lay-down or subterranean detonation mode, and dialed it back to the off position as well. Another red flash and double buzzer. At least there wasn't a loud bang. "Did it work? Is it off?" asked Hugo. "I don't think so," she answered. "What now?" She peered into the side of the device, hoping to find a way to trigger the self-destruct sequence. Obviously, playing with the switches wasn't going to be enough. She would have to try something more invasive. She debated ripping the control module off completely, but the uncertainty of what that might do gave her pause. What if that sped up the countdown, or triggered the nuclear blast? She thought. She recalled seeing a poster-sized schematic drawing on the wall of the weapons maintenance building in Turkey. It included a simplified illustration of the bomb in a disassembled state. While she couldn't remember many of the details of the drawing, she recalled that most of the unit's sensitive systems, radar, guidance, and trigger, were contained behind the nose cone. Perhaps if she removed it, a solution would reveal itself to her. She moved to the tip of the nuke. The cone was fastened to the fuselage by a dozen Torx screws, the same type as on the cover of the control panel. "I don't suppose you have a set of Torx screwdrivers on you, do you?" she asked Hugo. He gave her a blank stare and shook his head. She pulled out her folding knife and pressed the tip of the blade into the top of one of the screws, but there was nothing there for it to bite on. A sound coming from the tunnel from which they had emerged caught her attention. Before Hugo could even turn his head in that direction, Alex had dropped her knife and brought her gun up. A figure emerged from the darkness holding a gun. "Don't shoot," the figure said. The man was holding a Sig Sauer in his right hand that Alex recognized instantly. "Caleb?" "I come in peace," he said. "Maybe, but you almost got blown to bits." "That's what I hope to avoid." "Who is this?" asked Hugo. "And why is every American in my country carrying a gun?" Alex lowered her weapon. Hugo, this is Caleb. Caleb filled in the blank.
I'm her partner.
Alex jumped back in. I was going to say he's with CIA. We're not partners.
We work together.
Not the same.
Can we please focus on the bomb?
Pleaded Hugo. Alex picked her knife up off the ground. You don't happen to have a Torx key set on you, do you?
As a matter of fact...
Caleb holstered his gun and reached under his shirt, removing a multi-tool from his belt.
I ride a Harley. Some of the screws on it are Torx.
Among the various paraphernalia on the multi-tool were different-sized Torx head screwdrivers.
Try one of these.
She took it from him and, on the second try, struck pay dirt. There's a bit of luck, she said.
Some of us like to call that preparedness,
he shot back. In under a minute, the nose cone of the B-61 was off. Alex set it on the ground, and the three of them peered into the business end of the bomb. They could see the GPS satellite and laser guidance systems, as well as the radar airburst fuse and impact fuses. Caleb was breathing down her neck.
Right behind the guidance system and fuses should be the physics package of this beast, he whispered. The warhead.
The gravity of the situation weighed heavy on her. It wasn't hard to be both in awe and terror while beholding this weapon.
Isn't it radioactive?
Asked Hugo. Alex and Caleb both turned to him.
I mean, it is a nuclear bomb. Doesn't it contain, radioactive material?
It would be nice to have a dosimeter or radiation monitor, said Alex, but we don't have one. Let's assume the bigger threat would be not being able to stop this bomb from going off.
Any bright ideas?
Asked Caleb.
Yep.
She reached inside the fuselage with both hands, behind the electronics, and started pulling. The bomb rocked back and forth on the wheeled rack, but it was held in place securely with tie-down straps. She felt the components bend but not break.
This is your plan?
Asked Hugo, backing away. Some help would be nice. Caleb came up alongside her and stuck his big hand into the gap Alex had made. Soon, electronic components and wires were being tugged from their fittings until, at last, with one mighty pull together, the entire assembly came out in their hands as they fell backward. Alex dusted herself off and checked the LED clock display. T-minus 41:16 and still counting. Okay, options, she said. Nothing we've tried so far seems to have worked. We can sit here and continue to mess around with a live nuke in full countdown mode with 40 minutes left, and maybe we'll disarm it.
Or maybe you will accidentally detonate it,
Hugo warned, having backed away to the entrance of the tunnel.
Right,
Caleb said.
One of us could run back topside for help. Yes, but there is just over half an hour left until that thing explodes, Hugo said. We would never make it out and back in time. It is not possible.
He's right, Alex said. She could think of only one other way to deactivate the bomb. She made her decision. She stood up and pulled out her Glock.
What are you doing?
Cried Hugo. The only way to render this bomb safe is to make it think it's being tampered with. I was hoping that removing those components would do the trick, but it didn't.
So now you're going to shoot it? He asked. Merde, that's crazy, even for an American. You cannot shoot this nuclear bomb. We will all die.
I would listen to him, Special Agent Martel. Alex turned in the direction of the other tunnel. The voice, with its heavy Russian accent, came from the mouth of a big man pointing a gun at her head. Chapter 59. Paris Catacombs, France. "Who the hell are you?" asked Alex.
"I am the man who is going to make certain Colonel Gerasimov's plan is executed without disruption," said Malkin. "With what little time you have left, you may call me Sergei. Drop your weapon, please."
She considered shooting him, but he kept himself partially concealed behind the tunnel wall. Conversely, she presented an easy target for him and his Beretta. Given the rapidity with which the other Russians she had encountered these last few days escalated to violence, she had no doubt he would shoot her if the moment seemed right. So she did as instructed, dropping her gun into the dirt at her feet.
"Kick it toward me."
She did, and it slid 5 feet ahead of her.
"Now you," Malkin said to Caleb. "Lift your shirt slowly and throw your weapon down."
He pulled his cig and tossed it next to Alex's Glock. Malkin stepped forward into the light.
"You can come out now," he called.
Alex peered over her shoulder to where Hugo had been, thinking Malkin meant him. But Hugo had disappeared into the darkness somewhere behind her. Then a man emerged from the tunnel where Malkin had appeared and stepped into the light next to him.
"Kane," she thought. "You son of a bitch," said Alex.
"What kind of a way is that to greet an old friend, Special Agent Martel?" he asked, as pompous as ever. "Especially a kindred intelligence officer like yourself."
"I'm not an intelligence officer." Caleb looked at her, hurt.
"I thought we were partners."
"Well, we're not," she said, shrugging her shoulders.
"Not yet,"
he added.
"How optimistic," said Malkin. "And touching. You have caused us much trouble, Agent Martel."
"I'm only just getting started."
"You Americans, always possessed of such optimism. This is not a trait that many of my countrymen share with you."
"For good reason," she replied. "Your president is an asshole."
"He would be disappointed to hear you say such things. I heard he enjoyed meeting you earlier. He said you have bigger balls than most of the men who serve under him."
"I'll work even harder to earn his admiration once I'm finished here."
"Such bravado," said Kane. "Kristen was a lot like you, perhaps more than you realize. In fact, it's what attracted me to her in the first place."
"I'm sure she was just reeling you into her trap."
"As it turns out, that's exactly what she was doing."
"So, how exactly did it go down, Kane?"
"I'm embarrassed to say it's the age-old story. Boy meets girl, boy falls in love, girl turns out to be a Russian spy. Almost biblical," quipped Caleb. "I caught Kristen accessing sensitive, compartmentalized information she had no reason to be reviewing, and when I confronted her, she turned on her feminine charms. Before I knew it, I was providing highly classified intel for love and money. I had betrayed my marriage and my country, and in the end, when I learned she had grown a conscience and wanted to back out of the Paris plot, I sold her out to Directorate 13 for an awfully large sum."
Alex shook her head. "Congratulations, Kane. You managed to complete the asshole trifecta."
"Must be nice to be so smug, Ms. Martel."
"If by smug you mean I have never betrayed my country, then I'm guilty as charged."
"Never say never, Alex. It happened in the blink of an eye. One day, I was a detective inspector with Scotland Yard being overlooked for promotions. The next, I was a mid-level intelligence officer watching other less worthy individuals climb the ranks. When a beautiful woman with a bucket load of money happened by, well, let's just say the moment to finally reap the rewards for my public service suddenly fell into my lap.
How was Kristen killed?
Are you sure you want to know?
Humor me.
Ask him, said Kane, pointing to Malkin. He was there.
Malkin gave a tight-lipped grin. She wasn't prepared for her reaction to Malkin's callous display. A rush of heat rose up her neck and into her cheeks. It didn't go unnoticed.
"Oh, Alexandra," said Kane, "I think you really do want to kill someone right now. I can think of a couple of good candidates."
Her hands were itching, and her fingers involuntarily balled up into fists. Kane walked over to the B-61 and checked the time remaining.
"Well, I, for one, don't see much point in harboring grudges. Let bygones be bygones, I say." "What's the plan then, Kane?" asked Caleb. "Well, many of the Russian delegation have been safely flown out. Shame the Americans and my fellow Brits are still here, though, along with President Sergachev."
"You're just going to let this happen and let them die, along with hundreds of thousands of others?" asked Alex.
"In a word, yes. I was dead set against it in the beginning, but it's amazing what a bunch of zeros after a number can do to give you a whole new outlook."
"You're a psychopath, Kane."
"More sociopath, I think. But don't worry, you won't have to put up with me much longer. What should we do, Sergei?"
Malkin raised his gun.
"That's what I thought. With only half an hour left until this little beastie blows up, we don't have any time to waste. A helicopter is waiting for us, after all."
Malkin cocked the hammer of his Beretta. Just then, a shot rang out from the tunnel behind her. Malkin cried out in pain and dropped to a knee as his own gun spit fire, blood flowing freely from his right bicep. Alex heard the bullet from his gun zip past her ear. She somersaulted forward and retrieved her Glock from the ground. By the time she brought it to bear where Kane and Malkin had been, they had both disappeared back into the tunnel. She fired 2 shots after them, the sound of gunfire ear-splitting in the confined space. "The bomb. I have to disable the bomb," she thought. "Cover me," she called to Caleb, but he was already diving for cover as more shots emanated from the tunnel. Hugo screamed out in pain.
"Je suis touché," he called. "I'm hit."
Alex turned to see him crumple to the ground. Caleb raced over and dragged him deeper into the tunnel. Alex fired a half-dozen shots into the other tunnel to suppress any return fire. Then she emptied the rest of her Glock's magazine into the front of the B-61-12. Sparks flew, and smoke curled out from the tip of the bomb. 5 short beeps emanated from the bomb in rapid succession, followed by a loud buzz. Alex looked at the display on the B-61's control panel as Caleb fired more shots toward the tunnel in which Malkin and Kane had taken cover. It flashed 000010 and began counting down. "Shit!" she yelled. "Caleb, run! We're out of time!" She bolted for the tunnel where Caleb had dragged Hugo. She grabbed him by the belt, and together they backpedaled as fast as they could, as far into the tunnel as they could get. "Cover!" she yelled, and they both dropped down on top of Hugo, pressing themselves as flat and as close to the ground as possible. Alex had felt the concussive force of blast waves many times before. She prepared for this one as best she could. She pressed her body onto Hugo's, low to the ground, in line with the expected shock wave, facing away, mouth open, eyes closed, arms above her head, hands covering her neck. But when the explosion came, it was like nothing she had ever seen, heard, or felt before. While the power of the blast was exponentially less than almost any she had been exposed to downrange, the difference was they were in a confined space and within 50 or 60 feet of the explosion. The ceiling, walls, and tunnel reflected the blast wave, magnifying it as it traveled away from the site of the explosion. Fortunately, the angle at the entrance to the tunnel shielded them from most of the shrapnel, but not all. They were enveloped by a tornado-force gust of wind lasting just a few seconds that lifted them momentarily off the ground before dropping them back to Earth again several meters down the tunnel. After it had passed, Alex felt her lungs fighting against her efforts to breathe, spasming inside her chest like an empty water balloon whose sides were stuck together. She tried to inhale, but there was just no air. Her clothes were torn, and she was covered in cuts and abrasions. The loudest sound she could hear, in fact the only sound, was the ringing in her ears. She opened and closed her mouth like a guppy, rolled off whomever she was laying on, and prayed that soon some air would find its way into her lungs. "Please, God, let me breathe," she thought. The tunnel was filled with smoke and dust and the acrid post-blast smell of a polymer-bonded high explosive. On top of the smoke and the haze, her brain was in a fog, and she had the worst case of hypoxia-induced bed spins imaginable. Finally, a second gust brought with it cool, breathable air. She sucked it in, gasping, hungry, swallowing big gulps of it. The oxygen it carried fed her starving brain, and slowly her focus returned. Caleb, Hugo, the bomb, she thought. She got to her knees and crawled through her pain to the first body she found. It was face down. She rocked its shoulder. Hey, can you hear me?" A groan, and then a face turned up toward her. It was Hugo, alive. He had taken a bullet in his ballistic vest, but he was alive. He was conscious and breathing and could focus on her. All were good signs. She propped him up against the wall and moved on. Another body. Caleb. He was supine, eyes closed, head lolled to the side. Only a few of the lights in the tunnel had survived the blast, and she had a tough time seeing him clearly. But his chest was rising and falling in a regular pattern, albeit too quickly. Her medic brain kicked in, and she detected the coppery, sweet scent of blood in the air. She ran her hands over him and stopped when they got warm and sticky over his abdomen. She searched for her phone and turned the light on. Lifting his shirt, she found a shrapnel injury to his lower abdomen with a partial evisceration. An 8-inch section of bowel protruded through his skin. She had no dressings, no abdominal pads, so she pulled his shirt back down and placed his hands over the area, but they slid off. "Caleb, can you hear me?" He wasn't responding. His pulse was thready. He was bleeding internally and was going into hypovolemic shock. He needed surgery, if he survived that long. The bomb, she thought. She somehow found her gun lying next to Hugo and exchanged its empty magazine for a fresh one. She listened for any sounds that might suggest either Kane or Malkin was waiting for her in the carved-out chamber. She poked her head around the side of the wall into the main chamber. One LED utility light remained functional and still cast a faint glow across the space. There was no sign of anyone else there with her, so she holstered her pistol. A low rumble shook the floor beneath her feet like distant thunder. She crept silently on her hands and knees over rubble to where the bomb had been. Some of the ceiling above had collapsed, Next to the trolley, a 4-foot-wide hole had opened in the ground, but Alex couldn't tell how deep it was, just that it was filled with blackness. Avoiding it, she lifted chunks of rock and stone until she could see what was left of the bomb. The explosion had ripped it apart, leaving a jagged hole where the nose cone and warhead had been. Now it was just an empty shell, a barely recognizable chunk of scrap metal. Alex shone her phone's light around in search of the warhead. She came across a milk can-shaped metal drum 2.5 feet long by 1 foot in diameter. The top and side were dented like someone had taken a sledgehammer to it. She had no doubt she was looking at the results of the misdetonation. Not having a radiation survey meter on hand, she chose not to linger near the damaged warhead for long. Even intact, it would be emitting gamma and neutron radiation. Damaged as it was, its contents of plutonium, uranium, deuterium, tritium, beryllium, and whatever else was in there could additionally be leaking alpha and beta radiation particles in sufficient concentrations to make her sick, now or years from now, if she breathed it in or left it to coat her cut and abraded skin, if it didn't kill her outright. More rumbling. A stream of water entered the chamber where she stood. It washed over her feet and found a path into the newly formed hole in the floor of the cavern. What had Hugo said about gypsum and the cave wall this far in? It is more prone to cracking, and cracks in the wall bring flooding from the river. Had the explosion she triggered to neutralize the bomb created a breach in the wall somewhere? Water filled the chamber quickly. Secure in the knowledge that the bomb had been deactivated, she needed to get back to Caleb and Hugo and get them out of here. From behind her, she heard a man's gravelly voice. "You bitch!" Chapter 60. Paris Catacombs, France. She turned to see Sergei standing there, his clothes in tatters, like her own. Blood streamed from a cut on his forehead as well as from his ears and nose. His face was plastered with a wet mask of chalky dust. His gun was pointed at her. He pulled the trigger, but the hammer fell with a click. She had no time to draw her own weapon before he lunged at her. They went to the ground hard with Alex on the bottom. He straddled her hips and laid his thick hands around her throat. "You have ruined everything. I am going to kill you like I killed that traitor bitch, Anna." Anna, Kristen, she thought. She couldn't speak. She couldn't breathe. But she was filled with rage, mind, body, and soul. Her windpipe and carotid arteries were clamped off in his vice-like grip. She struggled hard beneath him, trying to lift her hips off the ground. She reached for her knife, but his position blocked it from her grasp. The depth of the water around her was rising. It lapped against her cheeks and poured into her mouth. She didn't know if Sergei would strangle her first or if she would drown. With a few more pelvic thrusts, she was able to shift his weight up to her waist. She pulled her legs up and, with great difficulty, hooked her left leg under his right arm. Blood oozed from his bicep where Hugo had grazed him with a bullet earlier. She trapped it in the crook of her knee and squeezed with all her might. He cried out in pain, and his grip fell slack around her throat. She wiggled an arm free and picked up a rock, swinging it hard into the side of his head. Dazed, he fell off her. She pounced on top of him, punching him repeatedly in the face. He rolled her off him like a toy, and she was thrown backward, landing with a splash in a deep pool of water. She struggled against buoyancy momentarily before regaining her footing. Sergei stood and lunged for her again. If he got hold of her one more time, she was dead. She drew her Glock and fired 2 rounds into his chest, sending him staggering backward, then one into his forehead to finish him. Hearts and minds, she thought. He crashed forward into the knee-deep water at her feet. She shoved him away and watched as he floated in the stream of rushing water toward what was now a vortex around the chasm in the floor. His body got caught up in the whirlpool, circled around twice, and then disappeared. Exhausted, she dropped to her knees in the water. "For you, Kristen," she whispered. Soon after she had found her way back to Caleb's side, the catacombs filled with the sound of running feet and anxious shouted voices. The water had begun to rise above the level of the passageway's entrance from the chamber. She raised Caleb's head onto her lap and spoke softly, caressing his face as she shivered from the cold and the rush of adrenaline. She checked his abdominal wound. It was bad, but hadn't gotten worse, which was a good sign. "The bomb is defused. It's safe now," she told him. "Caleb, stay with me." Hugo still sat with his back against the wall, sore but alive. "Will he live?" She ignored his question. Too often, she had been asked that same thing as a medic, and after, when she was no longer engaged in the art of saving lives. It was never something she cared to answer. Invariably, whatever she said was a lie. "Caleb," she whispered, "please don't die on me." She felt a dampness on her cheeks, but couldn't be sure if it was water from the Seine or her own tears. She brushed at it with the back of her hand. Soldiers and policemen arrived. Medics in hazmat suits immediately began to treat Caleb. One medic hooked him up to a cardiac monitor, administered oxygen, and placed sterile dressing soaked in saline solution on top of his abdominal wound. Another started a large-bore intravenous line. She looked at Alex briefly before averting her eyes. Medics came for her as well, and against her objections, gently placed her into a litter to be carried outside. As she was being loaded into an ambulance, she heard a familiar voice. "Alexandra!" She turned at the sound of her name. It was Broussard. "Are you all right?" he asked. But it was a rhetorical question, and he seized her in an embrace with the strength and love of a father. Along with Caleb and Hugo, she was case-vacked away from the Paris catacombs. Chapter 61. FBI Headquarters, Washington, D.C. The conference room on the 6th floor had no windows. Instead, the walls were covered with FBI paraphernalia and a rogues gallery of bureau directors, past and present. The current director stared out at Alex from his framed image on the wall between the flags at the front of the room, and she felt an uneasiness about his gaze. The tribunal re-entered the room, led by the assistant director of the FBI's Office of Professional Responsibility. He sat opposite her and opened his brief, while two others took their seats on either side. She felt miles away from the world, alone and isolated. Alex wore a dark navy cotton pantsuit with a white blouse, her hair swept back in a ponytail. For the occasion, she carried a purse just large enough for her badge, gun, and spare mags. It was the only time in memory she had come to the office armed with a handbag.
"Special Agent Martel," began the AD. "We have reviewed your testimony before this tribunal, together with your after-action report from Paris and accompanying affidavits from several other individuals. As you are aware, Chief Martin Broussard of Interpol, as well as Secretary General—"
Here he paused to consult his notes from earlier.
"Secretary General Celeste Clicquot have each submitted statements offering evidence of mitigating factors, with pronounced exigent circumstances at the time of the events in question. These have been entered into the record.
Alex adjusted in her chair.
Notwithstanding that the actions performed by you resulted in the deactivation of an American thermonuclear device in Paris, this tribunal has determined that your actions, though timely and even valiant, occurred subsequent to ignoring a direct order reassigning you to the Bureau's headquarters in Washington, D.C., where your duties were to continue tracking down the perpetrators of the crime, to wit, the theft of the thermonuclear gravity bomb from Incirlik Air Base in Adana, Turkey, while continuing to liaise with other federal agencies. Having failed to comply with this duly authorized order, we, the tribunal, find you guilty of 1 count each of insubordination and dereliction of duty. You are hereby discharged from the employ of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, effective immediately. Please surrender your credentials and service weapon before you leave this room. You have 60 days to appeal this finding.
He kept his eyes focused on his notes. Alex's jaw dropped.
That is all, Miss Martel. You are dismissed.
Miss Martel, she thought. She rose from her seat and removed her Glock 19M and 3 spare magazines from her purse, along with her gold FBI badge and identification card, and placed them in front of her on the long walnut conference table. She wanted to say something, to fight their decision, but it was no use. She didn't understand it, but she knew she couldn't change it. Silently, she turned and left the room. The 2 additional members of the tribunal exited the boardroom shortly behind Alex, leaving Assistant Director Alan Vankin to ruminate on his thoughts. The career G-man and attorney at the Bureau had led the Office of Professional Responsibility for going on 6 years. This particular finding and dismissal weren't the first to disturb him, but it was the first dismissal he had been pressured into making by the FBI director himself. The Bureau could use an overhaul, she thought. The door opened, and an African-American woman entered, dressed in a smart casual outfit of dark slacks and a cream-colored blouse. The only visible jewelry she wore was a gold-colored watch and a simple wedding band.
Deputy Director Thomas, come in, said Vankin.
He was polite because he knew he didn't have a choice, and because, as an assistant director of the FBI, he understood the game of politics better than most.
Please, take a seat.
She remained standing. This won't take long.
I take it you saw?
Yes, I watched the proceedings on the monitor in your office. She smiled soothingly. A practiced smile. I wanted to thank you personally for your dedication and public service, Mr. Vankin. I know you expressed your desire for a different outcome to the FBI director.
Yes, well, we can't always get what we want, can we, Ms. Thomas?
She placed her hands on the back of a chair, still warm from where Alex had been seated moments before. Not true, Assistant Director Vankin. The CIA never forgets a favor. And now, we owe you one. Epilogue. Near the border between Ukraine and Romania. The lush vegetation of the eastern Carpathian Mountains provided good cover. Alex had set up in her hide shortly before dawn, her layered clothing insulating her from the damp and the chill that crept down through the hills during the late summer months at this altitude. She was grateful to be facing east, the rising sun warming her until she was perfectly cozy next to her Barrett MRAD Mk-22 sniper rifle, chambered in .300 caliber Norma Magnum. Paris had been saved from a conflagration of biblical proportions, but the events continued to haunt her dreams. It would take time to compartmentalize those memories. The President of France was going to present Alex with the Legion of Honor, the country's highest order of merit for her actions. She had tried to decline, but he would not hear of it during the phone call he'd placed personally, and insisted it be done at the earliest opportunity. Lieutenant Hugo Blanc of the French National Police would also receive the honor. Russian President Sergachev and Major General Tikhonov denied any knowledge of the theft of the bomb from Incirlik or subsequent plans, despite mountains of evidence to the contrary. But even as they continued to refute that they or a rogue colonel had been involved, the GRU leaked Colonel Gerasimov's coordinates to the CIA through back channels. Shortly after, it was said that Tikhonov ran afoul of the president, who was rumored to have personally put a bullet in his head in the basement of the yellow brick building in central Moscow known as Lubyanka. As for Kane, no one knew for sure. He might have survived the events in the Paris catacombs or been lost forever, swept away in the waters that filled the lower chambers after the explosion caused a breach in the walls and the River Seine poured in. What was one more skeleton among millions? An international consortium led by French engineers was able to mitigate the damage beneath the city, and rehabilitation work was underway to shore up any structurally weakened sections of the catacombs. The Inspection Générale de Carrière, the organization that administered, controlled, and maintained the catacombs and former quarries of Paris, planned to increase the frequency of inspections of the entire network, but it was generally assessed that the city was safe and would be good as new in due course. Her earpiece woke up.
Sierra 1, delivery vehicle en route. How copy?
Good copy, she replied. Our helicopter is inbound. The airfield and designated landing zone were 600 meters away. She was expecting the Russian troop transport helo to approach from the south. If all went well, she would be able to execute her mission and exfil to the rear before additional resources were brought in to capture or eliminate her. She had confirmed the settings for her scope multiple times. She had worked through the data and rehearsed the engagement in similar terrain and under similar environmental conditions in the weeks leading up to this deployment. She'd made copious notes for the variables at play in the event that the helicopter came in on a different path, or the wind kicked up, or the temperature rose or dropped, or it began to rain. All these factors and alternate scope settings were recorded on her dope card, written in her notebook, and taped into the cover of her lens cap. And they were in her head. She was ready. She removed the box magazine from where she had been warming it under her shirt and slapped it into the magwell. 10 rounds of the finest match-grade ammunition were loaded, chosen specifically for this target package and scenario. The .300 caliber Norma mag bullet could stay supersonic out to more than double the expected distance of this engagement, ensuring stability throughout its flight path. And it would fly flatter, produce less recoil, and be subject to less wind drift than its closest counterparts in similar calibers. She racked the bolt and fed around into the chamber. Her comms lit up again.
Target is confirmed. Port side front seat. Green light, shooter.
Stop calling me shooter. 20 seconds later, she heard the bassy whoop 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 of the helicopter coming up through the low valley. She turned her head to the right and caught sight of the camouflage-patterned Russian Mi-171 SHVN, sometimes known as the Storm. Apropos of the moment, she quoted an unknown author and whispered aloud, "Fate whispers to the warrior, 'You cannot withstand the storm.' The warrior whispers back, 'I am the storm.'" She flicked off the safety. The helo was coming in fast and followed the conventional approach path the recce team had plotted. As it got nearer, it slowed in preparation for landing. She searched for the target through her scope. Colonel Viktor Gerasimov sat where the spotters had placed him, port side forward seat in the Storm. As the helo banked toward her on final approach, it hit the marks she had ranged with her laser rangefinder. Gerasimov loomed large in her Night Force scope, coming straight on. She held the crosshairs over his forehead and moved her finger inside the trigger guard, then began the slow exhale of breath while applying firm rearward pressure on the trigger. In, out, rest, 2, 3, she thought. She released the shot. The bullet left the rifle with a firm buck against her shoulder. She watched its contrails split the dense, humid air, and in under half a second, the bullet pierced both the helicopter's polycarbonate windshield and Gerasimov's skull, still traveling at 2,000 feet per second. The terminal ballistics were clearly evident by the splatter of brains and blood throughout the aircraft's cockpit.
"Target down. Copy, Sierra 1.
With the inside of the windshield coated with the contents of the former colonel's skull, the helicopter wobbled until the pilot could adjust. There would be no threat from this aircraft as it pursued a safe landing to preserve the lives of the remaining souls on board.
"We've confirmed remotely from the TOC as well," Caleb said. "Proceed to exfil, Sierra 1. A QRF is standing by if needed."
"Copy. Bugging out now."
"And welcome to the team, shooter."
Alex allowed herself a smile.
"See you back at base," she replied. "Shooter out."
The end. This is Cynthia Farrell. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Perfect Shot by Steve Urszenyi. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.